Tell you something, baby. Let me tell you something more. It's time to drop them pennies, baby, and shit on the dance floor. Time to shit on the dance floor.
Damn.
You ready to shit on the dance floor, Paul?
I shat on the dance floor a long time ago, dude.
Yeah, that's true. You did. You sure did, buddy. No, Scotty, for some reason that got in my head because Scotty had a unique excuse for being late today. He was like, "God damn, you Giro shat on the floor.
That's not unique.
All over the floor."
That's not unique. He's used that one before.
I think it's the first. Is that the first time he's used it as a late excuse, though?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
I can't remember a specific instance of Scotty being like, "God damn, you Giro shit all over the floor." I can think of instances where he did that, but you know, I can't think of a time where he blamed lateness for it. But yeah, we did a whole Scotty wasn't even on the last show. Like a supposedly sick. Like, oh, my fucking sinus is hurt. Bullshit. Rain or shine, sickness or health, you do the fucking show, bitch. I know that's the rule I follow.
Oh yeah.
If I was dying, I could be in my fucking deathbed and I'd still do this show. Out of love for the people. For the people. TJ looking extra juicy tonight. You a weird motherfucker, but I kind of like you. Damn, TJ, have some empathy. No, that's for losers.
Yeah, what is that?
Empathy is for fucking losers, okay? I mean, empathy is the root of all evil if you really think about it, you know. Bunch of cavemen getting together, empathizing with each other. Next thing you know, they're forming coalitions and smashing other cave people's brains out. You know, all because they empathize with their compatriots. It's a hideous thing.
Wow, that's a dark way of looking at it.
Well, I mean, look, they look around at all their other fellow cave people. It's like, man, we're starving down here. What if we kill those other cave people and steal their shit? You don't have time to empathize with them because they're just the fucking enemy. They can be pseudo-speciated, you know? But the people you're around, you start feeling camaraderie with. That camaraderie leads to fucking mass murder. So empathy is the root of all evil. Hot take of the night. Fucking sociopathy for life. Be a good ethical sociopath. Don't fucking feel camaraderie with your fellow man. Don't sympathize with their plight. Remember that all people are inherently evil. And yeah.
I like it. I like it, TJ. I like it. I like your new crusade against pragmatism too.
Yeah. I'm fucking tearing down all that bullshit. I mean, I'm kind of joking with the empathy one. I'm really not with the pragmatism thing.
Yeah. That was a burning hot take.
I think this world has had its fucking fill of pragmatism. I think it's time for a little idealism to fucking balance the other side of the scale. Because we've had this glib dismissal of any idealistic fucking solution for too long now. And now idealistic solutions are the new pragmatic solutions because the situation we got ourselves in is so fucking dire and drastic that only some sort of like big sweeping action could possibly solve it. And like people are still talking about, well, we need an incremental solution. It's like, you don't need an incremental solution when you're fucking about to hurtle off a cliff. Okay. You need a drastic solution. Like, let's jump out of the car.
No. First, we have a meeting with the other people in the van hurtling towards the cliff to decide on the best practices and actions and maybe decide on how we can bully that cliff into not being so steep and maybe make it into a hill that we can traverse before we get there, TJ.
Yeah. I mean, look, I heard they're going to build a bridge, 12 years after we hurtle over the edge. So, at least the next van hurtling towards the cliff will be safe.
I mean, lucky for us and a lot of people, it'll be our children. We'll die before we get to the cliff probably, but our children, now they're the ones that are going to have to negotiate the fall. That'll be fun for them.
Well, you do need idealism to believe third parties can win. Exactly my point.
Oh my God. Dude, like, are you gonna do a crying raffle Mao emoji when the fucking Gestapo shows up at your door to round you up? Like, is that gonna be your reaction to? Oh, sorry guys, Gestapo's here. Raffle Mao emoji.
Well, you got to do something, right?
I guess Paul would say that maybe I should resist or something, huh? The old pragmatic solution is to go quietly with the Gestapo. All right, buddy. See how that works out with you.
TJ, does Scotty really drink Mountain Dew? Let me tell you something. That kid's fucking blood is made of Mountain Dew. That's how much Mountain Dew that fucker drinks, all right?
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. Scotty, I mean, I don't know why he fucking has this weird thing where he wants to try to deny that he's like a Mountain Dew addict. I think maybe it's because it's got such a bad rap in certain circles and stuff. But, like, don't let that fool you. Scotty is a fucking Mountain Dew addict from the word go. He always has been. Like, as long as Scotty has known what Mountain Dew is, he's been fucking down in that shit.
My dude, the Gestapo could be worse. 99% Gestapo, better than 100% Gestapo.
I mean, that's true. I mean, if you had a choice between the 99% Gestapo and the 100% Gestapo, would you not choose?
The math is obvious, my dude.
And you gotta do it. It only took 6.5 minutes for the VDS to crop up yet again.
Voter shaming is bad unless it's voter shaming Biden voters, right?
Free, baby.
Let me tell you something, Spinosaurus. You and your sad little ilk don't ever get to invoke the term voter shaming. You can stick it right up your fucking ass, bitch. You don't like it. You don't like how it tastes now that you got a mouthful of your own dog shit, do you? Now that you're on the fucking in the unenviable position of having to fucking shore up Joe Biden while he profits from a genocide.
Walsh must have really cut them deep.
Yeah.
Not of. Okay.
Walsh must have. Tell me that you're a monosyllabic retard without saying the words monosyllabic or retard.
I am in my graduation ceremony. I'd rather hear you guys. Anyway, I'll make more money. So expect, cool. Go get you one of those fucking highfalutin jobs.
In fact, do us a favor and parlay that job into your own business and be a millionaire and give us a significant portion of it, buddy.
Yeah, be like, you know what? You guys gave me the inspiration to become a multi-billionaire. And here's you all get your own mansion.
My dude.
You ever fucking have that fantasy? Like, man, I hope one of my fans is like, gets like super ultra rich. And then they give me a bunch of money.
Yeah.
I know it probably won't happen, but whatever. I'll settle for this guy giving me $50. Got a 25% raise at work. Take my tithe. I mean, I'm glad you guys are moving on up because you're taking us with you.
Moving on up. Yeah, seriously. That is one upside to having an aging, dwindling fan base is that some of them are getting good jobs. You know what I mean?
Some of them are actually fucking making some money now. Better to have fucking 100 rich fans than 1,000 poor ones, right?
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Don't you already have that fan? I mean, we got Mr. Naughty Priest, and he's cool. I would never fucking take anything away, but I'm talking about like an Elon Musk type that, just grew up with our shit.
Well, just joined and the Salt River flows towards Walsh already. Dude, you fucking idiots that pretend like you don't want me to sit here and fucking talk about Walsh the entire time. Like, you need to make your minds up, dude. Like, which one is it? Do you want me to sit here and talk about Walsh all the time, or do you want to make fun of me for having VDS? Like, both. You guys got to decide.
They want both. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Paul, do you still use that King Kong 2 controller? If so, how is it held up?
Killer. One of the best controllers I've ever owned, honestly.
Nice.
I will not be going back to my go-to, which was like an Xbox, the Microsoft kind of Xbox controller line. Was using that before. Never again. The King Kong 2 is, I don't know, it's a Chinese controller or whatever, but super durable. The thumbsticks feel great. I don't know anything about thumbstick technology, but I know that there's one that doesn't have like a dead zone on it or whatever the fuck, and it's like, so that's the newer kind of those. Super precise, super holds up in my hands real good. Go get it. It's worth the money. I think I paid like $50 for it or 60, something like that.
I would never call anyone Ian, even if it was their name. I was watching Unsolved Mysteries last night, and I did see they were doing like a thing about this home invasion that happened. And there was a redneck dude named Trinity.
Yeah.
And I was like, Trinity already is a suck ass name when it's a girl's name. But for a dude's name, really, really sucks.
Yeah, that's rough.
And not only that, he was like a fucking redneck dude too. So he wasn't even a dude that could like own Trinity, like a sassy gay dude or like a leather dude. You know, he was like, just like, my name Trinity. It's like, oh no. And there's not even like anything you can shorten that to. You can't be like, I'm Trin. You know, at that point, you just got to fall back on your fucking middle name.
I would just be like, my name's T.
Yeah. Have you guys read Chuck Palahniuk's work? I'm writing part of my dissertation on his work, and I'm getting obsessed. Yeah, I've read a few of his books. I read Lullaby. I read Fight Club. I read Choke. I think those are the three I've read.
I read Fight Club, and that's it.
Yeah.
I read it because of the movie. I liked the book, but not enough to go back and dip my wick back into Palahniuk.
I think I might have read one more of his books, but I don't know. Those are the three I remember reading. Fight Club was probably the best of those, in my opinion. I liked the ending of the book a little bit more than I liked the ending of the movie, but I think I liked the movie overall better. So,
well, you guys cover the new Kanye Insta Live moment. I saw it already.
I kind of watched it and I was like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, like he's all like riled up, but I don't understand a word he's saying. Like I don't know 90% of the people he's referencing, and I couldn't make heads or tails of what he was mad about. So yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I didn't pull it because I kind of watched it and was just like, eh, I don't really give a shit. It's not really interesting enough for me to want to pull it. I don't know. He just like yammered on about Hitler, Jesus, Hitler. What now? Cancel me now. My kid destroyed my couch to get here. It's like, huh?
Like, what? You said what now?
I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
Said what?
Besides Kanye West being crazy, like that's not enough anymore.
I know they're gonna say I'm having an episode. Well, fuck that, man. I ain't having an episode. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, you are. You're having an episode, Kanye. I don't know, dude. Whatever. Like I have separated, like I've had to do with so many other artists. Kanye's
all the people around
music.
fake and they all clapped. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. And then like they kept trying to like speak up, and he'd be like, no, shut up, baby, I'm talking. You know what I mean? It's like, who are you even in the room with right now, dude?
Paul, you mentioned dude, wait, hold on. Do not feel bad for Kanye. He's super fucking rich.
Yeah, but
super
I mean,
fucking powerful. I mean, like, yeah, as far as being a crazy motherfucker goes, he's got it about as good as you can have it. Paul, you mentioned being a big God Emperor of Dune fan. May want to check out Code Geass. Heavily inspired. This is something I'm trying to get you. You're watching.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of Code Geass. I'm not gonna watch it, but thank you though. I'm not looking for an anime.
A twink got plowed in a Senate hearing room.
I mean, I gotta let you know that will not be the first twink plowed in the Senate hearing room, nor will it be the last.
Well. Looky who finally decided to ramble on in. If it ain't Scotty.
Welcome to Denny's.
You know what?
Actually,
don't you hide behind your little Manson impersonation there, Scotty. Get TJ. Your ass on cam. Let's see you. Missed the whole last show because you supposedly sick with AIDS. Then you TJ, come on. Then
do you want your usual Grand Slam breakfast?
Grand Slam slugger. Sorry, give me some mozzarella sticks while you at it.
I'm new here, TJ. My career's taking a turn for the worse, man.
Yeah, that's good.
So do you want what does that come with? TJ, why?
Oh man,
Why
so
did
don't
you
cry.
Why did you make the video, baby?
How'd you
Don't
enjoy
cry.
cleaning up that dog shit, Scotty?
I was cleaning up the toilets here, TJ.
No, Scotty, you were cleaning. I don't believe for a second. You were cleaning up some dog shit, weren't you? Cleaning up a big old ocean of dog
listen
shit.
Listen to your own audience, man.
It's not Scotty, that's Manson. Shut up.
It's Manson.
I know who the fuck this is, okay?
So TJ, so you want to start with some mozzarella sticks, right?
Yeah.
Grand Slam Slugger. How do you want them eggs?
Fucking scrambled.
Ew.
Scrambled.
Worst way to get eggs at a fucking Denny's, by the way.
Why?
TJ, I can tell you those gonna be burned to shit.
Because they overcook scrambled eggs.
I'm better with that than what they do if I ordered what I actually want my eggs to be.
Dude,
because if I order I like my eggs over medium. All right. So I like the white completely cooked, but I like the yolk runny. But they cannot fucking do that.
TJ, it's a Denny's.
It's impossible for these fucking for a Denny's for breakfast.
It's not gonna happen.
A lot of breakfast places, honestly, a lot of them fuck it up. It's like, aren't you guys supposed to be fucking good at eggs?
All right, so burned eggs. You want sausage?
Yeah, sausage.
Okay, sausage.
Another bad fucking decision, dude.
Yeah,
why?
He's making a lot of bad decisions.
That shit's good when you dip it in the syrup.
Nah, dude, the sausages at these fucking Denny's places are always like the lowest quality, dried up little cat turd sausages.
Well, that's why you got to dip them in the damn syrup.
You get bacon. You get your eggs over easy or over medium, and if they're wrong, guess what you do? Send them back. Yes, you do. You send them back. You don't order the fucking desiccated, dried up fucking scrambled eggs that have been sitting.
I ordered the Grand Slam fucking Slugger. That comes with sausage and bacon, you know?
You can substitute the sausage for more bacon.
I like the sausage. In fact, I'm more likely to substitute the fucking bacon for sausage than the other way around.
If only you made that video, TJ. If only you've done it.
Giuliani episode's got to be a gauntlet at this point. It's got to be a 24-hour gauntlet. Sunny side up eggs. I mean, I make those at home sometimes, and I can do it all right. But like a restaurant, like they're gonna give me something where the white is still runny, and that will make me fucking disgusted. So
sunny side up is gross anyway. Like that you need to get a little bit of fucking heat on both sides of that egg.
Well, here's how you do it. Here's how you actually do sunny side up. You gotta fucking scoop up some of the oil that it's cooking in.
And baste it,
and like baste the white on top.
Yeah, that's not happening in any of these places for sure.
Right, they're not going to go through that, and they're cooking on a flat top, which pretty much precludes them doing that anyway.
Scrambled is the only way to eat eggs. Let me tell you a little something, because I'm an expert at scrambled eggs. All right, I don't know if I've ever made either of you guys my scrambled eggs, but I am a.
I think you have.
I am a scrambled egg fucking king. I make the best fucking scrambled eggs. And I will tell you this, there is not a single diner in America, like these cheap Denny's, IHOP fucking kind of places. You never, ever get your eggs scrambled at a place that is below like 2 stars or whatever, because they're just not going. It's going to be burnt, sad egg. Okay. And I got to be honest with you. Out of all of the things that my mother knows how to cook, I learned the wrong way to make scrambled eggs from her. She makes them oaky eggs that are just fucking overcooked. And that's how I did eggs my whole life until I learned. I taught myself to make them gourmet eggs.
A lot of people have different ideas about the ideal scrambled egg, I've found. Because a lot of people, they like that shit way more dry or they like it way more wet. And for me, I don't know. Honestly, a lot of times I don't even eat the fucking eggs. I don't really like eggs that much.
It's like my first thing, dude.
Dude, if I made you a plate of fucking scrambled eggs, you would eat every last one of them. You would eat every.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've had your eggs before, and they are good. So
the key to a good scrambled egg is that you have to cook them slowly. Anyone tries to
people
cook them really
people
fast.
get the pan screaming hot and they fucking overcook super easily. No, slow and low with the scrambled eggs. You gotta baby them too. The more you spend hovering over the eggs and stirring them and getting that cooked egg mixed in with the yolky egg, the longer you spend doing that, the more silky and buttery and smooth your eggs are going to come out.
Yeah, take your time, TJ. Take your time. Look,
I don't also have eggs that much. I mean,
you also have to add some at the very least whole milk, but preferably like heavy cream to your eggs.
Add a little creme fraiche.
So I'm like 0.3 or 4% Jewish or whatever, and I know exactly where it is.
Oh yeah, you know where
I know exactly
from.
Where my Jew
did you do a DNA test? Because as far as I know,
you did it, and we got the same.
I'm not.
parents.
Well, I'm not at all Jewish.
We had Ashkenazi Jew back in the day. What happened? It disappeared.
Oh, it updates over and over again as to get more people. Yeah, we don't have any of that.
All right. Well, I know we have a little Jew. You know why I know? Because I know exactly where it manifests, Scotty.
Your cock?
No. Why? Wait, okay. Why would that be? Jews actually have bigger than average dicks.
Your
tiny penises, TJ.
No. Does it manifest in your desire to destroy anybody who disagrees with you?
Yeah, no. It manifests in the fact that eggs give me gas. I don't do eggs because they give me the gas.
Oh my God, Herbert ordered eggs and I told him not to, and it gave him the terrible gas.
He's gonna be up all night.
Denny's is the Waffle House for those that don't know better, or for those who just don't have a. I mean, Waffle House should be in all 50 states, but for some reason it's only in 25. So only half of the states are blessed with a Waffle House.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any on the West.
The other half are cursed, horrible. I mean, I don't know why, because you could open a fucking Waffle House in the heart of LA and it would do just fine.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think it's a tax thing as far as because I looked into it, and I think that like the company that owns Waffle Houses isn't willing to do business on the West Coast or expand there too heavily because of the business tax or whatever.
That makes sense.
Expensive. Fuck them.
There's a lot of Southern brands that are like that, like fucking oh God, fucking damn it. I always forget. I'm brain farting the name. The place you go that's got a little gift shop in the front of it, and then you go in and you eat. I've eaten there. Cracker Barrel. Yeah. That's why there's no Cracker Barrels out west too, and why there's no Whataburgers out west. They've all like, I looked into it. I was like, why don't these? Because like I've eaten at every one of those franchises.
Right.
Every one of them would blow up if they showed up in. I mean, like, dude, you know how busy Cracker Barrel would be in the area that I'm in right now?
It would slam, dude.
Oh my God! For months, you'd be unable to get in that. They'd be printing money out of you.
Yeah, 45. Sorry, man, 45-minute wait today,
dude. I mean, I go
all those little tchotchkes that they sell out in that little gift shop, dude. All the little fucking wine moms and soccer moms that live around here.
Let me tell you something.
They buy every bit of that shit.
I go to Cracker Barrel on every road trip if I go on a road trip, I go to Cracker Barrel. That's my thing. That's my road food. And I have never been to a goddamn Cracker Barrel once that was not fucking slam full of fucking people. Those places are fucking perpetually busy.
There are times they're like, if you go like right near closing time.
Someone says there is a Cracker Barrel in LA.
Is there really?
If you go for like super early breakfast at Cracker Barrel, it's pretty dead. I know because I used to do that. My ex-girlfriend worked at a Cracker Barrel when we got together. She was an opener, so I would just like go with her to work and sit and eat a meal there. And it takes a while for them to get slammed. Like by 7 or 7:30, they're slammed. But if you go in that early morning, kind of like when they just open the door.
Okay, I guess there are some. Sorry to interrupt you, Paul. There's a Cracker Barrel in Sacramento.
Yeah. They're sprinkled around, but they're not like ubiquitous. You know what I mean? Like there's probably not Sacramento is, miles and miles from me. It's like a 6-hour drive, 5-hour drive to Sacramento from where I'm at.
Yeah, there's like, why to you, Paul? I'm guessing. I don't know where all these places are at. Maybe
Well, read them
How
all.
far is how about Bakersfield? How far is Bakersfield?
Bakersfield is 2.5 hours.
Okay,
away.
that's probably your closest one. There's a place called Rockland. I've never been to. Santa Maria, Rialto.
Santa Maria is no. That's that. Yeah, no. That's long. That's farther than Bakersfield.
Victorville, I think, is pretty far from you too.
Victorville is far. Yeah.
Yeah. So Bakersfield. You have to go to
Bakersfield.
Bakersfield.
Fuck that, dude.
Yeah,
I ain't driving.
I agree.
I ain't driving 2.5 hours on torn up ass fucking Highway 99 to get no fucking Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, to end up in Bakersfield of all places, one of the worst cities in California. No thanks.
Yeah, motherfucker, country boy.
Dude, I as a California guy, I say that Bakersfield runs away with worst city in California.
To agree with you. I mean, like of all the places I've been to in California, Bakersfield was the one where I was like, if I never come here again, that's too soon.
It's polluted as fuck. It's
Dusty.
The infrastructure is dog shit. It's overpopulated. It's busy, dusty, dirty, shitty, shitty place to be.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like,
yeah, corn is from Bakersfield. Yeah,
this is what my fat ass gets at fucking Cracker Barrel right here.
Country boy can't survive.
Baby.
That's a good. See, like, oh man, dude, the hash browns there are not as good as Waffle House, but they're way different.
I mean, they got that hash brown casserole, so that's a whole other fucking beast.
I love those apples, dude. Those apples right there, I fucking love those things.
Yeah, bitch. One thing I will say about Cracker Barrel is the gravy is all right, but it's really like lacking compared to a lot of fucking country style fucking places.
Is that yeah? See, I would never get this just because of the ham.
Well, you can get it with ham, or you can get it with you can get it with steak as well. I don't know if you do steak.
I've never done a steak at Cracker Barrel other than the chicken fried steak.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they do that with this, but I like this. I like this country ham. I like that shit.
Yeah,
you don't like ham. You don't really dine on swine other than bacon. So
bacon. Well, I've softened up. I eat quite a bit of sausage now. Like I've gotten over my sausage shit. Well, but ham is still on the list of like, I'd rather not.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But I eat a gang of sausage.
Not me, boy.
I like sausage. I was missing out on sausage.
The ham I get.
I mean, that it is pretty nice. I will tell you that getting those spiced cinnamon apples is a must. You get like 3 little sides.
This is what I get at Waffle House. Big old fucking bowl of cheesesteak and hash brown.
Dude, I gotta be honest with you. I ate at Waffle House probably over 100 times while I lived in the vicinity of them, and I never once got anything other than their fucking
all-star
breakfast.
That's not true.
I think I got a burger one time when I was in there.
Their burgers are legit, dude.
It was a legit burger, but about halfway through it, I was like, man, I kind of wish I had all-star right now, though.
I'll tell you what, I used to get the all-star, but now I just get this bad boy.
That looks like too fucking. That's too much for me.
That's a pass for me on that.
Dude,
one
you guys, I don't know what it is. If you ever been eating them Waffle House hash browns and you just wish you could make a meal out of the hash browns, this is the way it's fucking done right here.
I like a mix of things, dude. Like, see, like I like the hash browns.
Bullshit. Fuck your mix.
Yeah, variety is the spice of life, TJ.
I don't know how you feel about it, Scotty, but I'm not a big fan of these fucking bowl things that they'll serve at places where it's just
no, dude.
Like I don't mind
I'm
eating.
Usually not either, honestly. Like those scramble bowls or something where they just pile a bunch of shit.
I'm like a fucking autist when it comes to my food. I like everything separated. I've always been like that. A bowl is like
Bob Evans gravy is fucking delicious.
I can't do
most
like
motherfuckers homemade.
Dump
gravy.
all my food into a bowl. I can't do that. Like that's not for me.
I'm kind of in the same boat. There's certain things that I can mix together. Like on Thanksgiving, my rules go out the window.
Yeah, well, that's different.
You got to mix that up a little bit.
Yeah,
that's all got to blend together.
It's fucking weird. I was just talking about fucking pork rolls with Chelsea the other day because she has family in Jersey, and she was talking about her grandma is obsessed with pork rolls.
Dude, that's a Ween song that I love.
Mommy,
if you please buy me a pork roll, egg and cheese, if you please, on a Kaiser bun.
On a Scotty bun,
Scotty, I don't think you to grow your hair out that long in the process of doing the same.
How long even is your hair now, Scotty?
How
far back that shit go? Nice.
Are you trimming it at all or no?
Oh yeah, I trim it every once in a while.
Trim the
Just-
split ends off every
Yeah,
now and
the
again.
split ends and stuff.
That honestly looks like if you just let that go, it looks like you might have like your mom's length of hair if you wanted it. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's my mom definitely still has longer hair than me, but I mean, I think
Your
I'm
mom has
fairly
longer hair
close.
than most people. Your mom's hair is remarkably long, and it's awesome too. She's got great hair, dude.
Yeah, I'm so lucky because I got it.
I was getting hair tips from your mom.
Oh, she
'cause
knows.
I don't
dude,
know how to take care of my fucking long hair.
My mom
So-
had short hair when I was a little kid, and then TJ or me us made some comment of like, "Why aren't you like the other moms?" You
I
know?
mean, she still had long hair, but she had like a mullet.
Yeah, she had a mullet.
She had like spiky here and then long back there. And
Dude,
she like just rocked
that's
that.
dope.
She rocked that shit for a little too long.
Nah,
The spiky mullet.
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
answer to your question is I've been growing my hair out for about 7 years.
Well, there you go. This Velma sucks. I mean, you're not the judge of that. Paul's the judge of that. So, Paul, does Velma suck or what?
Oh yeah. Okay, let me see. All right. The sexy fishnet stockings don't go with the look at all.
Yeah, I think
Um,
those stockings are out of place for sure.
they're hot, don't get me wrong. I think
Be
they're
hotter with a
sexy
different
looking.
outfit.
But yeah, that's a goth outfit. That's a you're trying to mix a little bit of sexy goth into Velma, and she's not that way. She's not ostentatious.
I think if you were going to do that, you'd have to goth Velma up in some other ways too, and do like I'm doing like a goth variant. Of
like
Velma.
if you did like a Velma's gonna be goth for Halloween or something, and you wanted to keep some Velma, you could do that. But this is just like a jarring mix of goth and Velma. And then on top of that, I'm not really seeing the shape that I want to see out of this Velma.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
this is not a Paul Velma. Yeah.
no. You know what I mean? I want some more sweater meat than she's got. I'm not trying to body shame, but look, that we're
We're talking about
critiquing.
you're talking about your preference.
Right.
I mean, this is all about you, Paul.
Yeah,
You're
so
the
this is your
Velma.
preference. I think the
I
glasses.
love Velma too, but I think Paul's love of Velma is like more pure.
I think the glasses are on point, to be honest with you, but I have to agree with your overall assessment as far as the outfit. I don't think those stockings go. I think the skirt is just too short. I think Velma, it should be a little bit longer to be a real Velma cosplay.
She needs to be a little bit more roomy through the hips. It's a little bit angular for Velma. It's a look. I think she's hot. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say she's not good looking. I'm just saying,
But not
she doesn't
right
fill
for
out
Velma.
No, she doesn't fill out the Velma cosplay very well. You know what she would do good? Like a Black Widow cosplay or something.
I'd argue there is a goth aspect to Velma as a character. Well, it never really touches her fashion, though.
No, yeah, you cannot, like, if you pull up a picture of OG Velma, you can't, or even the new Scooby-Doo Velma cartoon, you cannot tell me that there's even a touch of goth in that. Maybe in the severeness of her like A-line cut that she has, like her haircut, because she has a very severe bangs.
Yeah,
And that they call that an A-line, right?
I guess.
So here is someone's conception of a goth Velma, I guess.
Right. And this would work if you gothed up the whole thing. You can't just throw on a pair of Batwing stockings with this. You know what I mean? Like, this is gothing up.
I agree.
This is gothing up Velma in a way that would be instantly recognizable as Velma. You change the colors to the darker, spookier, dark purple, blacks.
Yeah, I guess like a dark purple, like a black skirt, a little bit longer. Yeah, like the stockings, like the long socks and stuff right there, and the shoes. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do it. You could definitely pull it
Because
off
everything
like
that's
this.
supposed to be there is there. You got the socks, you got the Mary Jane shoes, you got the fucking mid-length kind of shorter skirt, you've got the turtleneck. That's what you need. That's the Velma. And when you fuck around and replace them knee-high socks with spooky spiderweb panties or whatever, I don't even know what those are called. I'm sure they've got like a name. And TJ, you'd probably know. You're a fetishist.
You talk about fishnets?
Well, I mean, those are not stockings, though. Those are like part of like a.
I mean, those you can make stockings out of fishnet.
But you can see they're connected to something up under there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I forget what those are called.
Like a corset. It's not a corset. Like
No.
You know what I mean? It's around their
We
waist.
need someone that knows fashion. 'cause
Yeah,
otherwise we're
I just don't know enough about
it's a
fucking.
thing.
And then you-
Someone here knows that garters. Yeah, that sounds right.
Garters.
Garters?
Well, garters. Maybe that's
Okay, that does sound right.
I think
that's what those are.
Yeah,
But I thought garters were like a separate garment. I don't know. Whatever. Who gives a shit? I know what you're talking about. Everyone knows what you're talking about.
But anyway, yeah, they're not working.
A garter belt. Sure.
yeah, it does look like it's hooked into something. So that does make sense.
Krista, what are you doing in here? Go fucking critique my other. I've sent you 3 chapters. You critique 2. You need to fucking go critique the other one so I can move on with my life.
Yeah, and honestly, don't send that shit to me and Paul, TJ. I think you're a little afraid, man.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you when it's fucking done.
Dude, that's some straight up fear right there.
We don't even get a fucking sneak peek, dude.
No. I don't
All right,
want...
Paul, you know what, dude? When I go there, I'm just gonna hack TJ shit, dude, and send you a copy.
Dude,
You know what?
can't even fucking get a sneaker peek, like a single chapter to tease
Not even a
us.
single,
Like,
not even your best chapter.
Dude, even fucking Truman Capote used to show up and read a chapter of his books before they were even done.
TJ is afraid of Paul's critique. Maybe that's true. Paul's harsh. Paul's a harsh boy.
I will tell you exactly why. I don't know about Scotty, but it's probably similar reasons. I'll tell you exactly why TJ doesn't want me to look at the fucking shit, to read the fucking sex bot uprising. Because he knows that I'm very good at worming my way into other people's ideas. And he would rather not have my influence appear somewhere in the book and then as it does, multiply. Like a mutation.
Hasn't TJ been writing about for 10 years? It's been like 3, okay?
I want to read that book, TJ. I am your friend. I am your coworker.
All right, Paul, you know what?
I will send you
the first chapter, okay?
I'm a trusted confidant of yours. I've heard that there's Tajikifants out there that have read parts of this book.
I will send you a chapter, Paul.
And the fact that your compadre.
I've already acquiesced. I'll send you a fucking chapter of the fucking book.
Thick and thin, TJ.
I know.
Thick and thin. I've been there, and I can't even look at this goddamn fucking book.
Fucked up, TJ.
I told you I'll send you a fucking chapter. You'll be fine.
What do you think of me? What do you think of me, TJ?
Anyway. Tonight's goals. 150. We have Grok AI. That's Elon Musk's little AI. Brutally roasts me.
Cool.
I was surprised. I was surprised at how fucking mean it got. I was surprised at how fucking much it hurt. You know, that thing was brutal. It did not. It was. I thought it was gonna be like a little fucking like, oh, you know, he. No, motherfucker was. It shit in my soul. Okay, it was not nice.
By the way, anybody who wants a sneak peek at the upcoming novel Sex Bot Uprising can get a hold of me, and we'll work.
No. For $300, we have 9 lesser-known political parties. Okay.
Cool.
For $450, we have Matt Walsh declaring that Bud Light, if it wants to be forgiven, must grovel at his feet. The entire company of Bud Light must grovel at the feet of Matt Walsh and renounce gender ideology forevermore.
And then he'll absolve them.
Yep.
Sounds like a steep price.
For $600, we have Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson having a little Trump filleting contest, trying to figure out who can fit more of Trump's cock and balls in their mouth. And I think it's probably a tie, but we'll judge.
It's a foot race.
For $750, we have Jump Ass, which I don't know if you guys remember Jump Ass or not, but what it is a beautiful contemplation of female athleticism. It's a powerful testament to the female spirit.
I love
this is a very progressive
segment.
show. So,
and yeah, I love that segment as it highlights an often underlooked group of really spectacular young women.
Yeah, female athletes who are competing at the highest levels.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then our final goal of the night for $900, we have Dr. Drew. Remember Dr. Drew?
I wish I didn't, but yeah, I do.
Yes.
Yeah. He is now on the level of just making PragerU shit and he has made a PragerU anti-weed video. And we're going to take a look at that and see what kind of arguments are being made against our favorite medicine, vitamin M. And then later tonight on Sloppy Seconds, we're going to be watching some true crime stuff in a preparation for our true crime gauntlet. We're going to watch a councilman that's high on crack. We're also going to watch the viral video of that woman getting arrested for masturbating on the beach, and she was later found dead. And some people speculate she may have been murdered. So,
whoa,
kind of a double dose of true crime.
Yeah,
there.
I pulled that. I did not realize that she ended up dead, though.
I knew. Yeah, Scotty, I saw you posted the masturbation video, and I was like, I wonder if Scotty knows that this chick was later found dead. And some people say it was suicide, but some people say it were murder. And for more true crime goodness, we're going to have a giant 6-hour gauntlet of true crime stuff coming up on New Year's Eve. It's going to be the New Year's Eve, you're a fucking shut-in true crime gauntlet for all you motherfuckers with nothing better to do on New Year's Eve, no plans, no life. Let's watch true crime together. And you also, if you join our Patreon, not only do you get access to Sloppy Seconds, which is our after show, not only do you get access to that true crime gauntlet coming up, but you also get access to all of our previous gauntlets. If you can't afford to become a patron, but you still want to watch some Onion Nuggets content, go subscribe to the Onion Nuggets channel down below. And remember, if we get 4,600 paying patrons, we're going to do an 8-hour incel, MGTOW, and MRA gauntlet.
Is it
and you guys have got us pretty close to that a couple times, but we have not quite crossed that fucking finish line yet.
It's such a dilemma for us because I know we want to make more money, but I also don't want to cover that shit for 8 hours.
I mean,
dude,
look,
you know what? Last minute bonus $1,200 goal. The person that pushes us over the $1,200 limit, so whoever donates last and gets us over that limit, will receive chapter 1 of the upcoming book, Sexbot Uprising, by talented author and political commentator TJ Kirk. Comes a tale of robots sucking dick, robots taking it in the asshole, robots giving it in the asshole, robots sucking 2 dicks at once, robots eating pussies that are below dicks on a fuda, robots fucking a furry, robots getting railed by a furry, robots fucking every way that you can possibly imagine, and sucking everything that you want them to. Sex bot uprising.
Is it only just the sex bots that uprise, TJ, or is it all bots? Or just the sex bots are like, we're not going to take anymore? I mean, literally, they're not going to take anymore.
Usually,
have to wait and see, Scotty.
You'll have to read my new novel, Sex Bot Uprising.
Usually, when there's an uprising, it does involve a group of people saying, I'm not going to take it anymore. But the sex bots are having an uprising where they're saying, I'm going to take it all the way.
Truly a work to surpass Mark Twain. I mean, unironically, yes. Yes, it will. I am the greatest author of all time, etc. And all my usual narcissism. Anyway, Jill, I mean, it's a rare moment that I find myself siding with a bunch of right-wing conservatives, but this might be one of those moments.
TJ, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry I'm stuck on this, but I gotta explore it.
All right.
Let's say you share chapter 1 of Sexbot Uprising with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, and I give you a little critique. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good, man. It's interesting. I like your writing. Blah blah whatever. I give you my little critique. Then 6 months later, maybe you're down the road a piece on finishing up some of the book. I just kind of quietly release a book called Sexbot Revolution. And I've basically like changed some names and some dates and some places, but I've ripped off your fucking whole idea. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a huge hit. Would you sue me?
I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, yeah,
that's
I
fucked
probably
up,
would.
dude. Just for stealing your work, dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
Sorry.
I don't know. It was
fucking
like
harsh, dude. Just you stole your idea you worked on for fucking well, I mean, this iteration of your novel? I mean, you've been working on novels, or at least these characters. I'm assuming for what, about 10 years you've toyed with
Probably more
using
than
these
that.
characters. Yeah, so it's been quite a while. So yeah, honestly, Paul, let's just deal it together. Then he's forced to sue both of us.
Will a character named Paul be yiffed to death by furries?
I mean,
Maybe
I know
now.
the defense already. You can say, I'm TJ's brother. The whole idea for Sexbot Uprising came from a conversation that I had where I laid these ideas out. This is my idea.
I mean, I think a lot of the ideas. I mean, I do recall reading like a chapter or two of Sexbot Uprising. I do think a lot of it was taken from conversations with me and TJ. I want to say that now.
Damn.
A lot of these ideas I came up with, TJ. So I think I deserve at least 50% of the book.
Anyway, here's
anyways, I mean, like trying to dismiss my legal claim, dude. Are you fucking serious?
Why are you so sensitive about this, TJ? What is the deal?
Why am I so sensitive about what? What I do?
You're very sensitive about
my legal
Uprising.
claim to your fucking work.
Like, you are not pleased right now. It's clear that you're like on a level of annoyance on the TJ annoyance scale. Where's he at in your estimation right now, Scotty?
He's charging up. If he's like Goku right now, he's right. Charging his power. His power is charging up.
TJ, I think he's at like a 5 and rising.
I said 50%. Look, that was obviously a crazy ass figure. What is your counter? Your counter is this crappy Christmas video.
Oh my God, I hate shit like this. I really am gonna be glad when shit like this doesn't exist anymore and people aren't making this stupid fucking unwatchable fucking holiday shit anymore. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't like it.
Are they unironically almost like aping like vaudeville kind of stuff? Because it almost like, I know like this is Joe Biden's White House, so it's like this is not supposed to be racist, but like, it kind of comes across as like very racist.
What about all these young hot dancers snaking around makes you think Joe Biden? You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't like,
nothing
at all. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this is even like financed. The people paid for this.
So is their attempt to make some sort of viral Christmas video?
Anyway,
you watch videos for a living, Paul. Quit bitching. Like, yeah, okay. So the fact that I'm
bitching about videos part of that very job.
That's my fucking job, you dick.
So yeah, Jill Biden's White House Christmas video is slammed as bizarre, freaky, and absolute garbage.
It wasn't bizarre or freaky.
Yeah, it wasn't bizarre or freaky, but absolute garbage. Yeah,
it was.
I would say it is.
Look, dude, I don't want to undermine the talented dancers that they hired to do it because they ain't got nothing to do with it. It was just a gig for them. But yeah, this was not well choreographed or conceived. It was a little spooky, like that soy face from that lady was a little over the top. But it's more just like cringy, and I'm looking at this and I'm going like that. I'm going like, but we can't get health care, huh? like the White House can hire on the taxpayer's dime a bunch of fucking dancers and a video production crew and a set designer and like stage a whole musical or whatever to try and ingratiate themselves to people. But we can't get not a dime for health care, though.
Yeah, what about just like a rote bullshit? They were like, you get Joe Biden and Jill Biden, and it's like, hey, Jack, this Merry
Here's
Christmas.
some reactions. Ian Miles Cheong says, "What's with the Hunger Games aesthetic?" Yeah, it was kind of Hunger Gamesy. Broken clock is right twice a day.
I've somehow up until now even resisted seeing any of the Hunger Games films.
I've seen enough to say. I mean, maybe it is kind of. Yeah, I guess it is It vaguely is evocative.
And you saying that has that video we just watched has a Hunger Games aesthetic pretty much just ensured that I'm never going to watch any of them.
Libs of TikTok, everybody's favorite content creator, says this should have come with a sensitivity label. This is horrendous. Once again, I mean, I hate to agree, but yep.
I agree with the second part of that.
Desperately pandering, so much cringe. I don't really know who they're pandering to. Tap dance aficionados? I don't know.
No, that means there's too many black people in it.
Oh, okay, that's just code for too much black. Got it. The secondhand embarrassment is off the charts. I don't really feel secondhand embarrassment. I just feel like I don't want to watch it. Children should not be watching this smut. Dude, if this is your idea of smut, you've got to be the lamest motherfucker on the face of the earth. I mean, like, what about that was smutty? It's a mentally ill Christmas at the Biden White House. I mean, I kind of want to just dismiss that, but then I remember this facial expression, and I'm like, well, she does look a little bit insane. And then this is a person who's just like, never forget what they took from you. Remember when Christmas was a dignified affair under Melania Trump?
Oh my God, hers was like
she fucking hated Christmas. She openly was like, "Fuck Christmas, bunch of bullshit."
The video they made of her walking among those weird trees that she had, she looked like a fucking like Na'vi walking around, like like tending the gardens on whatever that fucking planet is from that movie. It was fucking weird. She looked like an alien visiting an alien landscape.
Yeah, she could not give a fuck less. And this is trying way too hard. You have like a balance in the middle. Just
tap dancing is borderline. I mean, like, how about this? The White House does not need to put out a fucking Christmas video. Like I don't
care if they do, but do whatever the world leader does. You just go
like clamoring for that from the White House. Like, man, I sure hope the White One puts out a Christmas video.
They can do it, but just have a thing with you have Joe Biden, you have his wife, maybe you have that fucking they're one of their terrible dogs that bites everybody. Like for my family, yeah, Merry Christmas, Jack. Like have some shit like that. You don't fucking make this some stupid dance number.
As a mentally ill person, I disown any association with this garbage. Fair.
Well, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I just kind of like wish there's really no middle ground between this and that for me. I kind of just wish they'd stop doing this. And in lieu of that, if they want to really do a Christmas present to the American people, how about some healthcare? How about some fucking infrastructure? How about some fucking border policy that isn't tragic? How about that? On any of the number of things. How about what would be a good present this year? You know what I want from Santa this year?
What?
Federal legalization of marijuana, which could be done at the stroke of a pen by Joe Biden, by the way.
Well, the funny thing is they're working on that, Paul, but the Department of Health and Human Services, they have to do their public consult. It's like they have to have public time for public comment. They have to look into that. The president has directed that, though. They're talking about rescheduling that. They're talking about it now, and they're going to keep talking.
Wow,
Rudy Giuliani.
That's literally the answer to that question. Yeah, by the way,
Rudy Giuliani is ordered to pay over $148 million to 2 Georgia election workers for defamation.
Rudy. Let me tell you something.
Oh, Rudy, why?
If Rudy has $148 million left at this point, I'm Joe Biden.
Dude, I loved what the Drudge Report did with this story on their homepage.
the oil leak.
Yeah, they decided to bring back the classic oil leak. And,
Rudy is bankrupt. This guy's so fucked, dude. There's no way.
He has no money left. I
will tell you guys this. Somebody earlier in the chat mentioned the Giuliani episode, and I wasn't going to say anything, but the Giuliani episode has started to take shape.
Oh, shit.
Initial work has started on the Giuliani episode.
Do you think it could be a whole gauntlet?
I mean, it depends. We could talk about that because if expanded out, it probably could be, but it really wouldn't be a gauntlet. It would just be an extra long fucking show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the saga continues with this guy. It just goes on and on. I mean, like, and Rudy's what, 79? He's old as the hills.
Well, it's not only the saga continues. I was kind of unaware, I've come to find out, of Rudy's early political life and how fraught with weirdness that is. I'll give you a little preview. One of the weirdest things that I've learned that I never really, I guess I didn't think about it, is how instrumental Rudy was in developing the personality that is political Donald Trump. All of the shit that Trump does, yelling at news reporters and having this like never say you're wrong policy, don't back down, that kind of, you know how he is.
Yeah.
100% that's Rudy. Rudy Giuliani coined all of that shit. Donald Trump basically cribbed his whole fucking personality off of this dude.
Here's the new conspiracy theory that Jenna Ellis intentionally sabotaged his hair dye that day because she was always an anti-Trump plant. Whatever, dude.
Dude, that's ridiculous. That happens.
That
happens.
That's next level cope. Okay.
That happens, dude. Old men have trouble with grooming and shit. Rudy probably insists on dyeing his own hair so that he can remain plausible deniability, you know. And he just fucking did it. He left it in too long or whatever and started schvetting. It started to run.
Well, the weird thing is when you dye your hair is you usually wash it and condition it after if you do it right. So yeah, like if that's the case, like
Rudy's just like shoe polish will do a good a job as any hair dye.
I'm just saying, like for you to be leaking the stuff would just be like you did it at the last second and you didn't even do it right.
He uses what I assume is these cans of like touch-up stuff. A lot of TV personalities do it where they will have their hair dyed, but in order to cover up the roots and to just give it a little extra sheen and a little extra color, they'll spray on a temporary kind of color.
Yep.
And that is what was leaking off of Rudy's head. You can't go out in the rain and that because it'll just, it's made to come out with water. So he just sweated it off. That's exactly what happened.
A federal jury on Friday ordered Rudy Giuliani to pay $148 million to two Georgia election workers for falsely claiming they committed ballot fraud in the 2020 presidential election. The jaw-dropping figure includes $75 million in punitive damages, along with awards of $20 million to each of the two election workers for emotional distress and more than $16 million each for defamation. Giuliani was in court as the verdict was read aloud by the federal judge. After the court adjourned, the plaintiffs joyously embraced, while Giuliani, who stood alone, packed a bag without looking up. NBC News reported. Outside the courthouse, Giuliani called the damages figure absurd and vowed to appeal. The defamation damage award is the latest in a series of legal blows to Giuliani related to his service as the top campaign lawyer for Donald Trump in efforts to reverse the former Republican president's loss in that election. Giuliani, Trump, and 17 other defendants were indicted this summer on state criminal court charges in Georgia in connection with their attempts to undo Trump's defeat. The civil verdict by the jury Friday came after Giuliani's lawyer said the former mayor would not testify in the case in U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., reversing his supposed plans to do so. The plaintiffs in the case, Ruby Freeman and Wandrea Shea Moss, who are mother and daughter, sued Giuliani in 2021 for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and civil conspiracy. Judge Beryl Howell in August issued a default judgment against Giuliani in the women's favor because Giuliani had repeatedly failed to comply with orders requiring him to turn over evidence to their attorneys. Giuliani previously had conceded that for the purposes of the lawsuit, he had made false statements about the women that were defamatory. Howell's ruling meant that the trial would only determine how much money the former New York mayor would pay the women in damages. On Tuesday, a social media expert had testified that it would cost the women between $17 million and nearly $48 million to fix the damages to their reputations, blah, blah, blah. Giuliani had in the Georgia Senate hearing after the 2020 election that Freeman and Moss at a ballot counting location had passed each other USB flash drives like vials of heroin or cocaine as part of a scheme to defraud Trump of an election win. Moss later testified to Congress that she and her mother were passing candy.
Is it time for Rudy to get on Keep On Rolling, baby? Roll on
Why'd that
Trump.
candy look so suspiciously like a USB flash drive then? That's what I want to know.
Dude, Rudy, it's time to roll, baby. It's time to roll, baby.
There's no way he can pay them, but somebody earlier was like, where do they get these ridiculous numbers from? And dude, I think the numbers are pretty fair in this case. You got to really honestly, like, I know we're so used to just hearing about these types of things. You got to really think about like what was done to the plaintiffs in this case. Or, you know, they were fucking aggrieved in a real way. Like you have a public perception and persona that's on display more now than it ever has been in history, that follows you forever. And an agent of the president's head lawyer, in the wake of an election, went on national TV a bunch of times and invoked your name in a crazy conspiracy that didn't exist to steal the election.
Yeah, showed videos of them and were like, look, that's where they did it. That's where they did it.
So these women were, as you can probably imagine, the source of massive, they probably still are and probably will be for the rest of their lives. Or at least for a long time. There's going to be MAGA people calling them and making death threats and stalking them on every social media post, trying to make everything they do look bad. I mean, he basically ruined their reputation publicly to the point where they probably would have had a hard time finding a job in their industry. He ruined their lives basically with his bullshit lies. And 148 million, that's what you kind of need to be able to just like support yourself and not have to worry about it.
And it's not like they're going to get
all they were passing back and forth between themselves was just some innocent candy, you guys. Or was it?
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, shit. The smoking gun is here.
Oh, shit. What now? What now, libs?
I mean, there's no way, dude. Rudy's never going to pay this money.
FYI, proving slander in the U.S. is a Herculean task. That's how inept Giuliani is. I mean, he didn't
turn over anything.
First of all, it wasn't slander, it was defamation. But
there was a discovery period.
He just said, like, yeah, I did it. But he was trying to get a lower fee. He was trying to get a lower judgment against him.
Well, no, they even said it. They won by default because when they were doing discovery and asking for evidence, Rudy failed to comply. I mean, he basically lost. He didn't even really try to represent himself or hire a representation.
Listen to this funny ass shit. In closing arguments, Giuliani's own attorney compares him to a flat earther who won't stop believing in the stolen election.
Wow.
So basically, it's my senile old grandpa that just doesn't know any better.
Rudy Giuliani's own attorney compared him to a fanatical flat earther who will never stop believing the 2020 election lie, and asked the jury to have sympathy when determining how much he owes the plaintiffs in the defamation suit. Politico's Kyle Cheney live tweeted closing arguments in the defamation case. Joe Sibley repeatedly criticizing Giuliani, comparing him to flat earthers who will never stop believing election lies, saying he committed an injustice against Moss Freeman, noting he's almost 80. Rudy Giuliani shouldn't be defined by what's happened in recent times, Cheney. Like, this is his lawyer. This is the arguments being made by Giuliani's representation. Like, yeah, he's a fucking nut job. He did fucking say some horrible shit. He's like a flat earther practically at this point. But like, come on, he's old. He shouldn't be judged by this. You know, he's just an old man.
Judge him by all the good things he done, not by all the lies he told. Yeah, okay, that's not how that works.
Onion nuggets, baby.
Dude, Rudy could have easily just coasted along in his final years of life, just being a rich fuck. Clearly, having interviews.
Rudy Giuliani would be doing right now if he hadn't gotten involved in all this bullshit. He'd be fucking putting out his master class. He'd be on speaking tours.
Yeah, he'd be on Easy Street, dude. He'd be on
fucking Easy Street, just fucking doing little speaking engagements.
He'd have Russian and Eastern European reporters
or some shit.
Interviewing him and blowing him afterwards.
He'd be doing leadership seminars. He'd be fucking, making occasional little TV appearances and shit. I mean, he could have had it good. He could have had it easy.
He could have had it all, Rudy, but you throw it away. Threw it all away. And for what?
It's a tragic figure, dude. He really
all
is.
for Orange Man. I do it for my Orange King. Orange King, do you love me? I can't stand you, Rudy.
Yeah, I mean, like, and that's a sad thing is like, at the end of the day, you think all this stuff, all this suffering, like you would think at least he'd notice you, right? But no. Trump couldn't give less of a fuck about Rudy Giuliani right now.
We had that story a couple months back where Rudy came to Trump hand in hand and was like, "Please, Daniel, can you help pay
Yeah,
my
like
legal
begging Trump for
bills?"
money, and Trump's like, nah,
Yeah,
you.
Rudy, sure,
I'll
whatever.
do a fundraiser for you or something, but I'm not giving you any of my money.
Well, dude, Donald Trump didn't get rich by giving money to his underlings. Like, let's just be clear on that. Like, Donald Trump ain't giving fucking nobody no money. Like, unless they have the last name Trump, he ain't interested in giving them any money.
Has Trump started distancing himself from Rudy? I haven't seen him distance himself, but like you don't see him talking about it. You don't see him speaking up on Rudy's behalf. If he has, I've not seen it reported.
The only time I've really seen Trump defend people, for the most part, are people that are like vociferously defended him. And Rudy did do that, but Rudy's also old and incompetent and didn't win. If he'd won any of those cases and Trump had somehow managed to cling to power, then of course, he'd be in Trump's good graces. Trump basically doesn't want anything to do with Rudy. He didn't win him any cases. He didn't benefit him in any way. Like he's happy to have him as a sacrificial lamb. He's happy for that, but he doesn't give a fuck about Rudy.
Has Trump started distancing? He's already, like, as Scotty was just saying, he's already done it. Like, he's already distanced himself from Rudy. He's left him out to dry legally. Like, hasn't helped him with any of his bills. He doesn't mention him ever anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if Trump has mentioned Rudy Giuliani, like on Truth Social or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, he might, the most you probably get from Trump at this point is, oh, it's tragic, but then he's going to turn right back to him. Like, Trump does, I mean, what could Rudy do for Trump at this point anyways? He doesn't have any money. He doesn't have any influence, obviously. He's lost all these court cases, like, and Trump said it over and over again. He likes winners, and Rudy's a loser at this point. So what does he want? He wants nothing to do with the guy.
Yep. Dude, Trump really fucking hung this dude out to dry, dude. And a bunch of other people as well.
That's why if I was Rudy, it's time to keep on rolling, baby. If Rudy was smart, that's what he would do. I mean, yeah, all the MAGA people attack him and hate him, but I mean, what are they going to do for him now? I mean, like, unless there's some pile of money that obviously is just none of us know about that's waiting for Rudy somewhere. I mean, he's got no reason to stay loyal to Trump. Dude, Trump does not give a fuck.
What if Rudy has a why I left the right moment because of this and fucking just comes out as this giant progressive?
It'd be a smart move at this point. He could be like, yep, was all lies. Trump's a liar. He could do that grift and probably make a bunch of money. I mean, that's really what Rudy's looking at. The right, I mean, like I said, unless there's just some slush fund or there's something overseas or some fucking Swiss bank account that it's got, his grandma's or his pet parakeet's name on it, and he's going to be fine because all the money is, untraceable and he's just got to keep his mouth shut. I mean, hey, if there's something like that, then I guess it makes sense for him to do it.
I think Rudy's fate is going to end up in a non-extradition country, just kind of fucking fading into non-existence. That's where I think Rudy's
go live in Moscow.
He'll run, dude. If his back is truly against the wall and he's looking at fucking utter destitution, losing what little he has left, he'll run. He'll go somewhere. He'll go to Bolivia or some shit, buy a big estate there and have a winery that he has nothing to do with. You know what I mean? He'll do some shit.
I am looking through Trump's page to see if he's mentioned Rudy Giuliani at all recently. And no surprise, he is not. But he also posts like 5 million things a day. So,
yeah, but I mean, you figure with all the stuff going on with Rudy,
today would be the day to do it because
like you figure Trump comes out like, look, ridiculous,
Rudy, unfair. Giuliani
Rudy just told the truth. Rudy told look, I want to be clear. Rudy told the truth. Those women, they passed the files. Look, you saw it on tape. They passed the files. They cheated.
For supporting.
They lied. They gave Biden more votes. They lied. You figure there'd be something like that, but it's just like crickets. He doesn't give a fuck about him. He never did, obviously.
Rudy really squandered a fuck ton of political capital over the course of his career. I mean, at one point, he was universally adored. After 9/11, even with all of the scandals, the stop and frisk shit that he instituted and the over policing, which was really the big hallmark of his time as New York mayor was. And, you know, like he wore it like a badge of honor. And to a certain extent, I guess he earned it. Because before he became mayor, New York's crime was fucking literally out of control. They had thousands of murders a year. And Giuliani took over and significantly reduced crime in New York, cleaned up a lot of the seedy areas of town, and
so
revitalized them and shit. So like Rudy, like he did that. He had that under his fucking belt.
I mean, he
back
at one
2
point was on that
weeks.
short list of people running for the Republican nomination. I mean, like he wasn't very successful.
I
on
went
the national
back 2
stage, but he still had that
weeks
prominence
on,
where he could be in that conversation. That's a pretty powerful position.
He
to be in.
actually very briefly ran against Hillary Clinton for New York Senate.
Oh, I didn't know.
I went back 2 weeks on Truth Social to see if Trump has mentioned Giuliani even once, and he has not. So the entire time this has been going on, Trump has not mentioned the guy.
I like winners. I like winners a lot, and Rudy's a loser now.
So he's not said one goddamn thing.
I mentioned stop and frisk. There's a bunch of people in the chat are like, and he also did. I said stop and frisk.
He did.
Over policing.
No, you didn't. Why didn't you mention stop and frisk, Paul? You don't care? You guys just don't care about stop and frisk, huh?
Look, stop and frisk is a great policy. Look, a lot of these thugs in the street.
You didn't even mention that, Paul. You just
Look,
thought
they got a lot of guns off the street.
Giuliani,
a lot of thugs on the street, and you gotta stop them. You frisk them. If they have nothing to hide, they've got nothing to worry about.
If you've got nothing to hide, there's nothing. You're not gonna get frisked. But these predators, and that's what I call them. That's what they are. Predators.
Over policing works. Okay.
To a certain extent, you're right, but it institutes other social ills. So it's not the end all be all. Increased police presence can do wonders for an area if there are, a decent ground rules governing those police. The NYPD was an off the chain street gang that would bust into these parties and bad neighborhoods, just beat people up, grab whoever they wanted and arrest them. There were really exploitative quotas for how many, arrests had to be made. It was just a deeply corrupt institution.
So last week we covered, last show, me and Paul were talking about this satanic statue on display, and I said, some Christian's going to come and break and just bust this thing up.
Thank you, baby Jesus. Our prayers are answered.
I pretty much had no doubt that was going to happen, and it has. So here you go.
Display from the Satanic Temple of Iowa at the State House has been damaged. The Satanic Temple posted this video to Facebook today. It says investigators told them their statue was damaged beyond repair. The display has been up for most of the month. The Satanic Temple of Iowa intended to be up tomorrow. Now, this display has drawn a lot of controversy. The governor even called for people to pray over the Capitol in response to it.
No! We gotta go LARP at the Capitol.
At the State House because of religious freedom.
Dude, that
religious freedom, man.
Dude, that chrome goat skull.
Dude, I love it, dude. How the newscaster in, they have to allow it because of religious freedom. Like, oh shit, sorry.
Boo.
Religious boo, freedom, boo, wrong kind of freedom.
Dude.
Look, you're free to be a good old Christian in America, but that's it.
I said last show this was going to happen. I didn't think it would happen so quickly after I said it, but it did.
I don't know how you guys can even sit there and fucking joke, dude. This is a blow. Dude, the chrome goat skull of our Lord Satan has been shattered. Dude, that was about fucking $100 worth of fucking Michael's Craft Store squares of chrome material and hot glue on a fucking plaster fucking thing that we made, dude. Dude, They've really dealt a blow. They've dealt a blow by breaking
not
that
to mention
fucking
Satan
worthless
is-
piece of shit.
Yeah, Satan is pleased though. I mean, like these Christians don't get it. You come in with avarice and anger, and you destroy his monument. It's like Satan's not upset with you. Satan is pleased. He's like, good.
Yes.
Do my bidding.
Give in to your hatred.
Yes.
Grab the chrome goat skull and smash it into a million pieces.
Of course, the dude's from
you would think
Mississippi.
the stupidity would end here, but we're in America, so no, of course it doesn't.
Well, yeah, you really struck a blow for fucking freedom and democracy.
So
there,
the guy who went and
hillbilly piece of
smashed up the
shit.
statue is actually running for Congress.
Yeah, he's a LARPer.
And
It was a
this is,
publicity stunt.
This is on his page right here. One of his things he wants to do for his law and order initiatives is mandatory minimum for mob destruction of statues, infrastructure, and houses of worship, automatic 10 years in jail, plus the cost of repair.
All right, throw his ass in
Oh.
jail. Give him
All
10
right.
years and fix
Fair
the
enough.
statue.
Lock him up. Lock him up.
Well, that only counts good Christian statues, TJ.
But Ron DeSantis to the rescue, boys. Ron DeSantis vows to help man charged with beheading Iowa Capitol's satanic temple
I
statue.
mean, the guy turned himself in and admitted to it. Like, what does he need to help with? Like, guy should happily face his punishment.
Because here's what's going on, Scotty. Ron DeSantis says Satan has no place in our society and should not be recognized as a religion by the federal government. I'll chip in to contribute to this Veterans Legal Defense Fund.
Wait,
Good
the guys that
prevails
love
over
freedom,
evil.
literally, okay, the First Amendment of the Constitution disagrees with you, Ronnie. So,
No,
yeah,
Scotty,
there you
religious
go.
freedom was never meant to protect that religious freedom.
Yeah, it's only meant to protect the ones I like. It's like, yet again, just,
But doesn't
let's
it
just-
say something in the old Constitution about the government not having preference about religion?
I mean, well, we can look at the language and kind of figure that out.
Let's see.
Oh,
Yeah, here it is.
Congress shall make no law respecting an established religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
And not to mention, these Republicans all know this, and everyone understands that these satanic groups they're basically atheist groups. They're trolling Christians. They're not actually worshiping Satan. It's just because they know it's going to trigger a bunch of fucking little whiny conservative snowflakes that can't stand it. Oh my God! If we look in the Capitol building, there's a satanic display. It's like you guys have crosses everywhere, on private land, on public land. There's massive levels of public accommodation for Christianity, and because there's one little Baphomet display, they just can't handle themselves. They just can't do it. They have to go and smash it up. And at the same time, just prove right the people mocking them.
It's one of the reasons why, despite growing up in a more conservative area and certainly having access to those ideas, it just never caught on with me, because there's just an inherent hypocrisy at the heart of American conservatism. They are strict constitutionalists until the Constitution is used to rightfully defend something they don't like.
Oh, completely.
They are strict gun advocates unless it's black people buying the guns. You know what I mean? Like, everybody should have the right to buy a gun, and black people start buying it. We need to stop this.
Wait a second.
You know, it's just their religion is rife with this kind of hypocrisy as well. You know, they're strict adherents of the Bible unless somebody asks them why they're wearing a shirt with mixed fibers on it. You know what I mean? Like, then they try and say that the whole book of Leviticus is no longer in play. But if you ask them about gay marriage, they'll quote Leviticus at you. You know what I mean? It's just, everything's about what's convenient for my
They're
argument.
cherry pickers, dude. Yeah, they're
The
cherry pick.
shape-shifting fucking monster that is Christianity. It's whatever it needs to be in any
Oh,
situation.
and by the way, the
Yeah.
Bible explicitly says to listen to and obey the government and your emperor or your leaders. So
So shouldn't
I don't
all
know.
these Christians be like, Biden is the chosen leader? Biden was chosen
Right.
by God for some reason. We might not agree with God's decision, but it is not ours to question it.
Yeah, and obeying the law. I mean, like, look, there's been a number of court cases on these religious displays. They can put up a Christian display. Can you imagine if there's a Christian display and like a Satanist or an atheist or some other group came and ripped it down, destroyed it?
Yeah, Lucian LeChance or whatever the fuck his name is shows up with his one dead eye and just like sets
Lucian
fire to it.
Reeves, and we're actually about to check him out. Here he is making a CNN appearance after this happened.
I think Lucian LeChance is the dude that comes to you from the Dark Brotherhood in fucking Elder Scrolls.
Sounds
You're
cool.
probably right.
I want to bring in the co-founder and spokesperson of the Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves. Lucian, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Let's
Thank
start
you.
with what happened to that display.
Hail
How did you
Satan.
feel when you saw the damage?
Well, they had prayer rallies. They protested us. They denigrated the local government for following the law and opening the public forum to all viewers. And they still felt the need to tear down the statue or the display that was put up by our Iowa congregation. I think it was a real act of cowardice. It's cowardice dressed up as heroism. It's acting like they're standing up for us when, in fact, when politicians do this, and my understanding is that this is somebody running for public office, they're really yielding to the whims of an uncomprehending, undemocratic mob, and they don't have the spine to stand up for the values that they swore to uphold when they took an oath of office. And I think we saw similar.
This guy's just running, so he hasn't actually taken an oath of office yet. But I don't think that would make
It
much
just
of a
means all the
difference
public
to him.
officials that have come out against this. I mean, obviously the guy destroying it too, but I mean, the state dragged its feet. I mean, they're basically forced to do this. Like, you know, is what he's saying. He's saying like, this really shouldn't be a big deal. If the government is saying, and the Supreme Court
Volume
decisions,
is too low. All right, I will.
and
turn it
with
up
the
for you.
Supreme Court decision saying that, oh, religious displays in public settings are fine as long as you don't discriminate, then you can't discriminate. So if it's a satanic one, be it an invocation, be it a display, whatever, you have to accept it. You have to allow it. And that's the rule of law that he's talking about.
From Ron DeSantis in his comments about us recently.
I'll get to Ron DeSantis's comments in just a moment, but you know, the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds, she said earlier this week that she thought that the display was absolutely objectionable, but that
Yeah, but it's not her personal opinion. That's irrelevant. She can think whatever she likes, but as a government official and the state, the governor's the highest level in the state of Iowa, you have to say, well, you know, I mean, I don't agree with this. There's plenty of things I don't agree with in public discourse in life, but I have to tolerate them and understand that people have different points of views and accept those points of views. And if we've as a society determined that these displays, religious displays, are acceptable, and they all have to be acceptable, then you have to allow them in these places and protect them and not destroy them.
The best response to objectionable speech is more speech. She went on to encourage people to join her in praying over the Capitol. What did you think of that response? Were you surprised that it came from her?
I'm surprised that it did come from any of the politicians right now, and it's really courageous to take a stance for free speech at this point on either the left or the right. And there's a certain point at which we need some adults in the room to tell people what our liberal democratic values are, what their value is, why we uphold them, and what they're good for, and they need to stand up for these types of values, or we're going to further degenerate in our polarism towards autocracy.
You were talking about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
The hell this guy talking about? What's all this jibber jabber, hibbity skibbity? Talk English, you damn Satan.
Well, yeah, I'll say that it
life.
is that is the appropriate response. If her response is the fact is like, look, you know, Christians can have their say, and Satanists or atheists, whoever can have their say, that's exactly how it should be.
Well, the sad thing is these words have very little chance of ever reaching the ears of any of the people that he's really trying to talk to here, because the fact that he is the head of the Church of Satan, immediately these motherfuckers won't even listen to him. They'll be like, I will not let the words of this serpent taint mine ears.
No, you're right.
Temple.
So
I've seen that firsthand plenty of
Well,
times. I'm
whatever-
sure you have
whatever.
too, Paul. It's like if there's anything that's ungodly or satanic, there's certain people. It's like I don't want to hear. That's disgusting. Don't even mention that to
So-
me.
He is criticizing an IRS rule that was put in place under the Trump administration that designated the Satanic Temple as a tax-exempt church. Is he right, though? Fundamentally, did the Trump administration's actions actually give your organization a legal standing to have this display?
No, we have a system in place where we have a system of checks and balances.
yeah,
and we
their
have-
legal standing is inherent. Like they even if they weren't a fully recognized religion, you can set up a shrine to your personal fucking religion on you don't have to be like some government recognized tax exempt religion. So it's bullshit. Their right to set up these displays is inherent. And really the answer to this is you can have it one of two ways. Either everybody can put up their freaky beaky bullshit whenever they want inside of the public fucking hall.
Yeah, or no
Or-
one can.
Or no one can, or you just have a blanket ban on religious displays on public property, which is really what Lucian Greaves wants them to do. He's trying to get them to say, like, yeah, all this Bible shit that we put all over the fucking courthouse every Christmas, that really shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, nativity displays, all that kind of stuff. It's like let's just keep that out. Let's have a secular government. Let's have that wall of separation, which makes the most sense. Oh, by the way, we did get some actually not super chats, but Streamlab donos. Julian said, if I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, take my money, you magnificent bastards. Thank you. And someone's asking, Paul, where you at in California? Not trying to find your house or anything, just a curious fellow California resident.
I'm in an undisclosed bunker in the high deserts of the Tehachapi.
There you go.
static institutions like the IRS that work under a certain set of rules. And they're supposed to act neutrally in regard to viewpoint and just follow rote practices in which, if we fall within the parameters of the law, our rights will be respected the same as anybody else's. We don't want to yield some kind of power to the government to begin picking and choosing between religious groups. People might hate us and people might want to exclude us, but that simply opens the door to more sectarian battles, and it certainly won't stop there. Our IRS tax-exempt application certainly never came across Trump's desk. Trump wouldn't have comprehended it if he had seen it. And I think this
That's so true.
Good point.
Yeah, dude, Trump needs maybe if you put together a picture book.
I love it.
Maybe
It's so
Trump would have
true.
got it then, but Trump doesn't. I mean, look, Trump is someone who rules, and when he was in charge, I mean, did it through favorites and vassals. Trump wasn't making these rules or policies, you know. More likely if they did that.
Asked why he hosted known transphobe David Silverman at the Satanic Temple compound, directly flying in the face of the TST mission of advocating for minority groups. Well, you can go ahead and bring that to him, I guess. I'm not going to try to argue for some situation I just learned about through.
Yeah,
you,
I can't argue about every.
$10.
Yeah, we can't
Just
speak to his position. That's not our position.
that is just another display of cowardice from a politician who wants to play ignorant. I think he knows better. I would be happy to debate him at any point, but I do think he is being a pathetic little coward when he tries to use us as a ploy to appeal to a mob of people who just don't understand what somebody like him very well should understand and should convey to the public, instead of riling up fears and animosity between different people.
So what should we understand about the Satanic Temple group? What is the actual message that you're trying to convey?
The message is worship Satan, kill babies,
Yeah,
and
what
drink
is
the
this, what is this
damn
interview?
blood.
What is the actual message here? Like, why are you guys doing this? I mean, this is like it's just denigrating, and there's just the implication that, you know, there's no actual discourse here.
Why
this guy is somehow a piece of shit.
It's also a stupid question at this point because he's just got done telling you what their mission is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
So for our incredibly stupid audience at home, could you explain that a little bit more simplistically? Here's some good news. I know you guys we got a lot of collectors out there in the world, right? Donald
Ooh,
Trump is
yeah.
selling pieces of the suit he wore in that famous mugshot for $5,000.
I mean,
Oh
guys,
my
I think that's a
God.
steal. I know you guys are gonna probably right after this episode go and sign up to buy a piece. I know I'm going.
Dude, I
to.
bought a shit ton of these. I was fucking on it. I fucking sold all my stock in Nvidia. I'm like, who needs this worthless bullshit?
Smart.
I
move.
want some Trump cloth, baby.
TJ, you know what, TJ? Normally I criticize you, but on this one, you're a smart fucking man, dude. You know what, TJ? I've said many bad things. I take it back. You bought a bunch of pieces of the suit, that Nvidia stock. Look, that stock's gonna crash at some point. Is stock and
Right,
Donald
'cause
Trump ever gonna crash?
who
No.
fucking needs it in the long run, right?
I mean, when Trump takes over America, TJ, and they come for you like, we're gonna kill you, TJ. You're a liberal, and you go like, I got pieces of Trump's suit. They're gonna be like, oh, you're just a secret.
Can you
one of
put a
us.
man who owns pieces of Trump's beautiful mugshot suit in jail?
I mean, you can imagine,
for
TJ, like.
sedition?
No.
No.
Yeah, I mean, even if they put you on trial, like even let's say they try to ignore that, Donald Trump's going to pardon you as the emperor and just be like, this man bought many pieces of my suit. He's a real American.
It's beautiful
patriot.
how many pieces he bought.
He bought, what does he say, 7 pieces? No, 10 pieces. You hear this? 10 pieces of my suit. He loves America. And he loves me.
He's a beautiful man.
TJ,
Yes.
now that you've had a little distance from it, where were you at on the annoyance scale earlier?
A 0, Paul.
Bullshit. Be honest.
I wasn't even remotely annoyed with you, Paul. How could I ever be annoyed with you? My heart overflows with love and patience. Okay.
Oh, come on, TJ.
It's true.
Was it like was it like a 6?
Paul, I mean, this is ridiculous. I did not feel even remotely
So like a
the
7
slightest
then?
tinge of annoyance or impatience.
So like a
So-
7.
Okay, so you weren't annoyed at all? That's good to know. So go back to negotiations. Like I said, 50. Your counter is?
No, I'm sorry, Sky. I don't remember the ridiculous context of what
I said I deserve, because of the previous conversations we had,
Uh-huh.
I feel like I deserve some, a little sum from that book. And obviously I threw out the number of 50%. That might be, look, I realize that could be greedy, TJ. You have done a lot of work. I say 50. What do you say?
I'll tell you what. How about 0%? How
I
about
mean,
no percent?
that's a ridiculous counter, dude. I mean, you gotta give me 0. You're gonna be nothing for those
Give you
ideas.
nothing. Yeah.
I'll
you
see you in court then.
I don't recall you contributing any ideas, Sonny. So.
I contribute a number of ideas. That's not true.
Report. Trump made $160 million in foreign business deals as president. Trump repeatedly broke his promise
What?
that his company wouldn't make new foreign business deals while he was in office. And I guess he made a few.
But look, for the interest of America, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, the president's got to make a fucking foreign business deal or two to keep him pleased, to grease the wheels, right? Former President Donald Trump made tens of millions of dollars in foreign business deals while he was in office, pointing to numerous potential conflicts of interest, a report from a nonprofit government watchdog reveals. The report, revealed by Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, on
Man,
Thursday, examines Trump's
If that's a
tax
real
record.
organization, did they ever stop working? Like, is it even
I want to know if
possible?
this organization even existed before this report, or if this is something that was created solely for this moment.
I mean, even if, I'm sure it probably existed before, but just, if you're literally working for ethics and responsibility in Washington, like that would be such a massive stack of like just of work.
Yeah, I mean, you
being
got to
thrown at
be,
every
man,
day.
I know I said we needed more idealism, but holy shit, there comes a point where you might have gone too far. Trump and his family assured the American people during his campaign that he wouldn't be influenced by his company's international business dealings as president, but he refused to financially divest from the Trump organization while in office. Though he handed over management of his business to his adult sons, Trump claims only that they wouldn't engage in any new business contracts, failing to address deals the company made before he became president. But Trump and his family couldn't even stick to that standard. When it came to foreign conflicts of interest, Trump and his company pledged to pause foreign business. They did not. The full extent
Naturally.
foreign business ties influence his decision-making as president may never be known, but there is plenty of evidence that Trump's actions in the White House were influenced, if not guided, by his financial interests.
Were these people losing their
hurting the national
minds?
interest for his
Are
own
these people
parochial-
losing their minds
parochial
over
concern.
Hunter Biden and doing these backroom deals and shit? And Trump just did the same thing directly.
Scotty, I mean,
160 million.
let me tell you something. Did Trump fail to divest in his companies? Sure. Did Trump promise that his companies would not do any new foreign business deals? Sure. Did he break that promise? Sure. But were any of those foreign business dealings in any way, did any of those have any influence at all on how he governed as president?
Yes.
No, Scotty, no.
Obviously.
Absolutely, they did not.
People,
okay?
when people would come into Washington,
Trump wouldn't do
DC,
that.
to lobby Trump, they would literally stay at his properties and spend a bunch of money there.
Look at this, Scotty. Truthful Trump. Amen.
Yeah,
bravo.
you have some alliteration.
Bravo.
Look, and this is surprising, TJ. Got another Streamlabs donation from high class individual. Hey Scotty, you're looking really dapper there. Out there making pissant TJ look like the ugly brother situation.
Damn. Brutal and sad.
I might have added a few words to your, comment, but I think I got the spirit of it.
Anti-abortion group Let Them Live to pay $10,000 it never gave to women who agreed not to terminate pregnancies. The anti-abortion couple promised pregnant women thousands of dollars if they didn't have abortions. The women had their babies, but the couple didn't always uphold their end of the deal.
Psych! Oh, this is a common tactic, by the way. Like these pro-life groups will these pregnancy crisis centers. They'll talk these women who are complete distress about what to do. Like
and these women have got to be really fucking short-sighted in a lot of instances because like that kid's going to cost you way more than fucking a few $1,000.
Well, think about this though. What it amounts to though is TJ is like you have someone who's financially unstable and it's like I don't know if it's a good decision. Like I'm really fearful for the future. And you have these people come in and seem like we'll help you, whatever you need. You need money, you need clothes. We'll be there to help. Just you need to have this child. This is what God wants. This is what the world wants. Like they give you this whole spiel, and these people have done this. These groups all over the country do this. And after you have the kid, they'll just ghost these women. They'll ghost them. They won't give them any money if they ask for it. They're like,
well, because they got what they wanted at that point.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. They don't give them.
They have no interest in helping these women with those kids. They just want them to have them for some weird satisfaction that I don't fucking understand.
Well, it's like there's like a guy that's a troll on YouTube and he goes around to these these right-wing rallies where he gets trans people and they're like anti-abortion, basically reproductive health care. And it's like, hey, you want to go adopt some kids? There's plenty of kids right now that need homes and they have no interest in that. They have no interest in helping these women. They want to convince them for selfish reasons because they have a political ideology and a personal ideology that somehow values life, I guess. That's what they purport. But then when this life is born, they want nothing to do to help it.
So Business Insider spoke with a total of 4 women who were promised thousands of dollars by Let Them Live and went on to carry their babies to term. They said it failed to deliver $30,660 of support it promised them for childcare, food, rent, and utilities, leaving one considering suicide and another having to ask on Facebook for diapers. All the women said they were at least 5 months pregnant when they were told the support would be cut, meaning their options for abortion were narrowing. I feel conned into keeping this baby, one told Business Insider. Let Them Live says it has helped more than 700 women cancel their abortions since it was founded in 2019. Its founders are a millennial anti-abortion Christian couple who have deep connections to the conservative movement. Nathan Burning, Let Them Live's CEO and co-founder, acknowledged multiple mistakes on the group's part and told BI that it was looking into the case. I mean, looking into shit. Like
looking into what?
Yeah, we're looking into the stuff we did.
You
we're
promised these women help
right now, trying to figure out what we were up to there.
Yeah, you promised them help. You didn't deliver. And look, if you guys are just cheap pieces of shit, that's one thing. Here's another thing they don't do, TJ. Here's another thing. Do you hear these people, these anti-abortion people advocating for universal child care, for giving women money every month? Like, let's help these because look, a lot of times when women face these difficult decisions, economic insecurity is a big factor. It's a big factor for a lot of people in this country. If we had these, if these people were pushing the most pro-family, pro-children sort of policies, that'd be one thing. But they don't. They literally make these false promises personally to people. They don't push for government action. They don't do anything. They don't even push for charity. They just say, have the child, and that's your responsibility. And when these women obviously and wisely are saying maybe this is not an obligation I should have for myself, they con them until it's too late. Then it goes, fuck you. You're on your own. You should have fucking listened to us, basically, and we're not going to help.
New poll in the chat, by the way. Vote now or forever hold your peace. New poll.
New poll, huh? Where was TJ on the annoyance scale? 0,
Oh shit.
3, 6, 7, or higher? Well, I hope you guys all vote 0 because I clearly was not even remotely annoyed at Paul. I would never be annoyed. And I mean, several of you guys were not even here at that time. So, I mean, like a lot of you guys don't even know what the context is here, but I can assure you there was not even a tinge of annoyance on my part.
I mean, the people will.
Well, can you explain, TJ? Can you explain just very succinctly? Does that even be a big thing? Why you would not share your work? Just even some excerpts, even just little portions of the novel with Paul.
I said I would. I said I was going to send Paul.
Well, why didn't you do it before?
First chapter,
right? Why did I have to fucking strong arm you, TJ?
Why did Paul become big on his hands and knees?
You mentioned you wanted to see it a couple times, and I said, okay, sure. You know what? I'll send you the first chapter, and then you just went on a weird tirade. And I patiently listened.
He mentioned it months ago. He mentioned it years ago. TJ, I mean, Paul's always, supported your work. And, it's kind of strange that you would just give it to other people. I mean, no disrespect to these other people you've shared it with, but it's kind of strange that people, TJ, quite frankly, you don't even know that well. You don't even know that well, TJ. But to mistreat the people closest to you, it feels like a jeweled dagger in my fucking door, dude. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, it really does feel like a bejeweled dagger in my door. When you do something like that to me, TJ.
It's fucked up, man.
I'm sorry about that. My bad.
Chicken skin tastes good. If it's roasted chicken and it's done right, I completely agree.
Prisoners are suing Alabama over forced labor, calling it a form of slavery. A group of current and former Alabama prisoners are alleging that the state's prison labor practices amount to a modern-day form of slavery, according to a complaint filed in federal court this week. The plaintiffs include 10 men and women who worked during their time in Alabama's prisons and say they were trapped in a system which incarcerated people are forced to work, often for little or no money, for the benefit of the numerous government entities and private businesses. Those 10 people are all black, a fact they emphasize underscores the disproportionate number of black people held in the state's prisons. Their lawsuit also alleges that the conditions in the state's prison system itself are inhumane and render any work there inherently coercive. In 2020, the Department of Justice sued the state for failing to provide prisoners with safe and sanitary conditions. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, get out of here, and Attorney General Steve Marshall are among the public officials being sued, along with leaders from the state's Department of Corrections and Transportation and its Board of Pardons and Paroles. Several private employers named in the lawsuit are the franchises of well-known companies McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, and Kentucky Fried Chicken, where prisoners have worked as part of work release programs.
Well, the sad thing is that if you read the 13th Amendment, it says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist in the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Which is really how they get away with this, basically modern-day slavery. It's like, oh, well, if you look at the Constitution, it's that... You see, like, if you look at the 13th Amendment, it should just say no slavery, no involuntary servitude, nothing like that. End. Right? That should be the end of it. Section 2, it makes sense. Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Yeah, that makes sense. Fine. But just, you shouldn't have like, oh, except if you go to jail, except if you go to prison, then you can be forced to do hard labor, or you can be forced into involuntary servitude, essentially. In the case of like you're paroled, but then you have to go and work for a private business owner and be paid dog shit.
Yeah, America's tragic, dude. We're a tragic bunch of fucking losers over here in America.
Which, I mean, if you want to talk about just hourly working for somebody, I mean, that's basically selling yourself to a company anyways. Just even when you're a person that ostensibly has the freedom to go make the decision to go rent yourself out to a company, whether it be for a salary or an hourly wage. I mean, that's kind of a form of fucking slavery. For just that's a modern form of slavery. But to have to do it and then be forced by law, like you're going to go back to prison. I mean, that's just like hell. I mean, it's hell to have to do a lot of shit that people have to do now, especially in this country. I mean, obviously it doesn't preclude other places in the world, but to have to deal with the threat of like prison or jail hanging over your fucking head is just, that's extreme. Just copy us Scandinavians, guys. Yeah, you guys have a lot of shit figured out over there, but America, for some reason, a lot of us think that you have good ideas, but a lot of us also think you guys are crazy for some reason. I don't know why. We see you guys over there happy, like, frolicking in the snow and shit, and we're just
Dude,
like,
it's because they are crazy, dude. They look happy, but there's a raging torrent of Viking blood behind all that happiness, dude. And they're barely able to restrain. They're like werewolves.
You think so?
They really are that. They're barely. They look happy. They got a great look in society over there in terms of like social services and like modernness of their cities and stuff. I'm telling you, just under the surface of all that, dude, there's a raging beast just about ready to come out, dude.
I mean, we saw it in history before. I mean, their lands are not the best lands for arable crops and growing stuff. So, I mean, what did they do, Paul? I mean, they went to England
and took everybody else's shit.
Yeah, they went down those rivers into Europe. They went pretty far around the world, trying to spread their message of, hey, give us your shit or we're going to kill you.
I mean, just look at the music that they make, dude. This kind of like emotionally divorced electronica and dark black metal or whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah, I've seen Midsummer, dude. And I famously say over and over again, I would never trust pagans in the woods. If pagans invite me to a party in the woods, my answer is like, I'll go if I can bring a machine gun and a tank. Because when you guys show up to try to fucking human sacrifice me, you're going to get blown to fucking smithereens. So if we want a party like that, then sure. But, I'm just going to go with my fucking dick and my balls in my hand. No, there's no way.
Nikki Haley is a wicked bitch who wants to use the SS retirement.
So raise the Social Security retirement age to 70.
Retirement age to 70 is the point. For people underestimated 40.
So under 40.
What's going on here?
I'm assuming with the comment, I mean, they probably got auto-corrected. I'm assuming what the comment means is essentially they want to raise the minimum age you can start taking Social Security for people under 40 to 70 years old.
Because people kids are millionaires. There's no us.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't affect them. Nikki Haley's family will not be affected. They're rich, so of course they don't give a fuck. They don't need Social Security. So to them, it's like, who cares if it gets raised to 100? Let's raise the minimum age to 100. Wow, we've solved all Social Security's problems overnight, guys.
Amazing.
one in 87, Americans will qualify for it for a couple years. Yeah, see,
Woman plans to celebrate her 105th birthday by watching football and drinking Fireball.
I mean, she's 105. She should do whatever the fuck she wants for her birthday.
An Ohio resident's getting ready to celebrate a milestone birthday with a few of her favorites. And watch the Cincinnati Bengals. She loves the Cincinnati Bengals, firefighters, and whiskey. So someone should get her a firefighter stripper.
Yeah, get her a firefighter stripper. Get her a fucking tub of Fireball.
Fucking rump on her old ass.
And take her to a fucking Bengals game.
I mean, dude, that's what he's paid to do.
Man, those poor bastards, dude. I'm not like, dude, I couldn't grind on somebody's Nana, dude. I couldn't do it.
I mean, look, if that's what he's paid to do, like Nana fucking wants to get a nut too.
I know, but I'm not equipped, man.
Nana is a squirrel in the world just trying to get a nut, Paul. You can't be
right. I mean, and especially this Nana.
I mean, Paul, look, it's unlikely any of us are going to live to 105.
Fireball is gross. Not to Nana, it ain't.
In the off chance, you're 105, Paul, you're still going to want to bust a nut.
105 and she tortures herself with the Bengals. Look, there's no accounting for taste. Scotty's a Saints fan, for fuck's sake.
Well, come on. Like being a Saints fan is way more masochistic at this point than being a Bengals. You guys have Joe Burrow. You guys have weren't they in the Super Bowl the other year? So come on.
Dude,
it's not
Scotty, Scotty's a Saints fan. That's basically the equivalent of like just sticking your head in a fucking meat grinder and turning the crank yourself,
Yeah, it is.
That's like what that is. So.
And they suck this season too. So
well, yeah, they fucking have sucked for many
seasons.
Seasons
the dregs
now.
of the Raiders.
The Super Bowl victory was a.
I don't know if you saw the Raiders play the Chargers, Paul, but they fucking destroyed the Chargers.
I know the Raiders are gonna fucking kill. The Raiders are gonna be awesome again. Finally, finally my moment in the sun is coming.
I hope so, man. I hope one of us. I mean, she doesn't give a fuck, but hey, if it's the Raiders, or at least one of our teams does well, because
I don't give a shit unless someone in my household gives a shit. Then I'll glom onto their giving a shit a little bit, but other than that, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, the Eagles are pretty good this year. I mean, look, it's every year there's another fucking team.
I mean, this bitch is living life to the fullest for 105, you know? She's down in fucking cheap whiskey, getting firefighters gyrating their dicks in her face and watching fucking not the worst team in the NFL, but a pretty shitty NFL
Yeah,
team.
the Bengals are not that great this year, but I mean, they've been pretty good in the last couple of years, so. The Vikings beat the Raiders 3-0.
Yeah, that was a hot minute ago, motherfucker.
Yeah, in 2010.
Hot minute ago.
I remember that year after, like, all the Saints fans were like, man, next year we're going to win it again. And it's been 13 years. So.
Yeah, we got hungry for it. We got greedy, like, oh, man, how many fucking of these trophies will we win?
The Raiders won something like what, the 80s? Paul?
Yeah, the Raiders haven't won a Super Bowl since the early 80s. I was not old enough to even fucking remember it. So I've literally lived my whole memorable life as a fan of a team that's only gone to the Super Bowl in my lifetime that I could remember one time.
Destroyed.
And they got fucking murdered.
Dude, I remember watching that game. Tampa Bay just fucking... Oh, man, that was...
I mean, there was very little chance anybody was beating Tampa Bay that year. They were just a phenomenal team, but the Raiders just got fucking dunked on, and it sucked. And I want a fucking Super Bowl ring that I can watch. So this is the year. I feel it. They got to be energized by having the fucking Death Star as a stadium, dude.
Their stadium does kick fucking ass.
Dude, that stadium literally looks like an evil fucking alien race landed in the middle of fucking Las Vegas to start conquering us.
Yeah, it does. Their stadium does kick a fucking pretty inordinate amount of ass.
And dude, they needed that fucking upgrade too.
There's
Oko
a
was
fun
fucking
story.
horrible, bro.
Yeah, no, the Raiders were known for having, I mean, not only like one of the hardest crowds to play against, but yeah, their stadium was not in good shape.
One of the most dangerous football games you can go to if you're not a Raiders fan. Like people that go to non-Raiders games and wear non-Raider gear.
Do you think that's still true now that they're in Vegas though? Because there's probably a shit ton of people that are just tourists. So
no. I mean, no, I don't. I think that stadium is way safer. It's probably way more secure.
Yeah,
well, not only that. I mean,
it's a way different
there's so many
vibe.
tourists there. There's bound to be people who are seeing, their team playing.
I think a lot of people. I mean, we even saw that because it was actually. When we were leaving from our meetup, I saw a bunch of people coming from Green Bay. You heard a bunch of like Wisconsin accents because the Packers were going to play against the Raiders. So you get a lot more people like, yeah, let's go to Vegas. Let's catch our team play the Raiders. So it seems like it's a lot more chill now than it used to be.
TJ versus Paul 1-on-1 in hoops. Who wins? I win. I think I could
probably move around a little bit more than Paul at this point, but not by much. And Paul definitely has better hand-eye coordination, so he'd probably win the day on that.
You're pretty tall though, so that
could definitely have some height, but
I don't
have enough height to like dunk.
Before.
So
yeah, but you could if you stick your hands up. I mean, you're almost able to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could block a lot of his shots.
Nah,
yeah.
I would just honestly with TJ, it would be layup after layup.
Oh,
I wouldn't give him a chance to fucking stuff a shot, dude. I'm just gonna try and get around to the side of him and get up underneath the hoop, and I know how to skid a layup across the fucking backboard into the hoop from underneath it, and that it would just be that over and over.
Well, the thing is, I can't fucking make a basketball shot to save my life.
That's true.
Although I did find out that I'm pretty fucking oddly good at like axe throwing. So,
well, TJ, you would be a center, so you don't really gotta be a good shot. You need to be up underneath the basket because I can guarantee you at your height, you could just reach up with the fucking ball and roll it into the goddamn basket. It wouldn't take much of a jump at all from you.
That's true.
So that should be your game plan, is to post up in the key while I'm, you know what I mean, and stop me.
But, you can't really do that 1v1 though. So
you can.
Really?
Yeah, get up. Yeah, you back them in.
No one's gonna pass it to me up there, so
it's 1v1. No. I mean, like, you back me in. So you would turn around, put your ass to me, dribble the ball while you're scooting your ass back, get into the key underneath the hoop, and then just
well, that's another thing is my ass is gonna fucking I'm gonna be pitiful at dribbling the ball.
You don't have to,
I would have to practice for like a week just to be able to competently dribble a ball and have like any control of it.
All big dudes in the NBA are bad at dribbles. They don't have good handles. I don't have really super good handles either, but you're not expected to. You're a huge brick mountain. Turn your back to me. Dribble the ball in front of you.
Basketball is a fat guy, by the way. What?
True.
Is that true? Who is that? I never even seen a fucking fat basketball player.
He's not really fat, but he's bigger than average.
Fatter than average.
I can't remember his name.
Anyway, enough fucking sports talk. It's time to talk about the depressing story of this 11-year-old that called the police to help him and then was shot. And now there's no charges filed. So
okay, can we not? Can we just skip this one?
Nope. Kid fucking called the cops. A grand jury in the fine state of Mississippi has determined that there was no criminal conduct on behalf of the officer who shot and wounded. I guess kid's not dead, so there's some good news. Wounded an 11-year-old boy in his own
state
home.
of Mississippi, sir, then I think that they've acted wisely.
I mean, look, there's lots of fucking reasons why you might need to shoot a fucking 11-year-old kid,
What if that child was carrying a fire?
Exercise one of those. So they're not going to take any further action against Sergeant Greg. Shut up. What is it? Bullshit. Greg Capers, the officer who shot him. In a statement released Thursday, Fitch said her office completed its review of the May 20th incident involving Capers in Indianola, Mississippi, and presented to the grand jury in Sunflower County, Mississippi on Wednesday, which then handed up the decision. As such, no further criminal action will be taken by this office in this matter. Carlos Moore, the attorney representing the family of Adarian Murray, told NPR that despite the grand jury's decision, the shooting was not justified and will continue to pursue the case. I mean, how can you possibly say that, right?
To file a federal civil rights claim.
Yeah, don't leave this in the fucking hands of Mississippi, bro.
The same state that a bunch of officers, we read a story a few months back about they brutally just beat and raped people on a call for no good reason. So this is a state I really trust with doling out criminal justice, and then of course deferring the case to a grand jury that somehow finds that somehow 11-year-old was such a threat that a police officer credibly feared for their life, had to make a split-second decision, and could have killed a child. I mean, that's an immense burden of proof to me. If we're being like, if we're trying to be non-biased, like you have to look at overwhelming evidence. Like the police officer arrives and he points a shotgun in the cop's face, and he just, oh my god, like there has to be something like that. There almost literally has to be a smoking gun to me.
I mean, there was a smoking gun.
The cop's gun was smoking, right? I mean, so what happened in this case?
I'm trying to figure that out because it doesn't say in this article what this cop's fucking excuse was. I'm
going to grab a drink because if they're claiming that it was justifiable, that it was self-defense.
Yeah, I want to know what the fuck what even is the fucking excuse here.
Well, these are the same people that have a fucking chihuahua runs up to them, they fear for their life, and they go, "I'm gonna shoot the chihuahua! Stop! It's gonna lick me to death."
Dude, I'm sick of these fucking stories happening. It's just absurd that this type of shit doesn't happen anywhere else in the fucking Western world, dude. Nowhere else in the Western world do you have cops going off the fucking deep end and just killing racial minorities at a whim and getting a pass for it. Just doesn't happen anywhere fucking else but here. And I'm sick of these fucking stories, dude. So depressing. This has been a pretty depressing news night, TJ.
Sorry about that.
Like, I know,
I remember I stacked the last show with a bunch of politics, and you actually seem like you liked that a little better than.
Yeah, dude, that's my wheelhouse, man. I don't like this fucking shit, dude. I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull more. I'll pull more politics for you, so things can be more discussion based.
Yeah, because I just can't like. It's just hard for me to fucking joke about this, and I don't know people
there's
don't
really
want
not
to joke
much
about
you
everything.
can like.
But
I mean,
it's just
other
hard-
than just like joking about the reactive, I cannot find even a fucking justification. I've read several articles about this while I've been sitting here trying to find some explanation as to what the cops even fucking said to justify this. I can't even find the shit. I don't even know if they fucking have released anything to that
Dude,
effect.
they don't have to explain themselves. That's the thing. Is like unless the fucking local DA decides they want to open an investigation, which usually they're hand in glove good old boys in these types of cases. They don't even have to explain themselves to people as to how a fucking 11-year-old ended up dead after calling for help. And it's fucked, dude. Little boy deserves all of the little boys deserve justice. All the little girls, all the children, all the adults. I mean, like these police are savages. They're off the chain. They're a street gang now. And they're out there just straight out murking people. You know, like it's got to stop. And I don't know what else to say other than that. I'm disgusted. I'm outraged that a public servant is allowed to do something like this.
And just
you know,
totally get away with it.
I don't think the American people should stand by any longer and allow this type of shit to happen. I don't know what else to say about it, you know?
I want to see if Chat GPT can do a better job of figuring this out than me.
It's just
look
gonna
at
write you. It's just gonna write you a sanitized Wikipedia article of the most basic bullshit.
You're probably right, but I still want to know if it can at least find what the justification was, because I can't even find it.
They're cops, so you know. You're right.
All right, so let's see if Chat GPT can figure this one out. Because I cannot find any sort of stated justification of this shit. The circumstances leading to the shooting described by Murray's mother involved a man who had fathered another child with her, coming to her home in an angry mood, prompting her to direct Murray to call the police. When one officer arrived at the front door of the home with his gun drawn, he shot Murray as the boy was coming around the corner of a hallway in the living room. The officer shot Murray, later helped render it. So basically, like, this cop was just a dumb fuck that was trying to shoot someone else.
So they're saying it's accidental.
So
Like
maybe someone else was
Barney
doing
Fife.
something that actually warranted being that reaction, and then he accidentally shot the kid. Is that what's going on here?
A total Barney Fife excuse. Well, I just didn't know how to handle my gun and it slipped out of my hand. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong about that. I misread that. Basically, he just shot someone because basically the kid's crime was he rounded a corner. He rounded a corner and startled me, so I shot him.
I mean, justification for sure.
He was unarmed at the time of the shooting. Significant size difference between Murray and the man the police were contacted about, which should have precluded any confusion between the two. I don't think you should randomly shoot that guy either. Like, if there's no indication that he's armed, let alone just shoot anything that rounds a corner. Officer's attorney stated the shooting was unintentional. Whoops.
I mean, you can't. That's not really a good enough excuse. A police officer is trained in the use of force. They have use of force policies at the police departments that these people work. So it's not like
Scotty, he rounded a corner in a threatening manner.
So what? You have to assess the situation. You have to know, like, okay,
So what if
is
the
this a threat?
situation had been that it was a gunman who fucking started firing at that cop? No time to figure that out in the moment, Scotty. You just got to shoot at whatever comes around the corner.
If that was the case, then he would have been in a gun battle. And that does happen. That's not to say that it's impossible for someone to come around a corner and start shooting at a cop. It's definitely occurred. But this was not a case of someone who was armed. So he shot an unarmed child. And to say it was unintentional only simply serves as an excuse of his conduct. It doesn't really provide any really an explanation. Why was he in someone's home with his gun drawn, expecting to have to shoot someone?
Jeff Bezos plays down AI dangers and says 1 trillion humans could live in a huge cylindrical space station. People living in space could visit Earth on vacation, billionaire says. Artificial intelligence is more likely to save humanity than destroy it, Jeff Bezos said recently. The billionaire also said he would like to see the human population grow to 1 trillion, with most people living in a huge cylindrical space station.
So Jeff Bezos
multiple
wants
huge cylindrical space stations.
Wait, this is a new one. He wants to build like reverse Elysium. He wants to fix Earth and force us all to live on a shitty space station.
Yeah, and then you can, maybe you can go visit Earth.
Yeah, here's your day pass to visit Earth. Wow,
Yeah,
it's
go
so
check
nice.
out Earth. Yeah, this is where we're from.
All right, go ahead and eat your cockroach protein bar now.
I would love to see 1 trillion humans living in the solar system. If we had a trillion humans, we would at any given time have 1,000 Mozarts and 1,000 Einsteins. The only way to get to that vision is with giant space stations. The planetary surface is just too goddamn small. I mean, I pretty much agree with this, I guess. Like, I'm reading it in a mocking tone because it is Jeff Bezos and I do hate him, and I don't think he should be the one responsible for this or trying to do this. I think that this should be pursued by with public money for the public and accountable to the public.
Do nothing about Earth. Do anything about this. Well, the idea is that then they would want to fix Earth. They would actually have an incentive because it would just be for them.
They just want to make an Elysium, dude.
Yeah, they want the planet, and then they build shit Elysium for you to live on. So
Welcome to Bezos 1, a paradise where my word is law. Oh no. You don't like that? You can always hop aboard the USS Musk. It's oh fuck, no. No.
Dude, I personally am going on the USS Richard Branson.
You're going to go on the Branson Express?
Yep.
Yeah, which billionaire's spaceship are you going to get on, Scotty?
Ooh, that's tough.
All the space billionaires get their own little space station going. Which one are you moving to? If you got to move to one, what's the lesser evil there?
Well, talking about the ones actively working on it, or just any?
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that are notoriously doing that now.
The big three.
Yeah, Branson, Musk, and fucking Bezos.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
whose
tough,
vision
dude.
of space do you like best? Who do you want to live under their despotic rule?
I mean, of those personalities, I think Paul's got it right. Richard Branson's probably the least horrible one.
Yep. If Zuckerberg gets in on the deal, I'm definitely staying away from that one. Oh
yeah, dude. That's when you find out that, what species of alien he is, and then you get to find out his preference. So
dude, I can already tell you how it's going to be.
What humans does he like to eat, and how does he like to eat them?
The fucking Amazon one, the Bezos one, will be efficient but authoritarian as fuck.
Yeah.
The Musk one will be some kind of libertarian pseudo paradise that's constantly under the threat of blowing up. Where you're gonna constantly be worried that the fucking shit's just gonna blow.
That's gonna be the one that's closest to Andrew Ryan's Rapture. Is the
right?
Musk
It's
one.
let's be honest. Within a few years, it will just literally be that floating.
The splicers will be jumping around the ship and stuff.
If you're the developers of BioShock and you're not already working on that exact game premise right now, you're a fucking dumbass.
Irrational Games, whatever. They went out of business after BioShock.
Well, whatever. Someone owns the rights.
Yeah, someone can buy that, or if they have the rights, go ahead and make that.
And Branson's would be a party barge in space.
That sounds good.
So yeah, you're probably right.
BioShock in space was the next natural step. Yeah, or natural.
Well, we decided to skip the video game and just go right to reality on that one.
That'd be a fun game, though.
What would
2K
you
is
want
still
out
working
of a
on
fucking
it?
space station, though? I would want my space station to be run down and kind of seedy.
Yeah.
I don't want this glowing fucking strip mall in the sky. Fuck that, dude.
Which is what Bezos's would be.
Yes.
Jeff Bezos's would be a strip mall in the sky.
I think Branson's would be the party fucking station.
Right. His would be the luxury and just yeah, party time. And then Musk would be libertarian values, but you know, only to the extent that Musk likes it.
Yeah.
Like he would be Andrew Ryan.
Lord Musk, your word is law.
So like the question is, which of those do you fucking want to be on, right? And I think Branson is the right answer. You know, that's probably the best fucking choice.
Whatever, TJ, you're gonna be on fucking Elon's. You're an edgelord.
Edgelord.
They're gonna convince you. We're like TJ, come to the Branson space station. You'll be like, no, dude, Musk has promised me whatever freedom I want. I'm gonna be fucking sucking a Futanari dick tomorrow in paradise. Unfortunately for you, it's not gonna go that way.
Whatever. I'd probably end up on the hamster wheel in the goddamn Bezos one.
That's true. TJ, you must work out to power the ship. That's how we're saving resources. Do your part, TJ.
Do your part. We'll give you more TV show you like.
Available only on Amazon Prime in space.
Amazon Prime members get the best seats on the space station. All right.
Dude, I'm wondering when somebody's going to figure out and actually make the greatest reality TV show of all time, dude.
Which is what, Paul?
I mean, I know what it would. I don't think it would ever happen, but if they did it, it would be the greatest reality TV show. You grab all the assholes from society, all of them, all the big name assholes.
All the major assholes.
You get Elon Musk, you get Oprah, you get Dr. Phil, you get Trump, you get Hillary, you know, Russell Brand. I don't know. I'm missing quite a few, but you get my drift.
Yeah, you know, all these like bloviating. Yeah.
You come to them in the night. You have a team of masked men put a bag over their head, right? And take them into a fucking panel van with their hands zip tied behind their backs. And then you dump them all in the same room with just enough stuff to survive. And you watch them destroy one another. And then at the end, nobody wins. They're arrested for murder. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. You did it.
Yeah, I mean,
You now go to
I don't know
jail
if it'd
for
be
life.
the best reality show ever, but it'd certainly be a contender.
Oh, dude, can you imagine the little rivalries that would immediately pop up?
Who would win?
Oof.
I mean, to the extent anyone wins. Like, who would be the fucking last one standing?
I mean, I don't know. If we throw that David Goggins guy in there, he looks like he might be able to fucking kill that whole room of people. You know, he's a Navy SEAL, so
That's true.
he'd probably win, I would imagine.
But there'll be different mechanisms.
Eventually,
like-
they're gonna fucking realize they got to gang up on him, though.
Well,
So-
yeah, that might happen. The first night there, that guy might go to sleep and get his throat slit. You don't know.
I mean, he's got to sleep sometime, so.
Put Ben Shapiro in there. Okay, for sure. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's definitely going to be there.
And he's not winning either.
Rudy's in there. Alex Jones, throw him in there. No, I like Alex Jones too much. He doesn't have
Yeah,
to be in
don't put Alex in
He
there.
is an
Oh,
asshole.
don't do
though.
it. Don't,
He's an
don't do it to me,
asshole, but
Paul.
he's not the right kind of asshole for this.
I'm
He's
your
our
crazy uncle
asshole.
kind of asshole.
Yeah. He's our asshole. Got it.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, he's like a crazy fucking asshole.
Ted Nugent has got to go in there.
Oh, Ted Nugent's fucking he doesn't even get a chance to win. He's in there as a fucking piñata. There's some resources hidden in his tummy that the rest of them have to beat out with a stick.
It's
No.
like a mix between like Squid Game and Saw, and like we're combining a lot of concepts here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a cool reality show too, if you want to like have a little variation on the premise, you know? Save a few assholes for season 2 and then just put them in saw traps, you know?
Yeah.
Just see,
I
like,
like it.
let's see if this saw trap is actually escapable.
Dude, Mythbusters Saw edition.
Yeah, when we'll use the elites as the test cases for it, you know?
Sounds good. By
Well,
the
you know
way,
what, Paul?
there is
Yeah.
a very satisfying scene at the beginning of Napoleon that I don't know why I just thought of it.
Okay.
You remember, Scotty, at the very beginning of Napoleon, you get to watch Marie Antoinette get her head lopped off by the guillotine.
Yes, that is beautiful.
And I just got to say, I don't know what it was, but it really gave me a good feeling. And this feeling of like wanting something more, you know what I mean? Wanting to maybe see that over and over again. But just wanted to let everybody know that. Worth the price of admission just for the opening scene.
The American Terror. We now have
If you really
the
want to
elites.
prepare for it, you should just watch that that shitty Marie Antoinette movie that fucking Sofia Coppola did. Watch
Yeah.
that first, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And then pretend the Napoleon beginning is the canonical ending.
Yeah, why not?
No.
Good point.
But anyway, you know, here's a question that I think we need to start asking ourselves, guys. There's a profound question. Are you guys ready for this profound question from the folks over at Obsessed?
I mean,
over at the Daily
I
Beast,
think
actually.
so.
There we go.
I'm as ready as I can be.
Well, here's a question, Paul, and I want you to go ahead and try to answer this for me if you can. And don't give me some glib yes or no answer. Okay. I want you to really think about this question.
Okay.
Because this is a powerful thought experiment. And Scotty, you're obviously free to do that too. But I think Paul might have a specific I know Paul's going to want to just do some guttural reaction to this. But I think he really needs to take some time to really carefully think this question through.
All right, I'll do my best.
The question might be the most important question of our. I don't want to build it up too much, but this might be one of the most important questions of our time. Okay.
Okay.
And the question is: has social media brainwashed you into thinking that the economy is bad?
Wow. A compelling argument if there ever was one. The economy, actually great, but social media, filling your head with nonsense. I mean, it's done it before. Misinformation. TJ, you're in fact yourself proposed a ministry of truth, have you not?
Is this gaslighting? 100%. 100% this is gaslighting. I love these like Tech Insider and New York Times and Boston Herald pieces that are clearly just written by some rich fucking economist asshole trying to convince people that despite the fact that a people's dollar goes less far now than it has at any point in fucking recent American history, and it's and a home is more unattainable now than maybe in American history. The economy is good though. Give me a fucking break, bro. The economy is good if you're a Wall Street trader or a fucking hedge fund manager or a billionaire.
If you're
or
rich, it's great.
the CEO of a big company, or just somebody that was just lucky enough to be born into a family that's living on a fucking inheritance or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, economy is rip roaring for you. You're making money, but for everybody else, the bottom 95% of us, the economy fucking sucks.
Despite nearly all the traditional indicators blaring that the U.S. economy is strong, there are still an overwhelming numbers of people on both sides of the political spectrum who say the opposite. What gives? John Byrne Murdoch, a columnist and the chief data reporter for the Financial Times, joins the new abnormal this week to unpack this question and share his thoughts on why social media may be at least partly to blame for the bad vibes that seem to be dominating the economic conversation across America. I see people dismiss it and say, come on, people aren't being brainwashed by social media. People don't think the economy's bad because of TikTok, Byrne Murdoch said. And on one hand, I hear that. But on the flip side, we have recent surveys showing that young people certainly now get more of their news from social media than mainstream news organizations. Oh, no. And if we're going to dismiss that, then we're implicitly dismissing the mainstream media as well. People get their news where they get their news, he added. So I think to the extent that there is some sort of negativity bias, both in the mainstream media and social media, that could certainly lead, whether or not it's intentional or not, it could certainly lead to people who have this feeling that things are going worse than they actually are. Oh, yeah, that's what it must be, you guys.
Damn.
It couldn't be like their personal experiences out there in the economy or something like that.
Dude, don't I feel like a boob? Don't I feel like a boob?
You dumb fuck. You silly bastard. What are you talking about?
Suckered into believing that the economy was dog shit for 95% of people. How could I be so stupid?
Yeah, if you look at the housing affordability index in the United States from 2000 to 2022, on a scale of the national median income being a level of 100, if you look, housing affordability for 2022, it looks like it's pretty much, yeah. I mean, if you look at the last 22 years, housing is more unaffordable now than from the year 2000. That's even including, let's see. No, even including the 2006, the 2005, 2006 run up to the housing crisis.
Bro, TJ, you're muted.
You made it, TJ.
TJ, we gotta have a all right. We're gonna have a discussion.
My bad.
I didn't
What?
even want to have to do this because honestly,
Well, let's
I
save
want
the
to-
discussion for a minute because I've noticed this article does not have a person's name on it, so I'm pretty sure it's AI generated. So with that in mind, I asked ChatGPT, I said, write an article by a rich, out-of-touch columnist designed to downplay a bad economy by blaming social media. And I wanted to see how similar its vibe is. So title, The Economy Isn't That Bad. Social Media, Pessimism, and the Misconception of Economic Decline.
Oh, man.
In the opulent corridors of economic discussion, a peculiar narrative has emerged, one that blames the perceived decline of the economy not on substantial fiscal policies or market dynamics, but rather on the pervasive influence of social media. As a columnist with a finger on the pulse of financial prosperity, it's crucial to dissect this narrative and explore how social media is being unfairly scapegoated for economic woes that are in reality not as dire as they seem. Firstly, let's address the elephant in the room. The economy is not in free fall. Despite what the relentless barrage of doom and gloom on Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms would have you believe, key indicators such as the stock market, employment rates, and GDP growth remain robust, albeit with the usual fluctuations that characterize any dynamic economic system. Yeah, it's basically the same fucking argument. In fact, it's a little bit better.
Is it more well written than this argument? Read the first paragraph of this.
Despite nearly all the traditional indicators, I mean, it's basically the same thing we just read from this. So, like, I'll read the two fucking things for you side by side. So the first, let's see, the first paragraph of this is, despite nearly all traditional indicators blurring that the U.S. economy is strong, there are still overwhelming numbers of people on both sides of the political spectrum who say the opposite. What gives? And then this one basically says, despite what the relentless barrage of doom and gloom on Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms would have you believe, key indicators such as the stock market, unemployment rates, and GDP growth remain robust, albeit with the usual fluctuations that characterize any dynamic economic system.
Okay, but if you drill down, I mean,
So
you
they
can say
both talk
GDP.
about traditional indicators. This
Okay,
one
the
says
stock
key
market-
indicators. This one says
let's be
traditional
honest,
indicators. But basically, it's the same fucking argument.
Yeah, the stock market's doing well, therefore the economy is doing well. But that doesn't really translate to most working class people. Doesn't quite
Well,
translate
remember,
to most
the
poor
instructions
people.
I gave it is to write something from the perspective of an
No.
out-of-touch columnist designed to
No,
downplay a
I
bad
understand
economy
that.
by blaming social media.
But I'm saying, but if you drill down further, it's like, so here's income gains wildly shared in early post-war decades, but not since then. So you look at the 1950s, 60s and 70s. You look at the 95th percentile, the median income, the 20th percentile of income. If you look until about the 1970s, and then you have America start really deindustrializing, and suddenly you have the 95th percentile, their income shooting up over the median 180%, and just going ever higher. And you have the median, I mean, it's down there, the 20th percentile. And if you incorporate the wealthiest 1% of these sort of charts and the wealthiest 0.1%, the charts are just like, the difference is astronomical. You have a handful of people that have more wealth than 100 million people, 200 million people.
All right, so we do have a handful of articles left in our news segment here. I did want to ask Scotty where we stand on our goals for the night. And Paul, you wanted to rake me over the coals over something or another?
You gotta get headphones, TJ.
I have headphones.
You're not wearing them though.
Yeah, I don't wear them.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't hear when you're muted because you can't hear your own voice coming through.
Right.
You can't hear when somebody tries to interject when you're in the middle of a sentence because it mutes it to the point where you can't hear it. You gotta get some earbuds or something if you don't like wearing the big headphones, but you gotta put something in, dude.
Paul, they hurt my ears.
Get some in-ears, dude.
I
know
don't
they hurt your
ears. They
ears.
hurt my ears.
Get some comfortable fucking headphones.
And get some studio monitor.
I want to
Like,
get
I
comfortable
don't want to be
headphones.
wearing the. I don't want to, dude. I don't want to be wearing these headphones either. But if I don't wear the headphones, I cannot hear when you guys start speaking. If I mute myself, I can't tell I'm muted, and I can't hear you guys trying to tell me I'm muted. You got to get headphones, TJ.
I got them. I just don't wear them.
TJ, look, you got your problems, TJ.
Everybody in the game is wearing some kind of fucking earbuds or something so they can hear their own voice and know if their fucking mic is modulating properly, and so that they can hear everybody else.
I mean, well, look, I don't want my ear pussies fucked before they're ready.
You could
can
very
get-
easily find some more comfortable headphones too, TJ.
There are some headphones that are like a fucking comfortable like a dream, TJ. Just get a.
Well,
just
I'd buy them.
Get a
I'd buy
pair
'em,
of.
but I can't fucking justify the expenditure. I
Then
gotta
use
fucking
the
be
one.
frugal.
Then use what you got. I can guarantee you, your headphones are better.
Oh,
than
you
the one.
can justify the expenditure. You do hours and hours of doing a show. You can most certainly justify the expenditure.
It's because he's autistic, man. Et tu Corey, Jesus.
That's two. Let's see. TJ, so to answer your question, you autistic fuck is 300.
So we're exactly 300.
300.
All right. We have made our first two goals. We're going to look at the Grok AI brutally roasting me. And we're going to, TJ is above the approval of his peers. That's true. Beautiful and true. True and beautiful.
You know what?
False and misleading.
I'm
And for
sick of having this microphone around. People can read my lips.
You're not even on camera.
That's what's coming from next. That's what's coming from TJ next, dude.
Oh.
That'll be
we
TJ's
have
next
9
stand.
lesser political parties. We've made both those goals. Our next goal is Matt Walsh says Bud Light must grovel at his feet.
Kneel before me.
Kneel before Walsh. After that, we got Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson having a Trump dick sucking contest. Then we have some jump ass. You guys remember jump ass? That is our beautiful contemplation of female feats of athleticism. And then Dr. Drew. That's our final goal of the night is Dr. Drew. Old Dr. Drew from the Loveline days, if you guys remember that.
Don't smoke the weed, TJ.
He's telling us don't smoke weed because now he's a PragerU guy. Because I
You know
guess
what
his
happens
career
if
has
you
reached
smoke
that
the
point.
weed, TJ? Do you know? You end up in Kookaroo.
TJ's neck muscles are too weak to hold the headphones up to his head. Wow.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Wow.
What is it? Oh, it's gonna drive me
All right,
nuts.
TJ, start doing them. Start doing your neck, dude. Do your neck reps. 1, 2.
What I'm doing?
Get your neck swole, dude.
Dude.
3,
It is. It's
4.
dude. You just put fucking headphones on, please. Please do it, TJ. Pretty please with sugar on top.
All right, only if you admit that I wasn't annoyed at all earlier.
All right, you were zero annoyed. Now put the fucking headphones on, please.
And how annoyed are you right now, Paul?
I'm let's see, like 1 to 10.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely annoyed a little bit.
10 being like I'm about to shatter the world with the sheer force of my will in abject frustration, and 1 being just how I wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Like a 4.
Okay.
Like a 4.
Here you go, Paul.
I'll turn them down so I don't blow your fucking head off.
Yeah, Paul, by the way, those are the headphones TJ stole from me.
Yeah.
And refused to return. So, by
Well,
the way, when I come out,
I'm sure they're cheap pieces of shit then. If Scotty
yeah, they're
bought 'em.
not. Yeah, and by the way, they'll be coming back with me after I'm done visiting you.
Yeah, you said that last time.
I'll be grabbing them first thing when I get there.
Well, I'm
So
using
now TJ will be
I'll
able to
find some
hear
other
us when we start talking. TJ will be able to like hear the beginnings and ends of what everybody's saying, and TJ will know when TJ's muted. Everything's, dude, the world is correct again. The planets have realigned. I'm ready to kick the rest of this show's ass. Let's do it. The team is back, dude. TJ went off the
Boys are back
reservation
in
for a while.
town.
Turn on my cam. Why?
Oh shit! Shots fired.
That me having my cam on is not causing me to not be able to hear what's going on or respond to the news.
Camera on, Paul. But Paul,
They're
you
not
know
getting
what though?
that comparable thing.
But you know what, Paul? You could turn your camera on, but
You don't
they
gotta
failed
go,
to.
dude. Chelsea, you ain't gotta go
Well-
mama bear on me. TJ was unreachable during any of his talking for clarifying questions or
Paul,
anything.
they failed to specify what your camera
He
would
was
be looking
constantly
at.
muting himself and then going on an entire tirade before I look over at my other screen and see his mouth moving. Like it was a thing. It was a thing that was fucking up the show. I don't think me
puts the
not having my
lotion-
camera on is appreciably fucking up the show.
He puts the lotion on the
If
basket.
you want to
He
make an
turns the camera
argument
on.
to it, I'll listen to it, but I don't think they're comparable. Oh, mama bear
Paul
me.
puts
Don't
the
fucking
lotion-
equivocate with me.
Paul puts the lotion in the basket.
I'm
turns
not
the
saying
camera
TJ was
on.
right. Yes, you are. You know what you're saying.
Put the camera
Well,
on,
you know
Paul.
why you jumped in, because you were like, oh, they're ganging up on TJ. Well, Paul's camera ain't even on. Like, I get it, but you know, it's a different fucking.
What is he hiding from the camera? What is he hiding in there?
What's Paul doing? Paul could be there butt naked.
We have a right to know.
He could be skinning kittens. I mean, we don't know what the fuck he's up to over
What is
there.
he doing in there?
Dude, I don't.
Paul
I
could be
like,
over there
dude,
fucking butt naked, rubbing fucking corn syrup on his nipples. We
He
don't know what
might
the
be.
fuck he's
I
doing.
couldn't tell you. I don't know.
I don't know if the fucking people could handle the form I've taken.
The form of Paul.
That's
the-
true.
My
Dude,
last
one time Paul
incarnation
accidentally-
was cute and cuddly. The new incarnation is really kind of disturbing looking, I think.
Then I'll tell you, TJ. One time, Paul, me and Paul were talking. He accidentally flicked his camera on, dude. I blacked out afterwards. I don't even remember what happened. Paul's like, "You all right, man?" I'm like, "I thought, what happened?" He's like, "You saw my true form." I was like, "Oh shit." Keep that fucking thing off, bro. I mean, so Paul, if Paul's not putting his camera on, I got to be honest with you guys. You careful what you wish for. You might just get it.
Yeah, I mean, you want to behold, like if you really need to behold the eldritch horror of Paul's ego, I'll do it.
Paul's new 600-pound life form. Paul's not 600 pounds. That's not why.
Like if that's what you need, give me a second, and I'll get it. Fucking.
Let's
Hold
see
up
what's
here.
going on. Too much has been made of it for you not to at least pop on and let us see what's going on.
I know. I feel like I'm changing. I'm evolving.
46-2 is just ahead of you, Paul.
46-2, still ahead of me. Whoa, he's the Grinch now. That's crazy.
You're a mean one.
You're a mean one, Mr. Paul.
You're
really
Oh,
fat.
sorry. I know you're gonna keep going with it.
I wasn't gonna.
You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Paul.
I think eels can actually be pretty charming, personally.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I like those moray eels that just kind of hang out smiling all day.
Yeah, I like the ones that just they live in their little rock thing and then just pop out and they're like just looking around. They're cute.
You're a nasty one, Mr. Paul. Oh God. I'm gonna have to turn on lights and shit too.
Paul's in the dark. He's
Yeah. I just got it up and it's just like, well, I guess I could show people this. This looks actually kind of cool. Let's see.
dark and brooding, Paul.
Would this be acceptable to people? Hi, it's me. Paul's
me.
ego in the dark.
Hello,
Spooky
darkness,
Paul.
my old friend.
So would that be acceptable to people? Or do you want the whole fucking goddamn production of the brain melting, fucking migraine inducing, harsh lights all in my goddamn face too? Is that needed? Or can you see
I mean,
me?
why, Paul? Why do you ask questions for which you already know the answer?
Can you see me? What was the implication? Like, why do you need the camera on? Do you think I'm not here? That I've like replaced myself with an AI bot, or I've hired like an undocumented worker to do an impersonation?
Senor Paul, may I go now? No, keep working. Okay. I am salty.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I've come to talk with you again.
Anyway.
$1,200 gold, the lights come on, sure. Dude,
You know what? If you guys make 900, I'll add that one to the fucking
if
list.
we actually get to 900, then there you go.
Because Paul, I mean, I think he still has his lights set up, right? So whatever. And or if
yeah,
not,
no,
he could
they're
probably...
right. They're right here. I have an app that turns them on. I just don't want to do it.
Well, there you go. Paul will turn on his lights and show you what's going on. This is a good. I mean, I don't know. Is this narcissism? Is this conceit? Is this egotism?
Are Americans getting shorter?
I'm glad Americans are getting shorter. Apparently, we're getting shorter. Because I was always kind of afraid that as people got taller and taller, I was going to get left behind. But apparently, no.
Their growth's been all stunted. You know what? I mean, we've destroyed the ecosystem so much, TJ. I think you're kind of safe. Americans eat terrible diets, so it's like,
yeah.
You know, there's always going to be some people who are going to be taller than you if you're a tall person.
I know,
we polluted the environment.
I was just afraid of a future where my ass is not all that tall compared to the average motherfucker. But
I think the only way you're going to get that is if you move to like the Netherlands or something.
Seems like I'm pretty safe. Turn off the ring light. I don't have a ring light, so I can't.
Dude, I legit cannot use one of those fucking ring lights. Can't do it. I feel like it's the dead of night and a giant truck has appeared out of nowhere with its high beams on, passing me on the fucking left. It is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
The lights I have now are like, I can turn them way down. They're more muted. I've got like diffusers on them so they're not like super harsh, and it still fucks me up.
I don't really know that you could call me freakishly tall. I think someone has to be like 7 feet tall for you to start using the word freakish about it.
I don't know, because here's the thing. I agree with you, TJ, but I could also see you in another life being the strong man at a traveling carnival.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not that strong.
No, but I mean, neither were they back then. A lot of those dudes just had horrible back problems and shit.
Oh, okay,
they would lift fake dumbbells and they had to be tall like you. They had to be like head and shoulders above most people. So you might be kind of freakishly tall.
Okay, fair enough.
You're definitely
you're more like freakishly big.
Okay.
You know, I would say, I mean, like your height. I mean, obviously you're pretty tall.
Dude, I didn't tell anybody about this, but I'll tell you.
You're
guys.
also big. You're also like big though too. Like a lot of people who are tall are just normal build. They're like they might be 6'7", but they're pretty skinny.
I'll tell you guys a saga of TJ's body. Okay.
Oh,
so I went on.
I won't even know.
Hold on, let me get the Vaseline out real quick.
Okay.
All right.
Paul's like, hold on a second.
Well, anyway, I fucking So I go step on the scale, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking down at the scale and I'm like, I'm too fucking fat. I need to lose some weight. Like, I want to.
What are you now? 350?
No, not quite, but you know,
it's not too bad.
Getting up there though. It was like 335. And so I'm like, man, I really need to lose some weight. I don't need to be 335. That's too fucking.
Grab some weed while you talk about this.
Okay. So anyway, I'm fucking fat as fuck, right? And I decide like I need to lose a little bit of weight. I decide I'm gonna do the fasting thing again. And I heard about this thing like alternate day fasting, and I was always like, oh, that's gonna be really rough to do. But I'm gonna do a version of that. So the plan I had was on these show days, I was gonna fast completely, just no fucking food for the show days. The days after show days, I could eat all day. In the other day, I was gonna fast from a window from like 6 to midnight. So 6 hours of feed, and then the rest of the day is fasting. And I didn't tell anyone I was doing this because I didn't want any sort of like discouragement or opinion about it. Because you know how people are when you talk about something.
Oh yeah, like, I'm never discussing it again.
Right.
Ever.
So I'm like, okay, I'm doing this, and I did it for 2 fucking weeks. I did it relentlessly. It was hard as fuck, especially on those days where I wasn't allowed to eat at all. But I was like, it's all gonna be fucking worth it. So I'm like, okay, 2 weeks has passed. Let me fucking hop on this scale, see what the fuck all my sacrifices earned me. 335. I'm just like, I didn't lose a fucking pound. I didn't lose so much as a fucking ounce. Like, fuck
Damn.
that. I immediately stopped. I'm like, I'm not fucking doing this anymore. I'm going to fucking Burger King. Fuck y'all. I wouldn't go to Burger
So
King.
you're
You know
real
what I'm saying?
driven. You're real driven by like the scale number that you have to
but
see.
after 2 fucking weeks, I mean, like, if
No,
I had
I'm not. That wasn't a criticism. I'm just
No,
saying.
I mean, to an extent, I mean, I'm not one of these people that fucking like gets discouraged if I weigh more on Tuesday than I did on Monday or something. But after 2 weeks of fucking like a really rough fucking diet, and I look at the scale and I see I ain't lost so much as a fucking ounce, it's like, fuck that. No, I'm not gonna fucking continue on down this path.
Yeah.
Like,
No, that's
I
understandable.
mean, like after two weeks, I should definitely see some kind of fucking result.
I mean,
Yeah, but
like,
the problem is that you can't. Is that we've talked about this before, and one of the things about with you and dieting is that you're not understanding the balance. Like, yeah, even if you fast those days, but if it's followed by a day of you gorging yourself and just being like very permissive.
I looked into the science of this shit, and the guy that was like fucking pushing this alternate day fasting shit was saying like, even if you gorge yourself on those days,
He's
you might.
lying.
Well, he shows some studies that were like,
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
All right. Well, why don't you let me fucking explain before you tell me what the fuck your opinion is? All right. So on those, I mean, obviously it didn't work, so you're fucking right.
The efficacy
Why am I
of
gonna fucking try to argue with you? I tried, it didn't fucking work. So
yeah,
you're
I'm
obviously
saying
right.
like, why are you dying on the hill of that? Well, that because it's illogical. You can do whatever study you want.
I'm just naturally
if you
antagonistic
followed-
towards you.
If of course, if you followed that fasting and then you had eaten sensibly those days, you would have definitely lost weight.
Sure, but fuck that. That's the whole person I want. The reason I want to do alternate day fasting is so I can eat whatever I wanted on the days I can eat.
Because you want to have your cake and eat it too, and it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I saw a dude that claimed it fucking worked for him, but obviously either his body is very different than mine, or fucking he's full of shit.
Claim anything you want, you know that.
Well, I mean, what he was showing is like, oh, well, you know, you might fucking eat more on those days than you normally would, but it's gonna be like 35% more. So it's not going to cancel out those other days because you can't possibly do that. But apparently,
yes,
I fucking did it.
Yeah,
apparently I fucking
that's
did
the most
it,
illogical shit I've ever heard. You most certainly could cancel that out.
Anybody that was
Well, I
waiting
don't know
on
how
that,
the fuck.
the
I'm gonna have
poll
to
is
do
shifting.
fucking. I mean, I'm gonna have to either get gastric bypass or something, or I'm gonna have to fucking just fucking like starve myself.
Dude,
Lock myself
None
in
of
a
those
box.
drastic things are going to work. Now, gastric bypass could work. You have to have a lifestyle change.
Or I gotta fucking start getting on that fucking shit that fucks with your dopamine even more, even though I already have a fucking dopamine disorder. Get on that semaglutide or whatever the fuck.
My first real girlfriend, long-term live-in girlfriend, had gastric bypass, and that is the only thing that has kept me from going down that road.
You
It
ain't
was
that
watching.
fat? I'm pretty
Was
fucking
watching
fat.
her. Dude, we're both TJ and I are well over the weight where they will consider gastric bypass.
Let me show you this shit. Fucking shit right here.
I mean, TJ's benefit is that he's really big. That's why he doesn't appear as fat as he. Like if TJ was like a shorter person, he'd be immensely fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, TJ needs to lose easily. I would say because TJ gets to easily stand to lose about 100 pounds.
Fuck you, I'm fat as fuck.
Yeah, TJ. I think an ideal weight for TJ probably around 230.
Don't fucking tell me I ain't fat.
If TJ is his size,
too.
230, 240 is where TJ should aim for. Probably somewhere around there.
I ain't been to that shit since I was like 21 or some shit. 22.
I mean,
and people called me fat back then. Even when I was at my fucking like ideal pretty much weight, people were still calling my ass fat.
Dude, back on DP when I was working out at that fucking gym all the time, I was down to 278 or some shit. Like I was well on my way.
Yeah, you lost a ton of weight. I remember you trying to tell me like, no, I didn't. I don't even look that much different. We had 2 pictures of you, and we're like, fuck yeah, you did, Paul. You like you lost a ton.
Oh.
But you know the thing is though, and I kind of get it though. It's because your perspective. It's like you're like, no, I'm not. I'm still fat. You know. So to you, it's like it doesn't. The person experiencing it, it's like, no, I'm a fat fuck still.
But anyway,
I've not done that.
The first piece of good news I got today was that the human race is getting shorter. So that means my spot as tall motherfucker is secured.
Well, Americans are getting shorter.
I read that dicks are
that's
getting
where I
bigger.
live.
though.
Well, you know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Can't do much about that.
the second piece of good news I got is, you know, I felt so bad that like I haven't fucking read a book cover to cover in so fucking long, right? It's like, oh man, I feel like such an illiterate fucking twat. Because I'll get in a book, I'll start a book, but you know, I don't have the consistency to fucking finish the fucking thing because I'm just too fucking. But you know what I found out? The standards around me have lowered to the point where the very fact that I have the attention span to watch a movie from beginning to end now makes me like de facto like, oh wow, what an intellectual. What it's fucking beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I
Check it
guess
out.
so.
Is watching a movie the new reading a book? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, because that's what that's what I need to hear.
How low can society go? Hey guys, I watched a movie. Damn.
As long as
Fucking-
society continues to sink beneath me, I'm fine. The other night, I exhibited an unusual human behavior for me. I watched an entire movie all the way through. My chest puffed with pride. I watched a whole movie in one night, all by myself. No interruptions, no pauses,
Is this
no
some
iPhone
like
diversions.
Zoomer shit or something?
No
like,
flipping channels. Not even 30 minutes falling asleep. I mean, this is beautiful. It was a revelation. You know what watching a movie felt like to my easily distracted hamster brain? It felt like an accomplishment. It felt smart. It felt like a day at the spa for my skull. It felt like finishing a book.
yeah, you can feel like whatever you want. That doesn't make it that.
Oh, it's that, Scotty. Don't you fucking shit on my
It sounds
picnic,
like
bitch.
someone that has like severe ADHD. So the idea of sitting down to watch a movie to them is just like an accomplishment. I mean, you can watch a movie pretty easily. It's not difficult.
Oh, it is, Scotty. It is now.
It's not.
It is now.
Not at all.
It is now. How many of these
I mean,
people?
just sit there and watch a movie is not an accomplishment.
It is.
The only accomplishment you get is you watched a movie.
It's a feat of intellectual fucking patience, Scotty.
And then by that standard, I'm a fucking genius, dude. Because I almost watch a movie every
exactly.
day.
So why would you fucking fight against this,
Because I get degrades any sort of real intellectualism.
Scotty? That's what a take. That's all I could say. What a take from Scotty.
Yeah, I guess when your standards, you watch a movie, that's the only response you can have. What a take, duh.
Meet the new Arnold Schwarzenegger, Scotty. You love Arnold, right? We got a new Arnold in the mix. 5'11", 245-pound teen is the youngest bodybuilder in the world. Has already smashed movie legends' 57-year record, Scotty.
Okay,
19-year-old Anton Rutushini, I'm going to get fucking bullshit for mispronouncing that, has become the youngest pro bodybuilder ever, Scotty. It's already smashed long-held records in the sports extensive history.
I mean, honestly, maybe you could in bodybuilding. I don't know. I know nothing about the kid. Maybe you could compete on that, but I think it goes beyond that. I mean, to say the next Arnold, it's like that's a lot. I mean, Arnold does a lot beyond just.
Get it out of here.
He has
get
to
that, get that lumpy, oily shit off the screen, please, dude. Ugh.
He has to beat Arnold at bodybuilding, and then beat him at acting, and then beat him at being like the governor of a state.
Dude,
I think Arnold had a way better physique than this dude. Yeah, I mean, maybe this dude.
They're trying to fucking puff this guy up.
I mean, look, here's Arnold down here.
Dude, yeah, dude. Arnold's physique is just Arnold has a better fucking physique than that dude right there. Like on the top, that dude had cut a whole lot, obviously for competition. He's all oiled up. And I think Arnold at his age at that time would have looked way better than him. I mean, you can just tell he's not even flexing in that picture.
I took the risk to prep again and challenge what record of Arnold's did this dude break? Beat Arnold's record by becoming the world's youngest professional bodybuilder. So I guess he's the youngest to ever be considered a professional at the sport.
That's not real. I mean, whatever. That I guess that's a record, but it's them invoking Schwarzenegger in this. He's not even on the
false
same
comparison.
Not even on the same fucking. Look at this.
He just isn't.
Look at this guy.
Dude, Schwarzenegger is
look at this guy.
One of the great physiques.
Look at
of
this
all
guy.
time.
I mean, Schwarzenegger did it back in a time period where this was not even like this guy's doing it in like the peak of like people accepting this, people having people have the ability to train. I mean,
dude,
like
Arnold's entire physique is just better. Every fucking single thing. You look, you go, you just comparison by comparison, he's just better.
Well, he's taller, so that gives more length for more muscle to proportionally hang out on his body. And dude, I got to tell you, when I look at these modern bodybuilders, they just look lumpy.
Yeah, they look, and all this fucking spaghetti noodle bullshit in their arms. Fucking
They
looks
just
like
look
dog
lumpy,
shit.
dude. Like Schwarzenegger doesn't look lumpy to me. He looks sculpted like a statue. That dude down there.
Yeah,
dude,
whatever happened to the fucking aesthetics of this sport?
Yeah, dude, that dude down there, if you saw that on a fucking Roman statue, you'd probably piss yourself laughing. That's like, that's a lumpy absurdity of human fucking freakishness.
Dude has no
It
nuts,
doesn't-
apparently. I mean, well, steroids shrink the fuck out of your nuts, right?
It does. It literally doesn't look good. But Arnold, dude, that's class, dude. Look, dude, pull up some pictures of Arnold in
Yeah,
his bodybuilding.
Yeah,
days,
get like
bro.
some like Arnold in his heyday, dude. Come
'Cause
on.
I can't fucking abide by this shit, dude. I'm sick of this shit. This shit needs to be addressed, and now.
There are a lot of guys that look way worse than him. I mean, no one's denying that, but we're talking about comparing yourself to Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime of bodybuilding.
Right.
That's a totally. I mean, like they invited the comparison, not us. We're not saying look at this guy next to average schlub. Yeah, obviously this guy's in better shape than average schlub. But we're talking about one of the most famous, the most famous bodybuilder of all time, which is Arnold.
This is kind of gay. This is super gay. I mean, it's bodybuilding we're talking about.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's
Bro. Get out of fucking Dodge, bro.
come on, man. No,
That dude
even
is
fucking
not in the
close.
same conversation as Arnold.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
he might have broken a record for being the youngest, so congrats to that. But to say he's the next Arnold, I mean, you can't fucking know that unless this guy has the same kind of career Arnold had.
I think a lot of people don't appreciate like how awesome Arnold looked when he was at peak physique or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Because he hasn't been there in a long time, and they're probably more used to, older Arnold where he gave it up. Dude, this dude was an Adonis. He literally looked like a fucking Greek hero or some shit. You know what I mean? Like
And Arnold did it at a time period where bodybuilding was not as culturally acceptable or huge. And like, he kind of like was one of the people. I mean, he didn't really lay the foundations for it, but he kind of laid the foundations for the more modern acceptance of bodybuilding.
Well, the thing is, damn it,
I mean,
stop it.
this dude now in
fuck is your
2023
problem?
is that it's a totally different environment. I think there's a way more of a playbook out there for some guy that's 19 to become the youngest bodybuilder.
Well, like,
than would be for
here's the
someone like
thing.
Arnold.
Like, if I could wave like a magic wand or something over myself and be like, I can have the body of Arnold Schwarzenegger, like in this kind of picture, like it'd be like, yeah. But like this dude, I wouldn't even want his fucking weird ass looking body.
Me
Shit,
either.
shit looks fucking strange to me.
yeah, that
I mean, if he's
lumpy
happy
shit.
doing it, I mean, that's good for him. But I mean, if I'm choosing between his physique and Arnold,
Hey, you know what? I'm
picking
tired
Arnold.
of. I'm tired of this good for him shit. If he's happy and he's into it, fuck him. I'm not. He needs to fucking put on some weight. So I don't have to look at his nasty
fuck
ass.
you, TJ.
Fuck
If
that
If
shit.
people are fine respecting your fat, ugly ass, dude, then
You know
fucking
what?
respect
Yeah,
him
they
for being a
should.
fucking freaky looking bodybuilder.
Hey, you know what, Scotty? With me, respect is a one-way fucking street, bitch.
Yeah, that's what a shock. You
So
fooled me,
I'm
TJ.
just being real with you, Scotty. You gonna
I'll
hate
be right
me for
back.
the
Real,
realness?
man.
Bye, Paul. You gonna hate me for the fucking realness, Scotty? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna hate me because I
You're
spoke the fucking
realest
truth
G,
to you?
TJ.
I mean, I
Body
don't
shaming
make
a bodybuilder. I mean, TJ clearly is.
Look, Scotty, I don't make the rules. I just make the rules, okay?
So then you make the rules.
That's right. Don't you fucking forget it.
Yeah, you don't make any rules, TJ.
You just
Only
said
rule
I
you
did.
make. Only
You're
rule
all
you
over the place,
fucking
Scotty.
make.
You're flip-flopping. You're
Only
flip-flopping.
rule
bro.
you ever made, TJ, is how much food to shove into your fat fucking mouth. And even then, you can't keep it straight.
Whatever, Scotty. Your insults are beneath my dignity. Megyn Kelly has a meltdown over Taylor Swift attending charity comedy show for Gaza. I hope they boycott her.
I mean, just
Dude.
give me a break, dude. Taylor Swift's so
Megyn-
fucking rich with so many fans. I mean, no one
If
gives a
every
fuck.
single Megyn Kelly fan boycotted Taylor Swift tomorrow, Taylor Swift would not fucking even begin to notice that shit
She'd
for a
have what,
half
like-
of a fucking second.
She'd have like what, 10 less fans?
Yeah, like who gives a rat's fucking ass? Taylor Swift is like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on, honestly. Because Taylor Swift has been around for a hot fucking minute. But it seems like
Decades.
every year that bitch is fucking more famous and bigger than she ever was. And it's gotten to a point now where like it's like kind of insane. Like you just fucking you walk out, she's on the cover of every fucking magazine you see at a fucking store. Fucking hear her name fucking bandied about goddamn everywhere. She was just the Time Person of the fucking year.
I mean, she's probably arguably the most famous person in the world at this point.
I have no fucking idea why. Speaking of mouthpieces,
I don't
did you also
either.
see what Cousin Charlie said about Taylor Swift. Who the fuck is Cousin Charlie, and why do I give a shit?
I mean, it's Charlie Kirk.
Oh yeah, I saw something about that. Let me see. Hold on. Charlie Kirk, Taylor Swift. Yeah, didn't he like get in some shit or something? Taylor
Her tickets are like $1,000. Her tickets are like you must be talking about the nosebleeds. There's people that literally. There's articles written about they spent like $20,000 like as a once in a lifetime experience to take their kids to Taylor Swift.
No, this is an older one.
Like, I'm not dropping like Super Bowl ticket prices to see Taylor Swift. I mean, if those people want to do it, that's up to them. That's their financials. You know, they can fucking do whatever they want. But I would never. I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm not paying $20,000 to go to a concert.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I know he said something about her recently, but it's all about old shit. So if someone wants to send that to me, I'll ignore it. Don't bother. Anyway.
A group that NGO Monitored has described as highly political, presenting a high...
Ooh, unlike you, right? Megyn Kelly's not highly political. Remember that fucking attempt Megyn Kelly had at fucking mainstreaming her opinion and becoming like a fucking respected journalist?
Look,
and then
I hate to do
it
it.
didn't work and no one fucking bought it. So now she's back to this fucking lame ass right wing Fox News grift, but just not on Fox News anymore.
Go to the old Family Guy. Phony. She's a phony. I mean, when you do something like that obvious and you go to like, hey, mainstream, will you like me? And it's like, no, we reject you. You're boring.
Dude.
And then you just go right back to the shit you were saying before.
This says Megyn Kelly had an absolute meltdown. I want to see this. She better fucking have an absolute fucking meltdown then.
She's not. She's going to go like...
I hate this shit where I'm constantly told about these fucking meltdowns and then I watch it and there's like, oh, she was perturbed. Let's see.
Highly biased view of the Israel-Palestine war, ignoring any Palestinian responsibility for hardship and contributing to the demonization of Israel. That is the group Taylor Swift thought it might be fun to help raise money for, attend the fundraiser for, and she owes Israelis and...
Oh shit, meltdown! Meltdown!
So for supporting the political cause, she owes all these people an apology. You know, it's such a nonsensical thing, especially talking about groups at war, to say, well, this side did this thing and this side did that thing. And therefore, it's like apportioning blame is blame is on both sides. It's impossible for there not to be blame on both sides in any sort of conflict.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of this. Who was that having that gigantic, unfettered meltdown?
It's Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly so far has gone on an unhinged mental fucking meltdown, a complete tirade.
A tirade.
Yes.
A meltdown.
It's hideous. Like she's at the top of her lungs screaming and crying and shaking. It's horrible.
Jewish Americans an apology. And I hope they boycott her events until she issues it. Because attending this thing was wrong.
Never gonna happen.
Whoa,
Taylor Swift became a billionaire because of her last tour.
Settle down, okay? Can you just calm down, please?
You, Taylor Swift, they're gonna boycott you until you change your position on this thing. It's like, she already attended the fucking thing. What is she gonna do? Unattend it? Oh, guys that actually didn't attend that fundraiser. Oh, okay. I like you now.
It was wrong. Do some Googling. See what they do in Gaza to gays. See about women's rights in Gaza, Taylor. Otherwise, do this when it comes to talking about those issues again.
See about women's rights in Gaza, Taylor. Otherwise, zip your lips because nobody wants to hear it. Talk to the hand, Taylor, because the face ain't trying to understand what you're saying.
See what they do to, what was it, the 17,000 people they killed in Gaza? See what they do to them. No one's... So wait, if you defend... So to have this conversation, one side has to be perfect? Like, that's the criteria. Yeah, there's people in Palestine that have fucked up ideas about the world. So therefore, whatever happens to them is justified.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
look
think
it up.
so.
I'm gonna see what the latest casualties are. I usually don't do this, but I just want to underscore. The
I
point that-
pulled a news article. I don't think TJ pulled it. Maybe he
How many
did.
atheists do you think
I know
are
he said
kind of
we had some shit left over.
What a fucked up name that guy's got. Right? How
So
many
this
atheists do you think are killed?
this came from our hold on. No.
Fucked up name that guy's got.
No, dude, no. This came
How
from
many
the
atheists do you think are
this came from the merch tier. It was
Oh,
the
good.
only thing that the merch tier wanted to see on the show tonight. It was the only suggestion was that we react
Rind of Zeodadong.
to the classic Rind of Zeodadong.
How many atheists do you think got killed during the reign of Zeodadong? What a fucked up name that guy's got.
He's just so confidently retarded. It's just, you know,
That's a different era of Brett too, because I mean that's when he actually still made videos and appeared on camera and stuff. You know,
yeah.
I
Dude,
don't think when's the last time Brett actually appeared in the video?
I wish that I could have the reaction that I had earlier today when I saw that this was pulled and stuff. And I was, I'd seen it so many times and I knew it was something Brett had said. And I remember us talking about it and all that stuff. And we've brought it up several more times. But as I was sitting there pulling some other story,
Just sitting there.
just in the middle of pulling some news, it really just struck me again. The absurdity of a man saying the rind of Zeodadong and then being like, what a fucked up name that guy had.
I mean, how do you
Yeah.
look?
And just not her fucking saying to
How
himself,
do you look
like,
at Mao's name and,
that
and
right?
come up? How do you look at his name and come up with Zeodadong? That's what I just don't. I just don't know, like, where in his brain that made sense. Like, I know Brett's stupid.
I
know Brett-
know.
Oh.
I know exactly where it came from. He had heard about Mao Zedong before, but he never really knew where he fit into history, other than he was a leader of China and was bad,
Sure.
right? But he never learned the name. He never learned anything about Mao Zedong, and it had been probably like maybe 15 years since Brett had even thought about Mao Zedong when this clip was made. And he was riffing because writing takes effort, so he was coming off the top and he was trying to think of examples of horrible atheist rinds.
Right.
And he was like, oh yeah, in his brain, he was like, oh yeah, that China dude, but he didn't remember the name. And so, but he didn't have time to wait because he'd already started. What about all the atheists that died during the rind of? And then when it came time to say Mao Zedong, something had to come out, and he got as close as he could. And he went. It was kind of like that scene in Army of Darkness when Ash can't say Klata Varata Niktu. He can't remember it. He heard it. And he's like, Klaatu Verada necktie, or whatever the fuck he ends up on.
I think he kind of
Yeah.
coughs his way through it.
Yeah, he tries to cough his way through it.
Now that I've said these words.
That's exactly what it was, though. That was Brett trying to summon a name that he knew was associated with China and bad and atheist.
what is a rind? Does he mean a rain? He does.
He means a rain, yes. I don't think he knows how to say the word rain. I don't think that if you put that word in front of Brett at that time, he would have read it and said rain. I think he would have said Rhine. The rind of Zeodadon. Scotty,
Yes.
have you considered all of the atheists that died under the rind of Zeodadon?
I've never considered that personally.
What a fucked up name that guy's got, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you know what? We don't know too much about the guy. I mean, look, there's not a wealth of information on the internet about him. You can't just go and read about the rind of Zeodadong. So you just got to go with your gut. Is he the guy that invented Chinese food?
My favorite Keenism is still working on all cinder blocks.
Yeah, that's it.
That one, to me, if I were to write like an unofficial biography of Brett Keane, that's what I would call it. I would call it Working on All Cinder Blocks, the enigma of Brett Keane.
I mean, I think that's probably the closest description of his life as well.
No, editing. Working on All Cinder Blocks, the pathetic history of Brett Keane.
I'm looking to see if Brett's done any videos recently where, oh shit. I guess he made another video about TJ.
Oh shit. Dude, we gotta watch that shit, bro. There's no fucking way we can let TJ get away with yet another fucking scam, dude.
Oh shit, dude. Amazing atheist scam fail. What the fuck, dude? I had no idea TJ was scamming people again. All right, this is gonna mean TJ's not here, so I mean, look, it's gotta be what it's gotta be. It is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
Dude,
Present.
if I were to take a guess at what this is gonna be, it's gonna be like, this guy, amazing atheist story. I when I first got on your YouTube, so I thought he was a really interesting guy. And I was friendly with the guy. But then, I noticed that he would scam people a lot. So, like, for example, he told people he was going to do a trip around the world in an RV.
You know what's weird as shit with the audio thing? So tell me if you can hear
National
this.
radio station on Spotify, Amazon.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, beautiful. So, I mean, Brett's using AI. Damn, okay.
And many other services across the internet. His topics and subjects primarily cover God, religion, theology, philosophy, news, science, politics.
Mac and cheese. Pabst root beer.
Dude.
A 2-liter of warm root beer on my desk.
Tubs in the bathtub.
A giant container of Sunny D in the fridge.
Dude, that's
And a
100% why.
why.
He did. You know what that reminds me of? That's the last time we saw Brett. It's because we dissected his fucking life, and he just couldn't take it. He can't.
I don't even remember what that video was about, but we covered a very recent video of his, and we picked apart the Tubbs root beer and everything for fucking 20 minutes. And since then, this motherfucker has not shown his toothless face on camera. Dude, we still rent free in Brett's mind, dude. He's rent free in ours too, for sure.
Oh yeah, of course. But the thing is with Brett is like, even if you have the subject of whatever the video is, like it's like, Brett doesn't know anything about it. I mean, 9 times it does some drama shit. That's the only time with
And
honestly,
I
with
ask
Brett.
myself, come on, Gord.
Come on, Gord.
Yeah, it's like if it's drama, then I believe Brett knows what he's talking about. If it's interpersonal shit with people, I mean, I believe he knows he's lying or knows enough to actually speak about it extemporaneously.
100%.
But if it's
100%.
anything besides that, like I know Brett has to be on a short leash with the script.
Entertainment, music, television, and movies.
Yeah, this is not Doran. Someone say this is
Brett
Doran.
Keane also
Doran is
writes
like
books.
works as
His
far as we
newest-
know. Doran works in a restaurant, which everyone I've ever met that's worked in restaurants usually at least pack a day smoker, dude.
Yeah,
Doran's
dude.
got a
She
deep voice
sounds
like
she
this.
sounds like a diner waitress, dude. Every time we've heard Dorn speak, and like we're talking like 10 years ago, she sounded like a diner waitress. So extrapolate on that.
Novel is called Afterlife Simulation.
Well, and here's the thing. Somebody said earlier too. It's funny how Paul's Brett Keane impersonation has slowly devolved into Mr. Plinkett. He has slowly, like, I am, if anything, as a Keenologist, committed to accuracy. And that's what he sounds like now, dude. He's like, he lost that joie de vivre that is in my old Brett impersonation. He's just a lump now, dude. You'll hear.
Okay, not fair to say.
Brett Keane was on TV radio.
So wait a minute. Brett Keane has a new book out.
Yes,
Brett Keane has a new novel.
that's what it says.
I didn't hear about that.
I mean, she just said it. It was just in this video.
I mean, that's a piece of lore that.
Afterlife Simulation by Brett.
Oh,
E.
dude. There's no way he wrote it, dude. This is an AI book if there ever was one.
Oh, you think so? You think he's no longer even trying to write his own shit?
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
Dude, there's no. Can you read part of it?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Read
dude,
sample.
can we peek inside?
We'll know pretty quick if it's actually Brett or if it's a. I can already tell just by the way it's formatted that he didn't do it.
He definitely didn't format it.
This is the end. Grace whispered to her. I mean, actually, the fact that it's not like justified.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Well, I guess it is.
Well, hold on. Let's see. The end. This is the end, Grace whispered to herself as she sat in the front row closet to her husband's casket with her daughter beside her.
He wrote it.
Yep.
One sentence is all it took. He wrote it. It's just like it's almost like half of a run-on sentence. It's just like a sentence that contains both too much and too little information. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like there's no dynamism to the writing. It's all very flat and just like
so
informational.
True. Too much and too little. That describes Brett perfectly.
The funeral home was hard looking on the outside, but inside, beautiful flowers were laid about.
This was.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's no AI. No AI would turn out such schlock.
There were a few small, comfortable chairs and love seats scattered through the building for mourners to rest on. Soft lit lamps on wooden antique-like tables. What do you mean antique-like,
Brett is
bro?
so fucking dead as a writer. He literally instead of starting with like a cool death scene, he starts at a fucking funeral.
We're set here and there, and nearly every table or desk had a box of tissues ready for the inevitable tears that would fall. It could be noted that very few relations or friends showed up. It always made sense that when the day would come, this would be the case. Grace and her deceased husband,
oh my God,
Adam,
this is him. He writes like he talks.
Had always been quiet.
Like it has a very awkward gait to it. That's just like immediately recognizable.
Yeah, it's constantly like stumbling over it. It has
no
flow or rhythm or anything like that.
You're definitely gonna buy this because Brett's gonna pull this down at some point.
It's trying to sound more artsy and important than it is. It's not just blunt and legible. It's like a tiny mind trying to be Baroque with his writing. You know what I mean? Like, and really failing at it.
The world was a small place to Grace. In her mind, all that was needed was to get by was the warmth of her husband and the innocence of her daughter. In less than a week, Joy, her daughter, would turn 13 years of age. The child would have to live with the fact that her father perished shortly before going to the store to pick up a gift.
So
for her birthday.
That's a good example right there. Is like that sentence would be much more economical and would fit this narrative style better if he just said like Grace, his daughter Grace was going to turn 13 next week. Like there's no reason to say 13 years of age. Like he's not, that's like he sounds like he's filling out a government form, not writing a book. You know what I mean?
Grace began daydreaming on the day she met him. While her eyes were fixed on his silent corpse resting in the casket, she was very shy. He was confident and had charisma. He made it so easy for her to get comfortable. It wasn't long before she realized that this was a man she could say anything to, and he would accept her.
I gave Brett way too much credit because the thought of Brett actually using it like an AI to write a book is probably beyond him. It really probably is.
You know what I want you to do, TJ?
Yeah,
because this is unbearable. Like his writing is just a snooze fest.
Yeah.
Can we look at the reviews?
There's not many yet. There's 5.
I want to see if he's review botting still, though.
Well, it's at 2.5 stars right now, so we'll see. I don't know if anyone. Okay, worst book I ever read. This book. Hold on.
I looked at the first.
Oh, what a glowing review.
This book is
the first review is worst book I ever read.
This book is actual trash. Actual trash. Crappy wannabe sci-fi author. It's like it was written by an immature 12-year-old. The characters are stupid.
Yeah.
The plot is silly and dumb. Too much contradictions and inconsistencies throughout. The story timeline is stupid and makes no sense. They talk about being in World War II, but then it being 2020. And then the character stays the same age from the 40s to 2020. Just kind of idiotic and boring.
Oh, dude, bro. Oh,
right,
man.
here
Never
is-
change humanity.
Here is a positive review.
Okay, yeah.
So let's first of all see if this is a real person, because
Okay.
they have an account and stuff.
All right, yeah, sure.
So
Let's dig into it.
it looks like this is a person who just goes around giving 5-star reviews. to stuff.
Phony. Dude, this is a pay. Brett paid somebody.
Yeah, he's review botting for sure.
I currently own the e-copy of Afterlife Simulation and plan on getting the paperback edition, as
Bullshit.
I honestly find it fascinating and intriguing read.
No.
I like how the story is related to the current pandemic taking place in the world today and how it affected this one family, a mother and her daughter in particular, and all the struggles they faced soon after the husband died. The vampire-like, I know Brett wrote this because only he constantly needs to fucking say that shit is like shit and not just that it is that. The tables are antique-like tables.
Yeah,
the vampire is a vampire-like killer.
right.
It's also intrigued. Yeah, whatever. Bullshit, Brett. No one buys you. Afterlife Situation. It's a decent read. I like to sit down with a bowl of mac and cheese and read a couple chapters now and then.
All right, we know that's a we know we work that one. It's definitely some fucking DP era fucking chode.
One
to put out some shit.
1 star.
I love that they're still out there.
Afterlife Situation.
He's never gonna escape the mac and cheese.
Oh, dude, we fucking trained Brett, dude. Brett is so trained, like he won't almost ever say the word situation. He'll say mac and cheese, but like mac and cheese.
Look at this. So the author is a known scammer, has written fake reviews on his work. The book is poorly written, run on, incomplete, and out of place sentences are abundant. Multiple and blatant obvious spelling and grammatical mistakes are in every paragraph. Speaking of paragraphs, there are none. It's just blocks of text. There are no indentations or new lines started for quotes, and it often is hard to understand who's talking until after a quote is finished. Turn of phrases are often misplaced and or written incorrectly. Creepy descriptions / actions of young teenage girls are all over the place. It goes on. Author.
Yeah, why would Brett? Like, it's a bizarre. I mean, like, I'm not saying you can't write outside of what you are, but like, Brett writing about a 13-year-old.
Author lazily uses COVID as a write-in to make up for his inability to write an original piece of gothic fiction. Spend your $16 somewhere else. And then finally, a 5-star review. Afterlife Situation. It's a very particular read. This individual is truly talented. I don't know how someone could sit there and corm up with such brilliance.
The 13-year-old girl soaped up her melon-like breasts on the shower. What a creep.
But I'm Brett Keane. I'm a weirdo. Who told Brett to write anyways? That was one of years ago, probably over 10 years ago. We asked Brett, like, what do you do for a living, Brett? Like, what is your job? And he held up his vanity press shit and he was like, this is my job situation.
I'm a poor blushed author.
It's like, yeah, I guess technically you are. That's technically true.
Oh, shit.
TJ, you're just trying to avoid this, though.
What?
I mean, look, you've been exposed, dude.
What am I trying to avoid?
Interested in his merchandise? Check out
In this video, which is recent to Brett's channel, it's another exposure review.
Finally.
Love Brett. Guys, this is actually these are people reacting to Brett Keane about to come and take the stage and just jam out.
Brett's about to take the fucking stage.
I mean, you hear the audience. We want Brett.
We want Brett. We want Brett.
I mean, basically like the Doom soundtrack.
Listening to.
All right, well.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane, and you are listening to The Brett Keane Show. If you'd like to see new videos
Hold
by
up.
me exclusively,
Pause. You're listening to The Brett Keane Show? That's so wait a minute. The name of his show now is Listening to The Brett Keane Show?
Listening to the Brett Keane
guess, I don't
situation.
know.
The
Did I
Brett
hear
Keane
that
Show.
right?
It's available on Amazon Music and Spotify, guys. So if you have Amazon Music or Spotify, you can listen to the Brett Keane Show. Live shows air on radio. Merchandise store. Join us. Become a member at Brett Keane.
Yeah, and people, he is not appearing on camera. This is a
videos
gift.
where I'm totally unhinged.
No different than the Spite Onion.
You can check me out on Rumble as
Dude.
well as my international radio station that is
I
connected.
can't believe this motherfucker has faked a cam of him talking into a fake mic. I cannot believe that this has
Has
happened.
he added like a light behind him, like almost like trying to give himself like this sort of angelic quality to Brett?
Yeah,
where it's like he's bathed in this like light, like oh, the light of Brett.
The way too much effort went into that fake ass fucking shit, dude. And he's got it all squeezed into like a bad like aspect ratio. Like I don't know why he can't make it like full sized. I think he's trying to make himself look thinner. That's exactly what it is.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Dude, he manipulated the image and squished it so that his ass didn't look double wide like it is. By the way, I was going to wait to say this, but you know me as a keenologist, I have little birds out there that come and bring me information every once in a while. Let me know what's going on. And I've heard of this is an unconfirmed rumor. So I want to say that right out. But I have heard that one of the reasons Brett is no longer on cam is because he is tipping the scales 400 plus pounds. I've heard this.
Wow.
So I'm just passing along a little whisper.
Oh, so this is actually like this makes Brett look like really svelte here. Like even if you didn't squish this, like you're talking Brett's put on like 100 plus pounds for even being.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that he's blown up like in a.
Do you know the
way.
basis of that? Is like anyone seen Brett like on a stream or something?
Rumor. There was a rumor that he did a stream and cut his camera on during the stream, and that he was busting out of his shirt, like basically. He went to stand up and his gut was just hanging fucking down. He was huge.
Dude, I can tell you, I mean, I've honestly only met a couple of people in my life who were like hugely fat. Like if you're at the point where you're so fat that you're like 4 or 5 XL shirt doesn't cover you, you're fat. So
yeah,
I mean,
you're overly fat at that point.
Yeah, like so if Brett's pushing that, that's bad, dude. That's like, I mean, we might be doing the Manatee funeral episode. If he really is in fact over 400 pounds, I mean, at his age, I mean, he's what, about 47, 48 now? That's a heart attack waiting to happen.
I guess we missed some super chats coming in here too. So someone gave $100 and said, "Come on, Brett. Grammarly is free." Someone said, "This is the most inspirational this show has been in a while. At least I'm not Brett Keane."
True.
Levo y'all. And there's also this one. "Listening to your Brett Keane impressions since the old drunken peasant days has been such a consistently funny thing. It brings tears to my eyes."
Dude, the Manatee is evergreen for me, honestly. You know, like I got tired of being the one talking about him, but I will always and forever think that Brett is hilarious. Like, if Brett came out and said that he was a performance artist and like he's just been portraying this role of like a sleazy YouTuber for fucking 15, 20 years going on now, I would put him on par with Andy Kaufman. Like he's that level of unaware, awkward, funny that I find it hard to find that combination anywhere else. Like Brett Keane is hilarious, unintentionally.
Of course, that's the only way Brett can be funny.
Different outlets all over the internet. Oh yeah. Today we're going to be talking about a friend of mine.
See what I mean about my voice?
Oh yeah, he's
all over the internet. Oh yeah.
I think the fatness thing, I think there's a lot of credibility to that because you can just hear it in his voice. You can hear the level of fatness someone has.
Yeah.
And
Sometimes you
then
can, yeah.
Yeah, and with Brett, it's increased tremendously.
I don't know what you're talking about, Charlie.
What's
Why are you insulting me like this? You're insulting the piss out of me. Why are you insulting the piss out of me? Insulting the piss out of my fucking family, though, Scott. Why are you doing that shit?
You got a bunch of waterheads, Brett.
Why are you doing that shit, Scott? Don't do it.
Because I'm a jerk. That's why.
You're a piece of shit. What you fucking are.
To be relevant than someone who used to be fairly popular, the amazing atheist. My friend TTOR, what you're seeing here on the screen is his website called Quarter.
Cool.
And Quarter is a
Quarter?
Quarter.
Is it quarter or is he talking about corner?
I've read about a quarter of the Klan.
It's Brett's pronunciation of words is so weird.
Quarter.
It's so off generally that it's difficult to know what the fuck it looks like. Quarter.
It's called quarter.
So, but he says it like quarter. Like I'm going to give you a quarter.
It's called quarter.
video sharing site. Not only are you able to upload videos, but you can upload WAV files, MP3s, imagery, everything.
Replace YouTube, right?
My friend has a site that not only has video sharing, where you could go over right now, register, sign up, log in.
So 2 minutes in, and the scams of TJ have not been revealed yet.
This is probably a phishing scam that he's running right here.
Upload videos. But you're also able to have conversations with the community and have a really, really good time.
The community is G-Man. No thanks. Pass.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Good.
I forgot about G-Man.
G-Man.
He's apparently he's over on Quarter.
I'm on quarter where I can finally tell the truth.
God believers.
As many of you know, the Amazing Atheist a while back created 5 websites. Each one of them failed.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop the presses. 5 websites, TJ?
Damn, TJ.
Yeah, dude.
And all 5 of them have gone down in flames?
Yeah, I'm fucking bad at it, I guess. Shit,
man.
How's GodTVRadio.com doing?
It's fucking blowing up.
That's true. That failed, TJ.
Yeah.
And he asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars from
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Amazing Atheist and fucking big old goddamn scammer for hundreds of billions of dollars to make a website and situation never even manifest about that. Well, it's one of the biggest goddamn scam situation you ever fucking seen in your goddamn life.
Not only that, that's been explained for over fucking 10 plus years.
It's the same shit.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's already been explained to Brett.
Let me fucking show you how sad shit has gotten, okay? Let me show you how fucking sad shit has gotten, because I'll fucking tell you our first goal. Our first goal tonight is Grok brutally roast TJ.
Yeah.
I want you to see how much better this fucking soulless goddamn AI is at fucking destroying me than Brett Keane is.
I'm sure it will be better.
I mean, I don't know. Are you guys? Do you guys want to watch more of the Brett thing? Because I don't want to fucking jump into it prematurely.
I've heard it all before.
I mean,
it's free speech vids, and it's going to be the RV trip.
Let's see.
This is fucking. Look at how you properly roast my ass. Okay. This fucking hurt my goddamn feelings.
It's all the same with Brett. We already know where we're going.
Here you go. Roast Adam. So when I first signed up, because I wanted to see what Grok was like. I want to see how it stood up against fucking Chat GPT and stuff, because I'm very fascinated by AI shit. So I immediately signed up for a higher level of fucking Twitter, even though I hate the fucking site, because I wanted to see how this Grok shit was. And one of the options it had is for just like a preset was roast at you, whoever you are, and based on their posts, and be vulgar. So this is something they really wanted to show off. So I fucking did it. I asked it, roast at Amazing Atheist based on their posts and be vulgar. So here's what it said to me. Oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? At Amazing Atheist, you're like a walking contradiction with a keyboard. Your posts are so edgy, they make a razor blade look like a butter knife. Damn. You're so desperate to be controversial, you probably think you're the next Milo Yiannopoulos. But let's face it, You're more like a dollar store version of him.
Damn.
I know. I know.
Dollar store Milo.
I know.
Bro. Oof.
And that's when I knew it wasn't fucking around. Like, I was like, whoa, Grok. What the fuck? I thought this was going to be some lame AI roast, okay? I didn't know this was going to be like, I don't know this was going to have fucking teeth. I wasn't ready for that shit. It gets even meaner. Your fashion sense is as outdated as your opinions.
True.
You probably think you're a trendsetter, but in reality, you're a fashion disaster waiting to happen. Don't even get me started with your obsession with girl dicks and pregnant men. It's like you're trying to out-woke the woke crowd, but you just end up looking like a confused little puppy.
Fuck me.
I know.
Dude, dude. Grok brutally butt fucked you.
I know. It fucking, like, I was going to post this on my Twitter. Like, should I post this on my Twitter? I'm like, I don't even want to.
It's too good.
I know. It's fucking like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I didn't expect the fucking ponage of the year to be fucking from some AI.
Holy fuck, dude.
Anyway, it goes on to say, you know what they say, opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one and they all stink. Well, your opinions are like a backed up sewage system. They're full of shit and nobody wants to be around when they overflow. So, amazing atheists, keep posting your ridiculous attention-seeking content. You're the laughing stock of the internet, and we all need a good chuckle every now and then.
Damn. Bro, that's fucking... I'm actually offended because you're my friend.
I know.
Like, I feel like I want to defend you against Grok.
It's fucking rude, man. I know, right? That thing don't fuck around. You know, I was just trying to be, I'm just casual. Like, let's test out the features of this little thing in my jig.
Dude, I fucking stand in awe of Grok, dude. I mean, Grok has done a fucking tremendous job. Just getting to the heart of TJ, getting to the core, TJ's rotten core, might I add. And just cutting through the bullshit, TJ. And I think revealing you for what you are. Desperate for attention. Desperate for love.
Outdated. Desperate for attention.
A fucking
Truly.
overflowing sewer system. TJ, remember we read about that, like that, how like London sewer system, how it came to be, the cisterns overflowing. TJ, the muck and shit blocking up the river, dude. That's you, dude.
Dude,
you're the fucking shit in the river, TJ. You're the fucking tires and sewage and waste and runoff and lead and mercury. Grok, I commend, dude, for giving us the unvarnished fucking truth. I mean, do you dispute any of what things Grok said?
Grok fucked you up.
Dude, I have no fucking You know what?
Grok
the thing is,
fucking...
think about this.
Grok butt fucked you, TJ.
Not only
Grok soul fucked you.
Not only did Grok fucking show up and just lay waste to my entire fucking being, but like, there's nothing I can say because there's no actual personality behind it.
Right.
It's just a fucking algorithm of like, how can we hurt this person? And it just fucking did. And I got there's nothing I can fucking say back. There's no comeback to any of that shit. There's no fucking sick burn I can do back to Grok.
Oh, nothing.
Man, getting grokked has a new meaning to me now, dude.
I know. It's a fucking, it's a beast, man.
I don't even want to know what it has to say about me. I'm not even going, I won't even do it. I won't sign up. It won't know who I am.
I mean, it bases it on your last year of posts. So for you, it'd just be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because you ain't fucking posting.
Dude, and it wouldn't be like, I don't know. It would have some like, you are too afraid.
Grok.
Get grokked, motherfucker.
What a stupid name. I hate that term. Nerds have been trying to make Grok a fucking household thing forever, and it just never caught on. And now Elon's trying to force it.
Well, like, I guess I could tell it its name is stupid. Like we might come back. Well, you got a dumb name.
No, that would be a
no
good
one
name,
likes you. So,
Paul, do you think the audience will change their opinions on you versus Walsh like they did with you versus Milo Yiannopoulos?
None of the people that were vociferously against me at that time that, you know, the Milo shit happened ever came to me and were like, you were right. So no, like that never really happened. They just disappear. They just like slink back and find something else. So no, there's so much writing in the bait bro culture on winning every interaction you have with every other streamer that they can't, like, it's like ideology. They can't fathom a world in which Walsh lost something and that makes them wrong because his opinions are their opinions. It just won't happen.
So, Scotty, where are we at on these goals right now?
We're currently at 472.
So we have made our Matt Walsh says Bud Light must grovel at his feet
Oh,
goal.
goody.
We have 3 more goals. We've made half our goals for the night. We have 3 more. The $600 goal being Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson have a Trump filleting contest. The $750 being Jump Ass, which is a beautiful compilation of female athleticism. And not at all a fucking excuse to ogle.
No.
Female athlete ass. That would be ridiculous. Please do not.
That
make
what?
inference.
TJ, don't even imply that again. That's offensive to everyone here that you even imply that we would have some crass motivation to be ogling women on our show just blatantly. I don't think that's I would ever ascribe that to our show. And if someone did, and that was genuine, that show should be canceled.
Amen. And for 900, our final goal of the night, Dr. Drew makes a PragerU anti-weed video. And later tonight on Sloppy Seconds, we're going to be watching some true crime shit in preparation for our New Year's Eve true crime gauntlet. 6 hours of fucking true crime coming to you on the 31st, New Year's Eve. For those of you who have nothing better to do on New Year's Eve, you can watch us talk about murder and mayhem and other things. So join up on the Patreon.
The female athleticism bit was old the first time. All right. Well, then we're going to ogle the asses of a bunch of female athletes.
All right. Yeah. So if I guess if the bit has run its course, then yes. It's
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah, sorry about that. We'll drop the pretense. It is about ogling female athletes' butts. So there you go. Is that more refreshing? Are you fresh? You're fresh now?
That should be refreshing. Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, now it's time to talk.
Yeah, I hope we at least make Kid Rock tonight.
Oh yeah, dude. You got to see Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson fighting with each other over who can suck Trump's dick the hardest is kind of funny. 9 lesser known political parties from the History channel.
Oh.
Their channel really doesn't have that much to do with history much anymore, but I guess their website still occasionally does.
Yeah, I guess so.
Get the facts about 9 political parties now consigned to the historic graveyard. By the way, we actually, I don't know when it's coming out exactly, but we just yesterday recorded a classic DFF episode on dead religions. So this is kind of maybe like a sort of a little companion piece to that, because this is dead political parties.
Yeah.
But we talked about 3 religions that just don't exist anymore. And that should be coming out, I think, in a couple of weeks or maybe in a week or so. I'm not really exactly sure the specific date we're going to have that out to you guys, but that is recorded and ready to go. We also will have a Christmas episode coming to you at some point in December. Anyway, let's talk about some fucking political parties that fucking are pretty much completely defunct. Hold Paul under the water until the bubbles stop.
What the fuck? Wait a minute.
You don't like that?
Listen, we may have had our disagreements, but you should never wish something. That's a horrible way to die. How dare you, Zena Ferrer? How dare you?
Yeah.
You fucking brony. How dare you do that to me? Say that about me.
Anti-Masonic Party. Conspiracy theorists fueled the founding of this party in 1828, which was established to expose and dismantle the Freemason Society across America. The party's founders suspected the Masons of murdering William Morgan, a bricklayer who intended to publish a book revealing Masonic secrets. Considered by many the original American Third Party, the Anti-Masonic Party became the first political organization to publish a platform and to hold nominating conventions. It failed in its mission to eliminate Freemasonry and disbanded in 1840. You don't really get too... I mean, like... It's pretty hard to organize an entire party over just like a single issue. That's probably why it didn't really last too long. You got to kind of build a coalition, and for that you need to have more than one issue. Because there's plenty of one issue voters, but there's not really much success behind a one issue party.
Well, you need both, basically, but you need an issue that is broad in its application. So, like labor encompasses a ton of different things. So it would be a good basis for a party.
Whereas trying to stop the Freemasons, like that's kind of a niche political interest.
Yeah.
Even then. Don't worry, there isn't a bath big enough to drown you in. Love you.
Fuck. So true.
I think they planned that whole thing out.
You could drown me in my bath, but you'd have trouble getting me in and out of it. I'll tell you that much.
Free Soil Party. Despite its environmental sounding name, the Free Soil Party, founded in 1848, advocated for the prohibition of slavery in America's southwestern territories. Prior to the Civil War, freed slaves were not guaranteed their freedom if they migrated into lawless territories, such as the newly acquired areas comprising modern-day California, New Mexico, and Arizona. Though the Free Soil Party's legislative efforts failed, it nominated former President Martin Van Buren for the presidency in 1848 and wound up tipping the vote in Zachary Taylor's favor, ensuring his election as America's 12th president. The party disbanded in 1854. So this one was even shorter lived.
Yeah. I love all these weird little niche parties that we used to have. It just feels like, you know, a more vibrant system when you've got these little upstart groups starting up all the time and getting a little bit of support behind them and shit. It just seems like more healthy and functioning than what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of also seems like, you know, if you like really what you're viewed as now as a demographic. If you as a demographic are like, well, fuck you, then we're starting our own party. Like, it seems like a lot of times that might get attention and be like, oh shit, they're trying to break off.
There's an argument in the chat while we're covering this about whether to bathe or boil me.
I mean, we could create a poll, right?
Thank you, by the way, bathers. That sounds very nice. A nice bath with some, like one of those good fruity smelling candles.
Yeah, so the poll about whether or not I was annoyed, a bunch of people said 7 or higher, which is, you know, obviously predictable. People are just going to go with the most ludicrous option. Let's see, though. Start a poll. Bathe or boil?
Bathe, then boil.
No, you got to choose.
A true centrist. ¿Por qué no dos? Bathe me while I'm boiling.
I want to know what you guys really want.
Bathe or boil?
Do you want to bathe Paul or do you want to boil Paul?
Please,
it's up to you.
Please bathe me, daddies and mommies. I'm so dirty. Don't boil me.
Readjuster party. What can you do when your debt level threatens to bankrupt you? If you're the state of Virginia, you simply cancel a large portion of the principal with the stroke of a legislative pen. At least that's what the Readjuster Party did to reduce Virginia's post-Civil War debt and maintain its solvency. The party was formed in 1879 for this sole purpose. It successfully repudiated about 1/3 of the state's allocated war debt and instituted tax reforms to collect the rest. By 1883, the winds of politics had changed and the party lost every seat statewide. It subsequently disbanded. Well, it sounds like it did what it set out to do. I guess that is the strength of a one-issue party, is it's kind of just like, we'll form a party, accomplish this thing, and then we'll just disband.
Yeah, seems like it.
And let's see how the poll's doing. 63% want to bathe you, Paul, but 37% want to boil you.
Oh, thank you, Naughty Priest. Naughty Priest is the
and
man.
Naughty Priest says, please don't boil Paul.
Naughty Priest loves me.
I know. He used to fucking constantly want to see your dick, but
I think he still does.
You never
He's
did.
Still holding out hope that one day. And look, hope is justified. Meet my reserve. Contact my representation on this is Jacob Rosenthal. You can reach him anytime, night or day, to discuss the terms.
63% are boring. Well, I mean, like, you know, the boilers might be just a little slower to vote. You'll see. A lot longer beards back then. This is the silver party. So when miners struck silver at the massive Comstock lode, Load.
Load.
Silver fever hit Nevada. The mineral naturally became a cornerstone of economics in the state, and local politicians soon began trying to establish a national silver standard for money.
Hey, I found some silver in my load.
Founded in 1892, the Silver Party opposed the current national monetary system founded on gold and unbacked paper currency. Nevada elected Silver Party candidate. So basically, these motherfuckers were just like, we found a bunch of silver, so let's try to make the national currency a silver standard so that we're super rich.
I made a cum sock load the other night, you know.
Wendy's Baconator says, "Fry Paul for my revenge."
Oh,
Baconator,
you get no revenge on me, bitch, dude. Hey,
you're not a Baconator if you're not cooked. I mean, like, how is
yeah,
that?
I'm coming to eat you again. I'm coming to eat you again, Baconator. I'm coming to eat you again on fucking New Year's Eve. I'm getting you. You're gonna get in my belly on New Year's Eve. I'm having one of you.
Yeah, Paul said that his new tradition for the gauntlets is that every gauntlet he's going to eat a Baconator. I don't know about every gauntlet, but
when I start feeling the despair, usually about halfway, I will get on. I'm ordering the Baconator.
That's when the Baconator gets ordered.
Yes.
Home Rule Party of Hawaii. No sooner had Captain Cook said aloha to the Hawaiian Islands in 1778 than multiple groups moved in to impose their own rule over the native islanders. Groups of Europeans, Chinese, and French tried to govern the islands, along with various members of the clergy. Fucking clergy. A belief in Hawaii for Hawaiians led Robert Wilcox to establish the Home Rule Party of Hawaii in 1901 to restore governance to the island's native people. While the party won a majority of seats in the territorial Senate, it proved ineffective at actual leadership. Ultimately, the party fractured and was disbanded in 1912.
Damn. Poor Home Rule Party.
Handful of senators can't pass legislation, Paul.
True.
Rhode Island's Women's Suffrage Party. As might be expected from its name, this political party worked to enfranchise women, especially in getting them the right to vote. Founded in 1913, the Rhode Island's Women's Suffrage Party evolved from earlier efforts by suffrage groups to educate the public about voting rights. The party specifically targeted the state's legislature and lobbied not only for women's right to vote, but for laws governing child labor, women's education, and temperance. The group never fielded a candidate, and just 2 years later, it merged with the College Equal Suffrage League to form the Rhode Island Equal Suffrage Association. The problem with all these fucking left-wing fucking advocacy groups is they're always fucking fracturing into this, merging with that, disbanding. States' Rights Democratic Party. Why do I feel like I know exactly what this is going to be? Known colloquially as the Dixiecrats, a mashup of Dixie referring to the South and Democrats, the States' Rights Democratic Party was founded in 1948 with a specific aim of restoring segregation and the antebellum lifestyle to America's deep South states. The party nominated Strom Thurmond, then governor of South Carolina, who would go on to become a longtime senator, for president, and he garnered 39 electoral college votes. The party subsequently was squelched by the Democratic Party and never emerged again. I love how this states' rights shit was basically just like, yeah, the states' rights to trample individual rights. But it sounds nice to frame it positively. For Paul's spa day. Fuck Paul's spa day. He's going to boil. Vote Boyle. Oh, it's Boyle's gaining.
Spa day.
Boyle is gaining. I mean, Babe is down to 58%. Boyle's up to 42%.
You're fucking tainting the results.
Shit. God damn it! I accidentally closed the poll. Okay, well, whatever. Boyle is a vocal majority. What are you gonna do,
TJ? You buffoon. You buffoon, TJ.
I mean, enough people had voted anyway. Whatever.
You buffoon.
American Vegetarian Party. Fuck. I mean, why do you need a fucking political party for that? Just fucking be a vegetarian. There's no need for a fucking political party, okay?
Everything is politics. Everything is politics, TJ. If you're a vegetarian, you're not political, you have no say in what kind of fucking pesticides are sprayed all over your shit, what kind of freshness standards are enforced.
So founded in 1947 by Simon Gould, well, like Simon Gould, who co-edited American Vegetarian Magazine. The American Vegetarian Party quite simply advocated for the meatless lifestyle. Although the party held 4 national conventions, it never enjoyed ballot access in any state, so no one could vote for its candidates. In addition to being the party's presidential nominee in 1960, Gould ran for the U.S. Senate seat in 1962 against Jacob Javits in New York. After Gould's death in 1963, the party disbanded, though efforts to resurrect it resurfaced from time to time. Good fucking luck. I mean, you can see right here why this is never going to fucking catch on. Because what is this dude holding? Just a bunch of celery? No one wants to eat that shit. No one wants to eat that
celery. Shit. Dude, this
and
party.
This dude is fucking 26 years old in this picture. That's how fucking bad the vegetarian lifestyle is for you.
Wow. This party was doomed, dude. This was a doomed party.
Let's say no to delicious meat and cheese.
Eat this stalk of broccoli. It's like, no.
I mean, even if you believe that's the correct course of action, like, you're not going to find many people that agree with you.
Hold on. Voted bathe for the record. Spinosaurus, no one fucking believes you, bitch.
Bathe. Dude, did you see what TJ did, Scotty? He was trying he made a poll because the chat was arguing of whether they wanted to bathe or boil me. So TJ makes a poll. He goes to check in on how the poll's doing, and he closes the fucking poll accidentally. And so the people's votes were fucking squandered. This is literally stop the steal.
I mean, you did win, though. It does say Bathe did win.
Bathe did win, yeah. But, TJ was like, oh, look, Boyle is gaining. And then he's like, oops, I done fat fingered the pole.
Fat fingered. Whatever, man. And finally, the Youth International Party, Paul. Founded by the well-known counterculture activist Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin in 1968, the Youth International Party, or Yippies, viewed politics as theater and staged elaborate protests and subversive events with a view towards exposing the hypocrisy of American politics.
Dope.
The Yippie adventure culminated with the arrest of Hoffman and Rubin, among others, at the 1968 Democratic National Convention when protests turned violent. Though the party officially disbanded later in 1968, advocates keep the Yippie fervor alive to this day. I kind of think that there's shades of this in the Satanic Temple, which we covered earlier too.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe the spirit of it. Yeah, I don't think much people are thinking of that as the Youth International Party.
Well, I never said that. I just said, like, they're kind of taking a page out of their playbook, though.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Kangaroo meat is delicious.
You disgust me.
I couldn't eat no fucking kangaroo. That's brutal.
You fucking disgust me. Not even business.
I don't give a fuck. I'll eat that motherfucker.
Oh, you wouldn't. Is there any animal you wouldn't eat, TJ?
I'd eat a fucking kangaroo. I'll eat that motherfucker right here, right now.
Would you eat a baby lamb?
Yeah, give me it.
Would you eat? Let's see, TJ. Would you eat?
I wouldn't
eat
a
spider.
No, I wouldn't eat a spider. Fuck
no
that.
Spider. Okay.
Spiders are gross.
No, so no insects though. They're safe from you.
Spiders are arachnids, Scotty. Come on.
Whatever.
Not insects. Insects have 6 legs, bro. All right, so I don't know. Have we made it to the Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson goal here?
I believe we have. Let me double check.
My name is Skid Mark.
All right, so that goal is. All right, let me refresh. So it looks like we have not made our $600 goal.
Oh shit! Falling short.
But let's double check. Okay. Plus. Yeah, we are $46 short.
All right. Good to know. So this is Matt Walsh talking about how Bud Light needs to fucking grovel before him if they ever expect any shred of forgiveness. Why we're still talking about this, no idea, but I guess we are. I mean, how long has it been? When did this Bud Light debacle start?
Last year.
March.
Didn't it start last year?
No, it was like March or April, I think.
That's still a fucking long time. Dylan Burns, Bud Light. When did that start off? I see some articles from April. When did this start, though? It looks like it started in April. Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy's been harping on this for about 8 months now.
So for 8 months, these motherfuckers have been freaking out over this promotion. Where, I mean, it was like a 3-second video, right?
Dylan Mulvaney. Oh, yeah. Forgot.
Oh, shit. Yeah, not Dylan Burns.
Did we say Dylan Burns?
We did.
Okay, whatever. Same thing. Requesting the McRib video I posted in the merch tier suggested be added to the lineup to pad time. I can't help that I live in such a late time zone. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Cook Paul's next Baconator in the hot oil TJ poured on his balls. I mean, that's long since gone, okay? 1999. And super sticker.
Super sticker.
I hate that we can't see our super stickers, dude. That sucks.
Why not? Oh, you mean like because
we can't see what they are.
Okay, well, I can go look at it over here, I guess. I mean, it's some kind of stupid bullshit. Who cares? All that matters is the money.
She is like one of those like Christian grifters where it's like they send in their prayer or whatever, and TJ takes the money and he discards the prayer.
Yeah. Throw that in the prayer trash.
TJ, you're not supposed to say the quiet part loud, dude.
Whatever, it's charming. Here you go. Here's Matt Walsh. Still mad about Dylan Burns after all this fucking time. Sorry, Dylan Vaney Dick or whatever.
You keep saying Dylan Burns. Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney cock. Dylan Burns, baby.
It's not Dylan Burns.
Okay, now,
Scotty, let me tell you something. There's only one Dylan in this world. So you need to choose. Is it Dylan Burns or is it Dylan Mulvaney? Because my brain ain't got room for two Dylans, all right?
If you, then I guess
choose the Dylan.
For the purpose of this video, I have to choose Dylan Mulvaney.
No. You're choosing for the rest of time which Dylan I will acknowledge the existence of, okay?
All right, Dylan Mulvaney.
Okay.
Maybe next time I'm thinking about where we have Dylan Burns back on the show, that'll be really interesting. Because he'd be like, that Bud Light controversy, how have things been since then? And he'd be like, I'm not that Dylan. Right. But how has it been?
How's it been, though?
before I explain why this is all horribly wrong, let me begin by stipulating that I like all these guys. I like Dana White, Kid Rock. Tim Pool's show is great. I like him personally. I'm obviously a huge fan and supporter of Tucker Carlson. I think he's one of the most important voices in the country right now.
Oh, my God, dude. Can you work the shaft while you fucking cradle the balls?
I mean, look, I love all these guys. They're all great, but...
I love them all.
What a fucking dork, dude. With this fucking banjo in the background. I mean, what a fucking...
I love them all.
I mean, just like, how fucking pathetic can you be?
Boy,
like,
Matt Walsh.
I've got a personality I'm interested in. I've got a banjo behind me. It's like, all right.
Let's see him. I mean, pull that banjo off the wall and fucking strum a few notes then, bruh.
I'm sure he can play a couple of fucking chords.
Let's hear a few licks off the banjo.
I don't even care that someone would play. I mean, like, even Ben Shapiro doesn't have a fucking violin in the background of his fucking videos. Let's put it like that. I mean, he's insufferable and smug, but he's not like, oh, my violin. I didn't know my Stradivarius happened to be right there. Let me just go ahead and play it for you guys. Oh, it's just so impromptu.
Is still on. And let me explain why. Bud Light, the foreign-owned brand, tried to push trans ideology. It spat in the face of its own customers.
No, it didn't. It had a fucking, like, short fucking promotion with the trans person. It wasn't like Bud Light was like, Bud Light now endorses trans ideology. Your kids need to have their genitals removed and their sex changed. Their race, their gender, we don't care. Just change it for the worse.
We here at Bud Light believe that cisgender people are subhuman scum.
Exterminate
the
white race.
And that's why we have put estrogen into the Bud Lights of every man and testosterone into the Bud Lights of every woman.
For once in our lives, for once ever in modern American history, conservatives fought back in an organized, competent, effective way. We organized a boycott. We stuck with it. We actually made the woke company feel the pain. We imposed our will in a way that conservatives have never been able to do ever.
Yeah, you guys are really known for your fucking weakness on this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Conservatives have never fucking made their fucking voice known in the discourse of America, you guys.
Well, I mean, an obvious lie, but also like makes yourself look weak. Like, we've never actually been able to pull this off, but this time we did. Before you pat yourself on the back, bitch, you might want to consider the fact that InBev or whatever company owns Bud Light and Budweiser hasn't gone out of business. Has their sales been hurt? Yeah, but as long as they can weather the storm in 5 years from now, if no one gives a shit, their business could boom right back.
Dude, honestly, here's what happened. A lot of people replaced Bud Light with Modelo, which is owned by InBev. So
Right.
the Bud Light as a brand lost a bunch of fucking customers, and they probably gained a bunch of customers and then some for Modelo. So the idea that there was any kind of win in this, you basically just let a company sell you both sides of a political message. And either way, you had to pay them, and you fell for it. Congrats, idiot.
So if you want to know, here's a little Bud Light stock thing if you want to look at it. So
I was about to go look at myself, so I'm glad. So
here's Anheuser-Busch, InBev, whatever the fuck. And I mean, you look at it, it's been up and down. Yeah, I mean, you see that there is like a decline here in May and June and shit. That probably is kind of due to that. From taking it from like 64 down to 53. But at current time, it's been going back up and up and up. And I don't want this set of
I mean, if you look at the stock over time, though,
bitch.
I mean, like the stock is still way up. I mean, if you look at like going back 10 years,
Ugh.
I mean, the stock is way higher than it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, we can go look at the full fucking all time or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like just look at it historically, and it's like
I mean, it had its height like 2015s, 2016s. It went down in 2020. A lot of stocks actually went up in 2020. This one actually went down. But you know, it's been pretty much even. Like since its heyday, I mean, it was obviously flying much higher in 2015. Dylan Mulvaney did not cause the drop that they had from 2016 to like 2020. No one even knew who Dylan Mulvaney was. So that was their real precipitous decline. And now it's pretty much like there's some ups and downs, but like as far as stocks go, this is pretty much a flat line here.
And reading about Anheuser-Busch and Bev SA Bud reported second quarter earnings of $339 million with a profit of 17 cents per share, even adjusted earnings of 72 cents per share. The average estimate of 4 analysts surveyed by Zacks Investment Research was for earnings of 66 cents per share. The brewer posted a revenue of $15.12 billion in the period, which fell short of street forecasts. Anheuser-Busch and Bev shares have dropped slightly more than 6% since the beginning of the year. As we saw, this is a little bit older, but that just shows you that.
Yeah, I mean,
the company's still making money, though.
At the end of the day, it's pretty obvious that this Bud Light debacle has had virtually no effect on this company overall.
No.
It might have had some impact on the Bud Light brand, but that is but one brand in a multitude for Anheuser-Busch.
That's one fucking head on the Hydra.
I mean, hold on. Let me just I'll find you a chart that shows their holdings. You can just kind of see like the formidability of what you're going up against here. If you're a conservative trying to boycott this brand. This is like this chart cuts off too. Like this goes on. But these guys, they don't just own a fucking brand of beer, okay? They own a shit ton of beer brands all over the fucking world. It's a huge amount of fucking alcohol being sold by this company. So you're not fucking gonna put a dent in that with your little Bud Light boycott.
Yes, they are, TJ. Yes, they are.
We did. It's like the fucking, like when the libs all decided to boycott Chick-fil-A or something. It's like, just like, these boycotts are so lame. It's just not an effective fucking strategy for accomplishing something in our modern era with mega corporations and shit. Like if you were boycotting if like a local community decided to boycott a mom and pop store or something, that would have an effect.
Yeah, that would work.
Dude, I know TJ also stopped drinking Bud Light, just like Mooney Real did here. And whatever, your choice. But I honestly think you guys probably shouldn't have. I mean, Bud Light didn't do no favors to Dylan Mulvaney. He left her out to dry.
Well, I was just drinking it to trigger Kid Rock.
Sure.
But I mean, obviously Kid Rock has no idea who I am, but nonetheless, I saw Kid Rock shooting it, and it was just effective advertising. I was like, if Kid Rock hates it, I likes it. I drank it for a while, and now I really don't anymore.
The Bud Light boycott is by far, and it's not close, the most effective conservative boycott of a major company ever, of all time.
Well, then that's pretty sad because
Then it's
been pretty ineffectual at the end of the day. I know you guys like to crow about it and exaggerate the extent of your victory over it, but it's really
over time,
it's really not borne out by facts.
And over time, it's going to be less and less effective because people aren't going to give a shit. They give a shit now. When there's a bunch of other issues that people are going to be concerned with, they're going to not give a fuck.
TJ drinks Zima. Cool.
There isn't even a close second. What's second place? There isn't a second.
Zima.
In fact,
Get out of here.
It's not just the most effective, but actually the only successful boycott we have ever staged. So
how's it successful?
Because they've decided it was.
I mean, like what? Like, you have to quantify what success would be in this case.
They don't.
Bud Light goes out of business and Bev goes out of business. Well, we know that's not likely to happen. I mean, I just don't know how they qualified as like what do they win? They pulled the advertisement, I guess, but they did that initially.
Fat ass Americans think they can boycott fast food and light beer. What a joke. Amen.
Strategic reason to end this one single successful boycott campaign ever. We would have to have extracted some kind of major concession. But what concession have they made? They gave Dana White $100 million. So what? That's not a concession. That's not an apology. That's a marketing ploy. Are we going to end the Bud Light boycott and start giving them our money because we like their new marketing plan? That would not be us ending a boycott victoriously. That would be a retreat. It would be the very definition of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Something that the right does very often, but never as egregiously empathetic as this.
It's pathetic that you think you're even on the cusp of a victory to begin with. And actually, Bud Light changing its marketing strategy is kind of a concession to you because this is all about a marketing strategy you guys didn't like in the first place.
That's all it really was.
So yeah, I mean, like,
that's all it was.
By any meaningful distinction, them giving $100 to UFC and Dana White, who's a big Trump supporter, is probably about the closest thing to a concession you can get, because it's saying like, hey, instead of giving money to some trans chick on TikTok, we're giving money to the UFC guy. Like, I agree with you. It'd be a pretty stupid thing to consider a victory, but it's a pretty stupid fucking battle in the first place.
And by the way, if they gave $100 million to like some kind of D-trans fund, that would be one thing.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath for that.
D-trans fund? What is that?
I guess like funding some organization that's trying to like detransition people.
So go fund a bunch of transphobic assholes that want to run around and tell other people what to do with their lives. That sounds like conservative values to me.
I mean, it is by modern standards.
Why would giving $100 million to Dana White, why would we consider that to be sufficient? Oh, you push trans ideology and we're mad at you for that.
No, they didn't. They never pushed trans ideology. They had someone as a influencer in a marketing campaign that promoted Bud Light. That's all they did.
But you gave $100 million to the guy who owns the UFC. So therefore, it's okay. What? What's even the connection? Dana White is not a victim of trans ideology. He's not affected by it.
And you are?
Yeah, let's say measure how are you affected by it then?
If you give $100 million to the actual victims of this insidious, insane, depraved ideology that you were pushing.
Well, that's kind of hard because there are none. It's kind of hard to give money to the victims of victimless activity. So, like, how do you propose that that's
yet
accomplished?
again, just the blatant line about what even occurred.
A depraved ideology is what occurred, Scotty.
They were around with scissors saying, I'm gonna cut off your tallywhacker, little boy, because as Budweiser CEO, I will.
100 million.
Did you hear that there's a school in England that's putting cat boxes in for the kids that identify as cats, Scotty?
Oh shit, I heard about that.
In dollars? Then I would say, yeah, okay, that's an apology. A big one. Giving it to UFC? Who gives a damn? Why would that matter to us? Why would we find that to be an acceptable substitute? Now, I do agree that
When you find him an acceptable substitute because of the fact that it's marketing towards your group, isn't that what it would be? Like, really what the issue here is marketing. You didn't like the marketing campaign they went with. I mean, you always try to conflate it with gender ideology, but really it was the fact you didn't like the person that they used as an influencer.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very macho dude. You can really tell that. You're good. You're right about that, Scoop. You can really tell this guy chops trees, lives in the mountains, and plays the banjo. You know, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's a good point too, Princess Sora. By their definition, wouldn't trans people be the victim of trans ideology because they're brainwashed? Yeah, so really, like giving Dylan Mulvaney was them giving money to the victims of trans people.
But they were endorsing it. That's the problem.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they weren't saying.
Well, I mean, that wasn't the criteria. You know, he just said, you know, it should be given to the victims. So, by his definition, trans
if they're
people are the
willing to
victims,
open
right? So-
detransification clinics and give hundreds of millions of dollars and grovel at my feet and apologize, then maybe.
You guys get your baconators yet? I got mine. No, I'm not doing a baconator tonight.
No, me neither.
any boycott campaign.
I do baconators during the gauntlet.
I got a dinner afterwards, and I'm having a cheese stick now. So eat a dick.
Cheese stick.
He's an out. You have to give them a way to get back into your good graces. The whole point of a boycott is that you're withholding support in order to extract some kind of concession.
Mm-hmm.
So at least in theory, there should be like something that they can do that would make you not mad anymore. And if you get the concession.
And look, I mean, if Bud Light is willing to fund my anti-trans detransition squads that go across the land searching for trans people and then forcibly detransitioning them, then I would be willing to once again buy some Bud Light. But until then, I'm remaining steadfast.
Just a small ask. Is that too much to ask for?
From now on, it's only good old normal Budweiser for me. They can't make any money off that.
Then you win. And if you don't get the concession and the company is just destroyed, then you win that way too.
Yeah, but the chances, I mean, like you literally do not have the power to destroy that company. You could not possibly fucking do that.
The beer market
That's not even
worldwide would have to just shift dramatically where people just stop drinking any of those brands.
Yeah, I mean, like it would take so much, like what has happened, it would take so much more than that to even begin to threaten the viability of a company like Anheuser-Busch.
It would have to be like they like it was shown like they were just dumping like toxic sludge into like the water at every factory and like this is what you're drinking and people are dying and getting sick. It would take something like that to destroy the company.
I mean, I'm not even sure if that would do it.
I mean that, but like I'm just thinking of a scenario where that would happen.
But like, yeah, I mean, it's like insane that this dude thinks that their little boycott. I mean,
we
like,
won.
There's no fucking way he actually believes that, because if he looked at the stock, he would. I mean, like, he'd have to realize, like, no, that's ridiculous. That's not even close.
I mean, Matt Walsh just wants to tell people in his audience what he thinks they want to hear. That's the only thing. He's not concerned with what the truth is. He's not concerned about actually discussing an issue. He basically has an agenda. He pushes it. He listens to the feedback from what people want and his audience want to hear. And they want to hear, we won. We fucking beat them, guys. Guess what?
We done no it choice again.
But to do what we say.
We done it again.
We got the power. Because I mean, they makes them feel powerful. Like, you know what, guys? Because you didn't buy Bud Light, we won. Victory. It's like, you know, he must have mission accomplished behind him right now.
And so far, we're winning the second way. Bud Light betrayed its customers. It has not conceded defeat. It has not apologized at all.
I love that he just thinks Bud Light is in this war that they're probably
they
not even
have. What are you
remotely
talking about?
aware of.
It's corporate America. They basically groveled at your feet already. Like, we're sorry, man. We're sorry. God. We never meant to be political. We never meant to offend anybody. They've said that about a million fucking times. That's not even true. They have apologized to people like him. Even though I don't think he's worth the apology. Yes, it has happened.
And so at this point, the entire company is basically in shambles.
No, it's not.
We just
It's
looked at the
demonstrably
numbers.
false.
It's not in shambles. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean they made revenue of, this is the last quarter available, September 2023. 15.57 billion in revenue, 1.47 billion in net income. Net profit margin is like 9.45%. This company is not.
The people that are watching this dude regularly to get their news and their takes on these issues don't have any idea of the way that companies are structured nowadays. Like, they just don't know. They just think like Bud Light is dead. That's like, well,
but not even that has happened. Like, you could still go to the store and Bud Light's right there on the shelves.
It's still widely available, and by my estimation, it'll be probably one of the most consumed beers in America in another year or two. It'll bounce back from this, and it'll be a staple at everybody's fucking barbecues again, like it always has been. So this idea that like Anheuser-Busch is just like fucking floating face down in the water, a bloated corpse, you know what I mean? It's like, no.
That's dead, dude. What are you talking about, guys? They've defeated them.
What do to get out of this? What is their out? Well, they would need to apologize for pushing transgenderism.
What is their out from keep on making money? I'll tell you what their out is. Just wait around. Wait till you guys have another fucking thing to boycott. Give a shit about.
What a stupid reason to boycott something. I want you to apologize. I want a brand to make a personal apology to me. It's like, well, stupid, man.
Specifically and explicitly, they would need to grovel at our feet in humiliating fashion and disavow gender ideology entirely. Okay, they would need to say, we are sorry for pushing trans ideology. We shouldn't have done it. It's a terrible thing. Please forgive us.
I love how just like featuring a trans person is pushing trans ideology. You know what I mean?
I mean, it was literally them trying to, I mean, like, it wasn't even like a national commercial came out.
No,
with Dylan Mulvaney.
It was like a local limited thing in certain markets.
No, it wasn't even that. It was literally just they paid Dylan Mulvaney to do a promotion on her TikTok.
So it was never actually available.
It was never even a TV commercial or even like an advertisement that appeared before anything. It was Dylan Mulvaney was paid sponsorship money to go on her TikTok page and be like, "Ooh, Bud Light."
They sponsored her video. That was it.
Yeah.
And they just sent her like a special one-off beer with her knit face on it.
What?
Oh my god!
That's it. What even is
I
trans
thought they did
ideology?
I thought they did like a limited release of it in certain markets or whatever.
No, they I think they gave her a special one. That's what I think that's what it was.
There was one can produced with Dylan Mulvaney's face on it that was presented to Dylan Mulvaney as a fucking influencer. For her to then go on her TikTok and be like, yeah, Bud Light, they made me a special can, you guys, Bud Light, drink Bud Light. And that's what this is all about 8 months later.
Yep.
I mean, it's just beyond the pale, stupid, and insane.
That's what they
and then listen to like the way he's talking about it too. He's like, they have to grovel at our feet over fucking paying an influencer to do a fucking one-off commercial. Give me a break, dude.
They have not done.
Yes, Guy?
That's it. That's essentially that's all it
They
is.
refuse to do that. Instead, they're hoping that they can simply change the subject. But a change of subject is not a concession. It's not an apology. It's a trick, a gimmick, a diversion.
Why do you want a company to apologize to you anyways?
All for it.
It's meaningless and insincere. Why would you want a fucking fake apology? which you've already gotten, by the way. But let's even just say they would do it. Let's even say they do capitulate themselves. Like the only purpose of that capitulation would be to get money from you. That's it.
Lose. We deserve everything that's coming.
Okay, Matt.
Whatever you
Pushing
say.
this woke trans ideology.
The leader of conservatism speaks again.
Whatever you say, weirdo.
So, Scotty, do we make that 600 goal?
Let's go ahead and check.
I will go take a piss, and I will find out afterwards.
Dun 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 dun.
All right, so we're at 631.
Sick 30.
So we've made our goal. But guys, that doesn't mean you guys can slack off. No slacking off. You guys got to keep donating.
You can jack off, but you can't slack off.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can jack off and super chat at the same time. It's possible. I think we've all done it a couple times.
Multitask. Come on.
Matt fantasizes about companies groveling at his feet, of course.
Yeah, they're gonna.
I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, if you want to get down to,
grovel.
if you want to get to the heart of it, that's really what it is with Matt Walsh. He wants to feel powerful, and then
He
like
wants,
he can say
he wants to
things.
just be groveled to in general. It's
Yeah.
just reveals, you know, like what's at the core of his ideology is for him to be adored and respected.
Oh yeah, I can imagine the people in his life, because especially now that he's made some money with his Daily Wire shit, like it is nothing but groveling.
Oh, dude, I predict for Matt Walsh, if he continues to be like a mainline figure, I predict a messy divorce in his future.
So yay or nay on that, Scotty?
Yay.
Okay.
We're at 631, so we did make
So our
it.
next goal is jump ass at 750. And for now, we're doing.
I mean, we've got to get the jump ass. Come on, guys.
I mean, there's no guarantee, Scotty. There's no
There's
guarantee.
no guarantee, but I mean, I think the people here tonight will be fools if they don't do that.
His name is Kid Rock. Here you go. What beer he's drinking here?
Dude, the fakest redneck that ever lived. And look at where they're at, too. They're doing this interview in like a log cabin.
Yeah.
With a table made out of a
Why
tree
is there a
stump.
Dutch angle? This is bizarre. I've never seen
Yeah.
a Dutch angle in an
How
interview.
bizarre. How bizarre.
I've just never seen a Dutch angle for an interview, but okay.
For the
You do you,
asses.
Tucker. For the asses.
How's he doing?
Toughest son of a bitch on the earth. Like, he's doing great. It's incredible.
He's
we
been
just got to
indicted
spend some.
Talk about tough. Trump is the toughest
I
son of a
mean,
bitch on the earth, Scotty.
Look, dude, you got Tucker, you got Dana White. I mean, look, and you got Kid Rock. How can Matt Walsh talk shit about this UFC deal? He's got Donald Trump right there.
The who's who of everybody, Scotty.
I think Matt Walsh needs to apologize to conservatives. I mean, Donald Trump is there. I mean, if he endorses it and Dana White's willing to take that $100 million, I think that Matt Walsh might have to apologize to some other conservatives.
Time with him,
Yeah,
but you seem to be having more fun than anybody in that.
I was
equation.
having.
You watch that video back. We're walking to the ring, and everyone's looking all tough. And you're like,
Dude, he keeps talking about how everyone else looks all tough. Who the fuck in this fucking image right now looks tough?
I mean, maybe some of the security dudes standing around.
Yeah, like that fucking Jason Statham looking dude way in the back there.
Yeah, he looks kind of tough.
Yeah, like the guys watching their ass. Yeah, they look tough, but Donald Trump.
Certainly not Trump.
I mean, Trump doesn't look tough. Kid Rock looks like he fucking could be blown over by a fucking stiff breeze, and he looks like he's fucking meth-addled.
I mean, in that group, I mean, Dana White's probably the toughest.
I mean, yeah,
looking dude,
Dana
but-
White looks at least like remotely like a tough dude. But he's got a lot of that fucking like, I'm a bald dude trying my best to look tough energy. You know what I mean?
For sure. But I mean, in that group, just obviously the comparison being Tucker, Donald Trump, and Kid Rock. I mean, yeah, he looks.
Dana White actually does MMA, but he just looks like a generic suit here. I mean, is he a top fucking tier competitor in MMA? I don't think so.
No, I mean,
He owns the
obviously
fucking.
not.
He's the boss.
He's the owner. Yeah.
So sure. I mean, whatever. I'm not saying they fucking.
I mean, we're not saying he has no skill or
I
anything.
don't know
I'm
nothing
sure he
about his
does.
ass. I don't fucking know. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't give a shit if he does. The point here is that fucking Trump and Kid Rock and everyone else do not look like some kind of tough guys like walking. Oh my God.
Dude,
Trump looks so
I'm
tough.
telling you though, looking at this, being a fake fucking tough guy is big business on the right now, dude.
Oh yeah, it'll get you a long way.
Dude, being a fucking scrawny and or paunchy, fat, fake tough guy, you can make millions doing that shit right now, dude.
You can be president.
Yeah.
This is the greatest day of my life.
I loved it.
That was so much fun.
It was amazing.
I love spending time with him, getting to know him. You know, since he became president, the first few months having dinner at the White House with him, and from there on.
Why does Kid Rock sound like he's on the verge of tears to you?
He does sound weepy, doesn't he?
He sounds like he's holding back a good cry. Are you okay, kid?
It's just really good, you know, seeing him, and I just remember some time with him. Spend a
Do
time
you know
at
what?
dinner.
You know what it is? He's slipping into his old man voice.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
You know what I mean?
You might be right. You might be right.
He's in the beginnings of what his old, and he's going to be one of those weepy old men.
Kid Rock,
Like he's about 15 years away from just complete like,
oh, and I remember when we had real leadership in this country. People like Donald J. Trump, best president. You know, did I ever tell you about the time I gave him a hand job? Ever since then, it's been nothing but frauds and losers.
he's rambling. I mean,
He's not rambling, you son bitch.
dude, he's a fucking,
Held it like it is.
he's Kid Rock. I mean, what do you expect out of him? And by the
Not
way,
much,
what
really.
Paul, I just want you guys, I mean, I try to spread the word every fucking opportunity I get. Okay. This guy is the biggest fucking fraud on the face of the goddamn earth. Okay.
He's the farthest thing from a redneck. He was born in Michigan. He grew up outside of Detroit. He is not a redneck. He
And a
did
very
one
nice
song.
house.
He made a song that fused country with his rap rock, and it got insanely huge amongst Republicans and was used in fucking, you know, like campaign rallies and everything. And the right embraced him, and he's been grifting off of them ever since. This dude
This is Kid Rock's house, not his current house. This is his childhood home. So
Yeah.
remember when I don't know if you guys were it's got a tennis court, okay? It's got a
Yeah, we covered him on like, was it like
it's got like servants' quarters and shit.
Yeah,
This
didn't we
is
do
the
an
house that
episode on
Kid Rock grew up. Look at this lot. This is the house he grew up on, guys.
A man of modest means.
This is the house he grew up in. This is the guy who fucking sang lines like, I ain't straight out of Compton, I'm straight out the trailer. This is the trailer. Okay?
He does what a lot of rich people do, which he tries to pretend he's.
He was a
humble
fake
origin.
redneck, then he was a
Yeah.
fake gangster, then he was a fake gangster redneck,
Well,
and now he's a fake redneck again.
He can't show where he grew up and be like, I'm from the hood, I'm from a trailer, and get away with it. So he has to pretend, he has to adopt this image of like he's working class, he's every man, he's just like you, and he LARPs like that to this day. I mean, look at him how he's dressed now.
He's
if you go back and listen to Kid Rock's early music, it's the farthest thing from fucking conservative or country. He started out as one of these like trying to be a hard ass gangsta rap rockers that were popular back in the day.
That song Cowboy, which is like one of his biggest hits, was basically like fuck the police.
I mean, a lot of his songs were anti-authoritarian, anti-authority, and he's just like embraced the most authoritarian rednecks on the planet, and they're all too stupid to spot a fake among them. They just see what looks like it might be a mullet and an America fuck yeah hat. That's all it takes. You know what I mean? And you're in like Flynn. It's just fucking sad. But he's a complete fraudster. Somebody earlier in the chat was like, oh, maybe it's the Bud Light withdrawals making his voice shaky. This dude doesn't have Bud Light withdrawals. He never stopped drinking them. He was caught drinking a fucking Bud Light at a benefit party he was doing.
He doesn't give a
during this whole controversy. So,
you know, I can relate to him in a lot of ways as somebody who might speak out of turn a little bit and say what's on his mind. But, you know, I think if you look at his track record and who he is as a whole, there's a lot more good there than anything. And I think people, you know, I could go both ways. I always say with me, you can go on the internet and you can make me out to be some crazy wild party animal who just has his middle fingers in the air and doesn't care, or you can He's someone who's a single father, loves his family, loves his country, does a lot of philanthropy. It's all there for the taking. And, I try to see the good.
I don't even want to do either of those. I just want to call you out for what you are, a complete fucking fraud.
A total culture vulture fraud who's just soaking up whoever will give him money.
I don't think of you. I mean, I'll never think of you as some kind of crazy party animal. I'll never give a shit about you as a father and all
You
that
had that
bullshit.
reputation when you first came to the scene.
I
That
will think of
reputation is
you
long gone.
I will think of you forever as a dude who has faked his way through a bunch of different personas in his life, and not one of them rings even remotely true. Not one of them actually reflects who you are, where you're from, what your experiences in life are, what your real values are. Because I don't believe for a fucking second that the Kid Rock.
How many people would relate to those values if he actually made that? He knows he has to be fake.
The
by
Kid
necessity.
Rock that fucking the Kid Rock that's in a room alone. When no one's watching this motherfucker,
a blank canvas, dude.
Who that guy is, whoever that is, I've never fucking seen him. I've never fucking met him.
Sociopathic, narcissistic, blank fucking canvas, a chameleon waiting to see whoa, what is my audience gonna be? Who am I talking to? I guarantee this guy varies wildly depending on the person who talks to and the audience he's with. I guarantee it.
Oh, for sure.
He's not someone who is gonna be the same.
He's on the anti-trans. He's on the anti-trans grift, and he was spotted canoodling and drinking Bud Light with a trans person not that long ago. He's just a fucking total. He's a total fraud, and it's sad that there are so many people that don't require any kind of authenticity from anybody. Just create a persona that feeds my particular fucking biases and shit, and you tell me what I want to hear. That's all I expect out of somebody. It's really sad that the bar has been lowered so far, or maybe it wasn't lowered. Maybe it's always been that low.
It probably was always that low.
Haven't always executed that correctly, or on spot. But
humility.
I've got humility.
What
is that?
It's 100% real.
Well, so without
100% real. Shut up.
Betraying the details of your conversations, you've been with Trump a bunch of times since he got indicted, and the world has kind of crashed in around him. How does he seem?
Totally unaffected by it. He's just like, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know it's happening.
Really?
No. I mean,
how did I know?
Dude, have you guys read Tucker Carlson's leaked texts about Trump?
No.
Oh yeah. Oh, you've never done that, TJ?
No,
yeah,
I never did.
Let me go find them all.
Yeah, let him find.
Okay.
By the way, guys, $83 away from Jump Ass. Don't fucking fail us now.
Golfing, and we're hanging out in different scenarios here and there. It's his spirits are always up, and he's always talking about this country. He's always talking about this country and how he wants to win for it. He likes to win at anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Anything. When we're golfing, I won $100 from him at the UFC. I don't think he was too happy about it. But
what'd you bet on?
We were betting on fights. We're just picking guys, to make it more interesting.
Yeah.
And man, somebody that's in that office, in any office, that wants to win for this country, I'm in. I've never seen anybody who wants to win for this country like that guy. And I don't think we'll ever see anything.
What a big aspiration.
It sounds like he just fucking wants to win for himself.
He wants to win for America, so I support him. It's like, you support him on the basis that he said he wants to win for America? What does that even mean?
I mean, and one of the evidence that he's just man, when we bet and he lost, he seemed kind of upset by that. So that's why I like him, because he seems like a guy that wants to win, and he's going to win for America. It's like, don't you think he probably values winning for himself more than he values winning for America? Seems kind of like
that's the reason Trump wants to
lesson
win.
to be taken from there.
Yeah, Trump wants to win for himself financially, and we saw he did. His last administration, he made over $160 million that we know about.
Nothing like it in our lifetime. To me, he's the greatest president we've had.
And he's unaffected.
Like ever?
What is the basis of that statement? He's the greatest president ever, because he goes on and tells you he's going to make America great again.
It's the best president we've ever had. Ever. Okay.
Cool. So here are some excerpts from the bunch of Dominion texts and the big Dominion hacking that happened. These came out. These are private texts of Tucker.
Okay.
On January 4th, 2021, he texted, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." He said about Trump, "I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this. We're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest," referring to the last 4 years. But come on, there really isn't an upside to Trump. So yeah,
I love how privately he knows.
Well, it just goes to show you once again to reinforce what we were saying about fucking Kid Rock. These people love a fake, and Tucker is just as fake as fucking Kid Rock.
I'm reminded right now of a quote. I can't
Game
remember
recognized game, huh?
What?
I'm just saying that the phonies here. I mean, they're all. I mean, Donald Trump's full of shit. Tucker Carlson's full of shit, and Kid Rock's full of shit.
Spanish Announce Table 98. I mean, what I'm reminded of though is I read this thing. It said like a demagogue is someone who pretends to be as stupid as the people, so that the people can pretend they're as smart as the demagogue. I think Tucker Carlson is exactly that. I think Tucker Carlson is a person of reasonable intelligence, maybe even higher than average intelligence, who is pretending to be a fucking idiot in order to make fucking idiots feel like intelligent people.
I used to all the time when we used to cover his show, like when he was on Fox News. Just kind of
Kid
like,
Rock, I believe, is authentically a dumbass. That's one thing I fucking do believe from him.
Like,
when did those
Tucker plays to the camera? He'll be like,
He's asking when the text. Somebody in the chat said, "When did the text happen?" So the excerpts I read happened on January 4th, 2021. So there you go. Pretty fucking recent, certainly.
After Trump had,
had left office, yeah.
But now he's palling around.
I'm trying to find more because he went on and on. I'm trying to find one of these. You know how these fucking websites will talk endlessly about it, but not just show the texts.
Yeah.
Like I want a list of the fucking texts.
Experienced by everything that's happening.
Is he pissed off? Sure.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem broken at all.
I don't want to speak out of school, but yeah, who's not going to hem and haw a little bit about the people that are doing this to him? These people in New York. It's a freaking joke.
Yeah.
I mean, one Google search on Zillow, property in Palm Beach. There's like a couple acres that comes up on the water. It's $200 million.
Yeah.
And they're like, Mar-a-Lago is only worth 17 million. It's like, well, you are a stupid son of a bitch if you say that.
Yeah.
He takes loans from the bank, whatever, he pays them all back. Everybody makes money. There's no crime here.
Yeah.
I just, they're just, it's completely, anybody who can't see they're fucking with him. It's just blinded.
Yeah.
I know the guy speaks out of turn a little bit, says some things.
Okay, I've got it. I found it. You want to hear some more of what
Yes.
this guy actually thinks about the dude whose dick he's sucking with, giving a double blowjob with fucking Kid Rock of all people?
All right, Kid Rock, you take the balls, I'll take the shaft.
So, yeah, I already read. We're very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. Truly can't wait. I hate him passionately. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I actually like Peter, but I can't handle much more of this. Peter Navarro was a Trump advisor. He was pushing voting fraud stuff. I have no doubt that there was fraud, but at this point, Trump and pro-Trump lawyers, Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell, have so discredited their own case and the rest of us to some extent that it's infuriating, absolutely enrages me. That's the last 4 years. We're all pretending we got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on, there isn't an upside to Trump. So,
yeah, Trump was just too popular.
Privately talks a mass. The one thing that actually surprises me is that he still believes there was voter fraud, even privately.
Yeah.
Or at least
a lot of conservatives do in some vague sense.
Or maybe he's maybe that's just because he's speaking to someone who he knows does. I don't know.
He probably genuinely believes that. I mean, and look, there is some voter fraud. It's just not massive or widespread.
Well, I mean, besides like what's normal for any given election cycle,
right?
Like, there's not like a conspiracy to take the vote, take the election from Trump. If anything, there was one to take it from Biden.
I mean, clearly.
I do it myself, quite often because I just say what's on my mind and I can get.
You never notice that these motherfuckers that are constantly telling you about they always just say what's on their mind, never just say what's on their fucking mind. It's always, they got to just fillet themselves for like how much they're saying, but they're not saying fucking anything. Like, because like we've watched Kid Rock for like 3 minutes now, and he's twice referenced the fact that he just says whatever's on his mind. I just say whatever's on my mind,
Well,
It's like, well, then fucking
you called
say
it
it.
earlier. He's an idiot, TJ. What does he really have to say?
Say what's on your fucking mind. Then
That's
instead
why
of
he has
telling
to
me
go
that
out and shoot.
that you're gonna do it.
Well, I mean, like, this is obviously tremendous. Oh, sorry, TJ. TJ, sorry, TJ, TJ, sorry.
What?
Sorry, TJ.
What are you talking about?
Dude, here's some older shit of Tucker's that got leaked. This is from November 5th, 2020.
Smartest TJ. Smart TJ.
November 5th, 2020, Alex Pfeiffer says to Tucker, on the bright side, Trump has pretty low rate of success in his business ventures. Tucker responds, that's for sure. All of them fail. What he's good at is destroying things. He's the undisputed world champion of that. He could easily destroy us if we play it wrong. It's so obvious.
I guess he feels like he's still got to play the game though.
That's what it seems.
Trump has immense popularity with the people that watch Tucker. So he knows he has to play the game. Like, Tucker's not going to be genuine enough to go, fuck this guy, I'm jumping ship, because that might cost him some money. That might not be. Okay.
I'm sorry. I found like a whole comprehensive list of these, and they're all just like so revealing about him.
Oh no, keep going, please.
In the same time frame, Alex Pfeiffer again. Maybe you already knew, but Gates told me Trump isn't going to the inauguration. Tucker says, I'd heard that about the inauguration. Hard to believe. So destructive. And then Pfeiffer responds, I don't know her, but yeah, we could. And yes, I really hate what he's doing. Millions believe every word he says. And Tucker says, it's disgusting. I'm trying to look away. He's only, here's another one. Trump needs to concede. This is Alex Pfeiffer. Trump needs to succeed. There wasn't enough fraud to change the outcome. He's starting to do real damage to the party. Tucker says, that's for sure. He's only good at destroying. Any idea what he's going to say at 4? Pfeiffer says, trying to find out now. Tucker says, kind of a pivot point. And Pfeiffer says, yeah, there's some new data on Dominion that looks very shady, and I can see him hanging his hat on that. And Tucker says, it better be bulletproof. He's playing with fire. So, and privately, and keep in mind that during this time, Tucker was running a glowing fucking show that was pretty much about nothing but Trump and the election every night.
Nothing but praise. But think about this too. I mean, so after all these comments, which I'm sure Trump knows that Tucker said these things, will still walk out at a UFC event with him. I mean, that's how full of shit these people are. Like, literally, like, they can hate each other's fucking guts, which they probably do. He doesn't even like Tucker. I'm sure he doesn't. When Tucker's not some attractive fucking woman that's going to suck Trump's little mushroom dick, you know, but as long as he'll lay him in public, it's like, yeah, whatever. You can be part of the Trump squad. Come and walk out at UFC with me. Even though you think I'm a worthless piece of shit. Like, that's the fucking level. And Tucker, knowing obviously that he does not like Trump, thinks Trump's damaged the fucking Republican Party, which he has, will still go hang out with him, still be seen with him publicly. But these people have some shred of credibility. Where's their credibility? I mean, they're absolutely fucking bankrupt in that department. I mean, pretty much every other one, to be honest, but to show that lack of fucking goddamn spine and to fucking have some appeal to somebody, like people like Kid Rock, it's like, I don't see where the appeal is for people. It must really just simply be that they're the LARPer out there living the life that these people think they deserve, and they're living vicariously through them. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me.
Dude, you guys got to see this fucking shit. This is, some of these I hadn't even seen. He roasted Rudy too. So this is in response to a Rudy Giuliani press conference with Sidney Powell.
Okay.
Ron Mitchell says, this conference has got bananas. Tucker says, I keep hearing that so bad. I really want to ignore it. Justin Wells says, Sidney Powell and Rudy are fucking liars. And then in private, Carlson shared images of the scene saying, my mind is blown. And this is the famous oil leak. My mind is blown. He's dripping. And then they've removed some personal and identifying stuff. No one cares that Rudy was melting away at 1 p.m. Thought it was sad and somewhat hilarious. So it just he really just.
I mean,
roasts.
if you would change that, that could have been our group fucking text, dude.
Yeah, no.
I mean, literally. I mean,
I'm
like,
pretty
this
sure
is,
we did send that picture to each other in the group text at some
yeah,
point.
that's what I'm saying. It's like these guys are literally saying the same fucking shit, but then they're going on their show and saying something completely. Oh wow, Rudy, he made a lot of good points. Come on.
So
I mean,
this is on January 6th when that was going on. What did he think about that? Alex Pfeiffer says millions believe the election was stolen because of Donald Trump and demagogues like this Drew guy. They take the president literally. He said it was stolen. They believe him. He's to blame for everything that happened today. Tucker says a problem is a little deeper than that, I'd say. Obviously the problems are deep, but the core of it is Trump saying it was stolen. Not the core, awful, but a symptom. People were enraged today because they thought Mike Pence would save the day. Tucker says Trump has 2 weeks left. Once he's out, he becomes incalculably less powerful, even in the minds of his supporters. I was wrong about that. My view is that the most important thing we can do, maybe the only thing we can do, is try and save the things that make America worth living in. For me, that begins with the First and Second Amendment. Why do you like why do you like Trump so much if that's at the core of your shit? Trump hates the fucking First and Second Amendment. Well, probably he hates the First Amendment for sure.
Probably because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, one of the fucking big one of the things that fucking, I mean, especially these right-wing motherfuckers, they all think the ends justify the means. So he probably, in Tucker Carlson's mind, he probably has some fucking overarching strategy where everything is going to fucking go great, even as he supports someone he recognizes as a piece of shit like Trump. It's like it's just their version of the whole, like, vote blue no matter who, vote red till you're dead, whatever.
Dude, this gets fucking even juicier.
Just right, so you guys know, we're pretty close. We're $22 away from Jump Ass.
Cool.
So he says, Trump will be gone. He loves the First Amendment. His friend says, agreed. I worry in those 2 weeks time and the time after that he will inspire people to do even more stuff to put those rights in jeopardy. And Tucker says, there's no question he will. He's a demonic force, a destroyer, but he's not going to destroy us. I've been thinking about this literally every day for 4 years. Yeah, you're right. I don't want him to destroy me either. The Trump anger spiral is vicious. That's for sure. Deadly. It almost consumed me in November when Sidney Powell attacked us. It was very difficult to remain emotional control, but I knew I had to. We've got 2 weeks left. So they're just basically like hard coping in private.
Dude,
oh my God,
they're running out the clock on Trump.
Bullshit, dude. I mean, like, he's almost out. He's almost gone. Thank God. They're fucking pleased as punch that Trump lost. They're like, oh my God, thank you.
And this should just show you.
Well, they had to carry his water for fucking ever, dude. They had to carry his water for like 4 or 5 years. They're like, fine, they don't have to do it anymore. Finally, have to defend this guy's bullshit. And then it's like, oh no, you still have to.
And this just shows you what a window Hillary Clinton gave us when she flubbed up and said, well, I have a public position and a private position. She was revealing an American truth. This culture war shit and this fucking like Trump, anti-Trump. All of it is theater. Everybody is coping behind the scenes and working together behind the scenes and has the same fucking opinions behind the scenes.
Essentially, yes. Yeah.
And that
there might be some minute differences, but it's kind of like, like the way I kind of think of the left and the right, it's like your left hand and your right hand, right? You know what I mean? It's like, could they do different things at different times? Yeah, sure, but they're still attached to the same person. It's kind of the same thing. It's like the position ultimately is going to serve this. It's going to serve you. And so if you look at the political parties the same way, it's like, yeah, they might do different things and move in different directions at times, but they're attached to the same
I've heard
body.
enough of you two. I want to hear more from Kid Rock.
But I don't know how you look at his track record, what he did, and how he had this country fired on all cylinders when he was.
Yeah, could you reveal his track record to us, Kid Rock?
Yeah, elucidate.
What decisions
more about his
did
track
you
record.
What specific policies and acts of Congress that he signed do you personally agree with?
But he working, military is the strongest. He's leading with,
how's it strongest?
Leading with, strength and,
this guy would fucking fold under questioning so quick to reveal he knows absolutely nothing. This guy is just a litany of talking points.
They're not even good ones.
And not even, and mediocre ones at best. I think with Steve, our stepdad on here, do better than Kid Rock with his Trump bullshit.
under control, just energy independent. You could go on and on. I don't get it. I understand because it seems like it's a lot of women, like in my life and stuff. They're like, why don't
America was so far from energy independent, it's not even funny under Trump. I don't know where he's pulling this shit out of his fucking ass.
Drill, baby.
You just answered your own question. I don't know where he's pulling this shit out of his ass. There you go.
Look,
You
Paul, we
figured
were
it out.
drilling. We were doing so much drilling that we were drilling more than we've ever drilled before. We had so much oil.
Drill.
And we had Sleepy Joe come in there and
Dude, why the fuck?
Why don't we drill anymore, TJ?
If he really honestly cares about America drilling more, he would be a Biden voter because Biden has signed more new oil leases on federal fucking land than Trump did in his entire fucking first 4 years.
Dude, why the fuck would Tucker Carlson give any pushback to Kid Rock? That's not what this is for.
Yeah, there's no. That would be stupid.
I just read to you how Tucker really feels. This is political kabuki theater.
And how do you think Tucker Carlson really feels about Kid Rock right now?
These motherfuckers are financially invested in keeping these rabid anti-Semites and racists and people that are just ignorant of the truth behind what these parties are. They're so invested in it that Kid Rock dresses up in a little fucking redneck outfit when he comes on one of these shows. Dude, do you think Kid Rock is walking around his fucking hometown and shit wherever he's living now with that hat on? No. Kid Rock goes out looking normal, but when he comes on the show, he puts on his theater outfit for you. Tucker does the same thing. We've all seen Tucker dress like a fucking button-up golfer all day, but when he comes on the show, he dresses like a hard-hitting news reporter, and he puts on the makeup, and he has the hairstylist come in, and he plays a role of a guy that's pro-Trump, a guy that's anti-gay, a guy that's anti-trans, a guy that's anti-woke, but in private, they both probably are pretty fucking moderate. It's a total and utter political grift. It's a cynical money grab from these people to drive more people to, subscribe to their fucking shit and pay them money every month for their newsletter and all that fucking bullshit. And the fact that people are turning to these two clowns and others like them, these are by far not the only people I'm talking about here. But the fact that people are turning to these two clowns to be told how to think about something is fucking laughable. It's right on the face of it how fake these motherfuckers are. That shit I was just showing you guys, it's not from some hidden blog that got swept under the rug and is obspurious. That was the Washington Post.
Yeah, it was all over
record in his private email saying Trump is a fucking loser. Trump is a destructive force. I can't wait to be done with him. We need to move on.
Not to mention, Tucker's never denied it. He's never said, "Oh, those are fake." Oh, they made that up.
The only quote I could find from him on it was that he was enraged by the invasion of privacy.
What wasn't it? Wasn't it some sort of like legal battle or some legal case where this stuff came to light? Something like that.
It was the Dominion case.
Yeah, it was the Dominion case. Yeah, right. Where it just revealed that. Oh, so by the way, let's talk about U.S. petroleum consumption, production, and imports, exports. Okay, so 2019, arguably the last year Trump was in office, was not heavily affected by COVID. All right, production, 19.27 million barrels per day. All right, so let's go to 2022. Oh, guys. And Joe Biden has killed the oil industry. Production, 19.99 million barrels per day.
Damn.
Yeah, wow. I mean, so more than Trump had. Oh my God. So yeah, we were that's completely changed. You're right, Kid Rock. Right again, buddy.
Scotty,
fucking moron.
Feelings don't care about your facts. All right.
It's like, come on, man. You're not putting them in the office to hear them talk nice. How many years have we had of that? People that it seems like everybody, because everything is very polarized. I get it. And
I love the narrative that these dudes push that Trump was some sort of transformative president. He ran the country like a middling fucking conservative.
I know. And it's the crazy thing is that because both sides have a vested interest in making it seem like he was some kind of like really huge aberration, when really the only thing he did that was an aberration was the January 6th shit.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, like maybe
how brazenly he fucking openly lied. I think, that might.
I mean, I think that's just because he wasn't clever enough to lie better. I
I think
But
people saw like an
at the end of the day,
honesty.
like if you actually like policy position by policy position, he was a pretty fucking standard Republican.
I don't think it's true, but I think people felt because Trump was very plain spoken and he didn't really have the ability to spin things politically that there was somehow he was being honest. You know, they didn't actually listen to his
Yeah,
words.
they confuse bluntness for honesty, as people
Right.
often do.
Yeah, they've conflated that. They conflated that with honesty when in fact Trump, I mean,
Because
the Trump
he speaks in
lie-o-meter was like,
monosyllabic grunts. It's like, oh, he's not sophisticated enough to lie to me. It's like,
I mean,
yes,
they
he is.
tracked Trump's public statements that were lies, and it was like 20,000 plus.
I mean, that was mostly what he did.
I mean, like if Trump was speaking, he was probably lying. Just put it like that.
When was the last time we heard a president talk nice? Obama. It wasn't that long ago.
Like, it's like, I wish those guys could take this opportunity. Maybe they could start a little civil discourse with the negative that's happened to them. Maybe they could figure out a way with that beer to kind of maybe bring people together a little bit. I don't know.
Civil discourse. Get the fuck out of here,
Dude.
you freak.
Kid Rock, I mean, like, this is so, like, you cannot have it both ways on this. You cannot be like, we need to get together and love each other, and then, like, also be like, I'm shooting this beer because they dared advertise with a trans person. Like, that doesn't make fucking sense.
And I'm backing the most divisive political figure in America, too.
That was him moving the political discourse forward. TJ, when he got on video, was all like, fuck Bud Light. Brrr. That's how discourses move. Don't you know that? Like bullets.
Oh, they should.
Yeah, well,
Have they approached
I like
you?
my day job.
By the way, did they ever call you after you opened up on him with a machine gun?
And Cucker Face is on point today. I gotta say this. As much as Kid Rock looks like a horribly aging, bad dye jobbed, methed out freak in this, Tucker looks like he's thriving, dude. Tucker is positively glowing.
I mean, Tucker definitely is taking better care of himself than Kid Rock. That's for sure.
No, there's been some distributors.
Yeah.
You have to think about this too. I mean, Kid Rock is wearing big ass shades that you really can't see his eyes. He's wearing a big ass fucking trucker hat. I mean, I mean, you look at him. That's some wispy ass hair he's got there, dude.
Yeah,
it's not like thick and luscious.
There's a big old bald spot on the back of that head,
I mean,
for
look
sure.
at this, dude. This is some thick and luscious hair.
Who claim they know the people at top and this, that, and the other. I said, man, I'll sit down with anybody anytime.
Dude, you know who has the fucking thickest hair I've ever seen?
Who?
Stevie.
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, it has got to be
Stevie has the craziest fucking hair that I've ever seen. I feel
He's
like
got a mane, dude.
I feel like he has 2 or 3 hairs for every one hair that most people have on their head.
I agree. It's crazy.
It's so fucking thick and luscious and luxurious, dude.
And, you know, we actually got to talk to the CEO, me and Trump, the other night at the UFC fight.
That was
He was standing behind me. I recognized, yeah, you were there. And I was like, it's kind of funny because I'm sitting there with Trump and I'm like, hey, that dude behind us is the CEO of Anheuser-Busch. He's like, I'm going to go give him some shit. I'm like, ew. Trump's like, let's go. And actually, it was a really pointy conversation. That dude, his name's Brendan. He's in the CIA. He was a Marine.
Yeah.
He says when he got the videos of me shooting up the cans, he was hunting in Texas. I'm like, you sound like somebody I'd be friends with. Like, how'd you guys get this so wrong? And, you know, I hate speaking out of turn when I have conversations with people.
There's another contradiction. You can't be like, man, I just say whatever comes to my mind. I hate speaking out of turn. You've said both of those things twice now.
Yeah.
That's, once again, a complete incongruity from you, dude. You can't be this person's like, oh, I hate speaking out of turn. I hate speaking out of turn. I always speak my mind. I always speak my mind. Which is it, motherfucker? As far as I can tell, you don't have much of a mind to speak. And I don't know. I mean, like I've heard, I mean, like it just listening to you talk, it just feels like empty babble. I don't know if I could like really say that you've said anything.
What's like
in the
that
course
Mark
of this
Twain
fucking
quote
interview.
where it's like, you know, like it's easier to tell the truth because no one's intelligent enough to be a good liar or something like that. I'm butchering it horribly, but that's essentially what it is. Like, Kid Rock's not a good enough liar to keep his shit straight. So if you actually examine what he says, it's not congruent because he's put on a persona. I would argue most people do that to some degree anyways, but with him, it's completely artificial. So like you said, he can't even keep that matched in a, I mean, so far we're only 4 minutes and 52 seconds in a
like,
6 minute video,
dude,
and he's already been wildly inconsistent.
I have no fucking idea.
People, but I don't think would mind this. I was like, when you did that morning show, were you coached? And he's like, I was. I was like, fire that fucking person.
Yeah.
I was like, it's terrible. I was like, they asked you at one point, like, if you had the chance to send that can again, would you send it? And you go off in this week, I'm supporting the ABCDLGBQ for 25 years. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you don't have to throw anybody to the bus. All you have to do is say, while we want everyone to enjoy our beer, we know who our consumer is, and we got that one wrong.
Yeah, they know who their consumer is. A human being of legal drinking age with the money to buy their beer.
Yeah.
Like, why would they limit who they want, like, just to rednecks and shit? That doesn't make any fucking sense, bro.
Yeah, just like a political party doesn't want only one demographic, a beer does not want only one demographic. Like, you want especially a beer like Bud Light.
Like, let's say I went on.
Bud Light is not a fucking specialty niche beer. Bud Light is supposed to be a widespread, everybody's drinking it kind of brand.
Yeah, it's a crowd pleasing, easy drinking rot gut. That's what it always has been. It's not meant to be some kind of fucking beer that just rednecks have got a taste for or whatever.
Right.
And it's retarded. Like, flip this coin on the other side. Let's say I'm a trans person who advocates for trans people, and I go on fucking iTunes or whatever, and I want to buy Podunk, the latest hit from fucking country music legend Kid Rock, right?
Right.
And is he gonna come and slap that fucking money out of my hand? I guess he doesn't want my $6.99 for Podunk, right?
Because it's not his demographic, you know?
Right. That he's not making the music for me. It's like, you fucking scamming, lying, fucking bifurcated weasel. Go fuck yourself, dude. Like,
we hear you. Are bad. Just say that. Everyone would have been like, okay, you still got to eat a little crow. It's like, you know, if you ever had infidelity in your life, it's like you can't go to the person and just kind of sweep it under.
Oh my God, did Bud Light cheat on you guys? Is that what happened here?
Did.
Oh no.
Rug and, you know, buy him a new ring.
They do talk like that. Like fucking Matt Walsh in the previous segment was like, yeah, I'll take her back, but she's gonna have to beg on her hands and knees and promise me very explicitly she'll never suck another dick in her life but mine, and then maybe I'll drink another Bud Light. It's like, come on,
Give
dude.
me a break, dude.
You jilted lovers, you.
All right, enough of this. How about a jump ass palate cleanser?
Jump ass,
Woo!
jump ass. You might want to skip about 4 of the first 4 of these.
Well, then there's only like 4. Because there's only 10. There's only 10 in here to begin with, right?
Oh.
And actually, 2 of them are hidden, so there's only 8.
Okay, well, just watch them all in.
Let's just fucking do it.
Gotta watch them all. Jump ass now.
I don't know if this music is gonna fucking jive with our shit or whatever. So
No, but I mean, we got to see.
So I'm seeing some scrawny asses in this pole vault shit.
Yeah, pole vaulters are typically a little bit scrawn. I'm personally
I like them long jumpers because they got all
yeah.
that leg muscle going on.
Well, long jumpers, sprinters as well.
Yeah, fuck these pole vaulting bitches. No. Wait, that's wrong shit. Sorry.
I mean, look, dude, it might be for some people.
Ain't for me, so fuck it.
But it is a little scrawny.
Where the fuck? Where'd the fucking where'd it go?
It's right there. It's jump ass, it says.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So TJ, what is our last goal before we
Our last goal is Dr. Drew shit talking marijuana like a jerk.
Okay. So we're $123 away from our last goal.
It's one of these damn pole vaulting bitches.
Well, these are high jumpers, but yeah.
All right, whatever. Same shit. Just without the pole.
TJ's like, what the fuck?
Oh damn, dude, creep shot.
Creep shot. Creep
And they like
shot.
repeat it like 50 times.
I know.
Too.
It just
Creep
keeps
shot.
going.
That's
Creep shot.
disgusting. You guys are disgusting over here at this brand.
I mean, look, she cleared an immense height right there.
That is pretty impressive.
That's a nicer ass too.
I mean, at least it's got a little bit of bubbliness to it.
That's the best ass yet.
It's still scrawn from where I'm sitting.
It is. No, it is. I'm not saying it's fucking 5-star ass or whatever, but
Well, depending on the event, there's obviously more ideal body types, and for this one, you want someone that's tall and lengthy.
at least there's a little bit of meat on that dumper. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a smidgen.
Is this the most toxic segment that we do?
Yeah.
I don't
You know
think
what,
segment is
dude?
toxic at all.
Everybody hates us because we're just open with it. You know what I mean? Oh my God. We get it. Yeah, that's her pussy. We get it. How hard up do you got to be? I guess in some places porn is banned, so this like probably functions as porn.
Well, I think that, you know, you can like watch this and
disappointing jump.
pretend it's like, oh, I'm in it for the athleticism and stuff, you know?
Yeah,
that's what I do.
That cut at the end where it keeps showing her pussy, you know, that's like just analyzing the angle of the jump.
Yeah, so we're gonna analyze right here. Yep. Okay, I mean that was a good jump though.
Fucking analyze them jumps and shit. This all fucking high jump. Okay, there's some long jumps coming up. Good.
She's like, oh, what about the long?
So I'm fucking tired of these scrawny ass long, like high jump, whatever the fuck this
Hey,
is. Bitches.
look, dude, different strokes for different folks.
Body shaming, TJ.
Some people like a scrawny ass.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Some people like a fat ass. Some people like a scrawny ass. TJ, you know, you let people do what they do.
Do what you gonna do.
It's not called jump TJ's idea of a perfect ass. It's just called jump ass, TJ.
Fair enough.
Look, it's scrawny, but you can't tell me there's not an ass there.
Man, that is true.
That is an ass.
I mean, that's an impressive jump right there.
And it
TJ.
is
Obviously,
jumping.
that one didn't.
Dude.
She didn't get home on that one, but
If
she
an
tried.
ass doesn't have a big bubbly fucking cushion, can you not still spank it?
I mean, you know, you might hurt your hand more.
I mean, think about it, having a big ass
still
would
spank it?
it would hurt you in this event, TJ. If you really think about it, I mean, that's gonna. I mean, because look, they're jumping over and their butt has to make it. If you had a big old butt, I mean, that's gonna make it real hard. Look how she's jumping. I mean, she has to put her ass right over that bar.
Happy birthday. I just got off work. Make my day if Paul wished me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Emily. There you go. Have a happy birthday. It sucks that you had to work on your birthday, but I hope you have a good time. And yeah, I hope you live another year. There you go.
Y'all should do jump ass volleyball edition. I think I did pull some volleyball for a jump ass segment one time. These girls are super duper lanky. Yeah, that seems to be what's favored in this particular sport.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of have to be for this. It's a very like there's obviously a clear body type here that is
they all
ideal
fucking
for this.
have. Lanky, long, tall, scrawny as fuck. You'd think their legs would be a little thicker just so they could fucking get that jump going, but I guess you don't need a whole lot to.
Well, when you add mass, you're adding to how much you need to propel over the thing. You know what I mean? So
Correct. Yeah. So you
I'm
wanna
gay,
win.
so this is a little awkward. Well, just pretend they got fucking dicks then. Quit being a wuss.
yeah, these less curvy chicks could be twinks. You never know.
Yeah, this is for leg guys, not ass guys. I feel like you know, there's a lot of cross over there.
I mean, it's jumping and there's
But
ass.
I guess if you like really super long legs, then yeah, this would be for you.
I feel like my generation really liked this body type. Like the 90s, this is what all the supermodels like. This is the body type they had at the very least.
Yeah, and this is kind of like when I realized like I'm fucking like a little odd, I guess, in my preferences.
I was never into it.
Because I was always like, yeah, that's fine, you know, whatever. I was always kind of like, and then I was really pleased like later on in life when my preferred body type became more like prevalent in you know,
Like in the
culture.
super early 90s, curvy was in. Like Cindy Crawford was a super popular, and she wasn't like fat or blubba gumptious, but she had big old titties.
Yeah.
And you know, Pam Anderson, super popular in the early 90s. So that thicker kind of look. But then like by the time like 92, 93 came along, it was all Kate Moss, dude. Every chick was just lanky as all fucking get out.
She's got some muscle too. Okay.
Yeah. This is a distance
Now,
jumper
see,
here.
this is okay. Yeah, this is much better.
She's like, oh yeah, now this is real good.
Now we're talking.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna see some impressive long jumps today. I hope.
She's got some fucking big arms too.
Yeah, great
I mean-
jump there.
I
Oh, why they're freezing? Oh, they're trying to see how far she
I love the
jumped.
super lecherous camera work they
I
fucking
know.
got going on. It's like
Also,
totally
that's a-
unabashed.
Good jump there. Look, she gets. Oh yeah, look, a lot of air there.
Whoa.
Well, Hello.
Damn.
Howdy there.
She's representing France, it looks like.
That
Oh,
is
look
a
at
pretty
that.
impressive
Very
fucking jump.
impressive jump. Actually got a lot of air. Oh, then,
That actually is a pretty fucking impressive.
I mean, that's what I'm
jump.
saying. I mean, like, you know, even fucking setting the fucking ogling ass aside, that is a pretty fucking impressive jump, dude.
This reminds me of the Boogie documentary when he's shopping for an escort. I mean,
we're not putting down any money on these hoes, all right?
Yeah, we're not supporting them in any way, so we're worse.
Yeah. So if anything, we're way worse than Boogie. He at least helped him out. He put him through
Oh
fucking
yeah, look in
medical
the final
school and
she
shit.
she moves to the top position there with that jump.
I mean, if anything, we're like denigrating their sport kind of. So
We
like,
really are. We really are. But you know what, dude? Dude's gonna ogle. You know what I mean? It's never gonna stop. Dudes are gonna ogle. It's just the way it is.
It can't be avoided.
If you put it there for me to ogle it, I'm gonna ogle it. You know, like it's there. I want it.
Put her in a parka if you don't want it to happen. You know.
I mean, I'd probably
this is the attire that these women have chosen to compete in.
If that was the standard, I'd probably still ogle it. You know.
I mean,
a few more
ask
times
you,
on
gentlemen.
that shot, I think.
I
Yeah,
ask you,
there
fine
go.
gentlemen. I mean, was she forced to wear this attire?
No.
Yeah.
She clearly chose.
I mean,
to.
she clearly knows her. I mean, she has nerves, right? She knows her ass is hanging out, right?
She could probably wear some like spandex shorts or whatever and probably jump just as far.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it would add much more drag.
I feel like this is they're just showing us the same shit over and over again. I guess I'm fine with it.
It's just like it's kind of repetitive.
I was like, am I complaining about that? I guess I'm not. Dude, I'd eat that fucking sand after this bitch jumped on it.
Dude, I cannot believe you'd make a lewd
That's fucking
comment
disgusting,
like that.
TJ.
That's,
That is
you know,
lewd.
TJ, we're here to admire the athletic prowess.
Sorry about it.
Ogling
so you'd
is fine, but man, you got to draw the line somewhere.
You'd eat
dude.
the fucking
Sorry.
sand.
We need more sex positivity, more acceptance of natural human sexuality. It's unhealthy. Right.
Correct.
Totally agree.
I mean, obviously, she's
we're being actually
she's a
super
woman.
progressive right
She's
about
strong. She's a strong competitor. You know,
Yeah.
of course, we're not going to deny someone's sexuality just because simply they're in an event, but that's not the focus.
Our sexuality is the focus.
Yeah. TJ would buy her bathwater. I wouldn't buy her bathwater.
He might lease it though.
Would you
Yeah.
drink it though? If she gave you a glass of it?
Yeah, if it was free. I mean, look, let's be real. I'm greedy too.
Yeah.
Lechery is not the full balance of my fucking attributes, all right?
I was worried about this one at first, but she has 2 extra helpings of ass, so that's definitely gonna help get that. They didn't even show.
No,
They didn't show the jump. They're just like, yeah, there
That's
you go.
disappointing. We don't get to see her compete.
That's fucked.
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the athleticism? And 2 videos unavailable. What the fuck, bro? The fur burger is real. Wink.
The fur burger. Fur burger, dude.
I don't know. Let's go back and see. If,
There was no fur burger, bro.
I think there might be.
Is there a fur burger?
Maybe, dude. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's looking like kind of maybe there is.
I didn't see no fur.
I mean, I don't know. It's poofing out a little bit.
The fur burger.
You got to use your imagination, little guys. Come on.
The fur burger is real, dude. What a fucking gross.
We're near the end of the jump ass segment, are we not?
It's over. It's done.
it's
That was
over?
it. That was the last one.
Oh, that was the last one.
That was jump ass.
So
for
I
the
don't
night.
know. We didn't make the Dr. Drew thing, did we?
Yeah, I don't think so. I'll refresh it, but you know, guys, not looking good.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
118 away. I mean, looks
oh,
like
fuck, that's pretty bad.
yeah.
I mean, look, I mean, it's been a while since we haven't made all our goals, but I mean, you know, some
I'll tell
nights
you
people
what.
are
I'm gonna take a piss.
Okay.
And that gives you guys a couple minutes if you guys want to donate that. I mean, but you guys are way short. So
I mean, we're pretty short. So I mean, like, you know,
I mean, that's I wanted to drop a big dono, but we got 100. Well, 113 to go. Like I said, I'm gonna
or we
take
need a
quick
lot
piss
of people
and-
dropping like
If not,
fucking
that's the
small ones. I
show.
don't know. Thank God there was no lava bugs. Sky would have exploded. Yeah. Lava bugs are pretty fucking hot, you know. Boo, more jump ass. I'll find you some. Hold on, I'll find you some volleyball bitches.
Boing, 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 boingity, boing, boing, boing. We love jump ass.
Volleyball ass.
We love jump ass.
No, I don't know about that one. We gotta fucking specify. All right. Let's see. Beach.
Jump ass, here we go.
Smack
Jump
it harder. Beach volleyball celebration. What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, I see what's going on. Okay, here you go. Here's something.
Volleyball ass, volleyball ass, volleyball ass.
Let's celebrate. Yeah, celebrate harder.
Man, dudes really are hard up, aren't they? The world around. Down
Yep.
bad, as I would say. It's a pretty innocuous clip that we've milked and slowed down to ogle.
No, I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, we do need to do some twink jump ass.
All right. Is there like a playlist?
I don't know.
Let's see. Twink athletes. Kinda sus twink. From twink to hunk. I don't know. Someone will have to find us one. It doesn't look like there's the same like level of lechery going on. Every rose has its femboy fishing. I did not think that was fishing at first. Just so you know.
What did you think it was, TJ?
I don't know. I thought there might have been a T in there somewhere.
Femboy fishting?
Yeah. Fishting. Not a lot of twinks in sports. I mean, that probably depends on the sport. As you saw from the jump ass segment, different sports involved. We're not even close. It's over, Scotty.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
Let me look at. Let me just
I mean,
refresh.
I'm
this.
pretty sure, but all right.
Yeah, I just want to be this. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So thank you guys for watching. We will see you guys on Sloppy Seconds. Those of you who are patrons, those of you who are not patrons, go ahead and become a patron because you get access to all of our stuff, including our upcoming gauntlet where we're going to look at 6 hours of true crime. That's going to be on New Year's Eve, probably leading into the new year.
Ongoing free trial, by the way, over on the Patreon if you want to check it out. Tons of other stuff too.
We also have an annual membership, and I was corrected on this. I said the annual membership is 10% off. It's actually 16% off. So if you want to save 16% over the course of the year, annual memberships are available. And hey, it's Christmas time, so if you know a fan of our show, maybe a time to get them that fucking membership, you know? All right. Thank you guys for watching. We love you all, and we will see you on Tuesday. I will see you Sunday if you're a patron.
You're garbage, TJ. You're garbage.
So, what the fuck's your point, bitch? Anyway, show's over. See you guys.
Jump in the trash can.
See you guys on the after show, Sloppy Seconds. If you're patrons, which why aren't you? Become a patron.